Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically, what you're saying is Floyd. Get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No.
Stoop to everybody else. Stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying. When you get older, do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. It's the coolest thing I can do. I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not really. It's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Baldamir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win.
Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I don't think about it. It's more up here than.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
His channel. It throws real punches.
Just Do Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
What's good? What's going on, y'all? Shout out to the family. We back again on a good Thursday to build on this boxing and give it its just due, man. We got a lot we gonna get to. We got a lot we gonna cover, man. We gonna get to all of it. Because we already know what they lying about today, what they crying about today. We're going to get into all of it, but that's my slogan for the rest of the year. What they lying about today, what they crying about today. Matter of fact, that might be my slogan permanently, man. Permanent slogan. Skills, my brother. How you feeling, bro? Good to see my guy in the building, man. Appreciate you as always, Dub J. Marcus, my dog, putting that cover in the chat. Already appreciate the love, man. We gonna talk about it.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
We got a lot, got a lot to get to, y'all. Send
me this.
One time for the Haney.
Devin Haney's biggest fangirl, Art Man the Great. Talking about it feels good knowing my haters can't whoop me. Y'all can look at this dude for 1 second and tell he is harmless. Never had a fight a day in his life and never will have a fight a day in his life.
It's evident you don't box.
That man is stole off. Something wrong with him. Something wrong with him, man. One time for the Haney hoes and Haney land. You know we gotta do that one time for the Haney hoes. We gonna be playing that clip throughout the live. Y'all already know how we do. Shout out to Art, man. You know I got the jokes, man. Mike Kirkland, peace, bro. How you feeling? COE, my dog. I appreciate you. Said let's build. We gonna get to it. Yo, we gotta have some fun with it, man. What they lying about today, what they crying about today, y'all. We gonna get to it. Because we know what they
and we ain't never got a box again. Well, well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to my dog, man. Appreciate you, man. And pride what it do, homie. What's good with it? So, man, I missed the day, man. My apologies, but we back. We gonna make up for it. But we was gonna have this conversation, and look, we gonna keep it. We gonna get a man his just due like we always do, but we gonna keep it up. We gonna keep it a stack over here. One thing I always tell y'all, bro, it's always a silver lining to come out of these situations, all depending on how you look at it, right? It's not the end of the world when a fight don't happen, right? Because you just move on to the next guy, right? Fights fall out all the time. People pull out negotiations all the time, right? You see people not take fights all the time. We're not excusing it. We just calling it what it is. We see it all the time. And, you got to move on after that is my point, right? After that, after you don't get the fight you was looking for, you just got to move on. After you done poking your chest out and strutting, like, yeah, man, you got to move on. After you done saying everybody ducked you, you got to move on to something real. It's only so long you can hang on to the narrative that nobody wants to fight you. And right now, I got to give it to Team Haney, man. Y'all impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. But I'm more disappointed in how silly people are more than I am impressed with the way that y'all been able to confuse the people, the masses. I mean, well played, man. Once again, I got to give it to you, man. I got to give it to y'all. Said that bag was hitting. He know I'm going to be messing with him all day. I'm going to keep that little clip in the cut. But we see this stuff all the time. And for those that been here in the building, y'all know some of the stuff we predicted. So it's no surprise to us that they went this route. Like, the only thing that surprised us is that we ain't seen Keyshawn and Devin Haney because Keyshawn didn't take the fight, right? That's the only thing that was surprising to us. But everything else was right on cue. The dog and pony show, the over promotion, the over promising, under delivering, right? All this just over, like, I don't know, like, just manipulation of the public. I gotta give it to you. Y'all do it every single time. Y'all do it every single time successfully. So, like I said, man, now that we gotta kind of move on past the Keyshawn stuff, we're gonna talk about it a little bit because Tim Bradley gave his opinion on it just a little while ago, a little earlier today. We're gonna get to it, but you gotta move on. And now we're hearing, potentially for October that you could be fighting Paro Unification. And October date, it's not bad. I'm guessing you still trying to, if you Team Haney, you trying to salvage that date. You trying to keep that date because you already been out the ring, 9-10 months or so now. You know what I mean? So you definitely you'll be a little bit short of a year, I think, before you get back in the ring. So I mean, kudos to you. You got to fight somebody else. And we can't blame you for who you fighting because we wanted to see a different fight, right? We understand why that fight didn't happen, right? That was no fault of Devin Haney's, but the teachable moment is on his way, y'all. That's believed. The teachable moment is on his way. Shout out to Mike Kirkland, man. I appreciate all the support, man. He said for the good boxing talk as always. I got 5 on it. Rolando was good. Roland was good, fam. Yeah, man. Rich was good. Forever G's, Rare Breed Boxing was good. Jordan, my brother, was good, bro. Man, look, you saying something, fam. COE. Watch how fast this fight get made. So this is the teachable moment. And look, I ain't taking no shots at the fight or none of that. It's just it's an opportunity for people to learn if they paying attention. Like bro is calling out. He's saying, now watch how easy this fight get made. Yes, it's gonna get made easy. It's not gonna be a long drawn out situation. It's not gonna be public negotiations. It's not gonna be updates every single day on Twitter, right? It's not gonna be a whole mixtape circuit of who you gonna fight. It's not gonna be no argument about weight, money, nothing. This shit gonna be like what they say, easy is 1, 2, 3. Like that's what it's gonna be like, fam. Hop, skip, jump, boom, fight done. I'm telling you, and for reasons that we know. Now look, Devin Haney is a brave guy. Specs was good with it. He brave. He got a ton of heart. I think he'll fight these guys. But right now, in this situation is right on par with what they want. Right? They successfully did it. They've been running this play for the longest. I'm just calling it how I see it, man. Anybody feel free to see it your way. This is just how Just Do see it. Y'all been running this play for the longest. We're going to call out the bigger names. We're going to call out the bigger names are the better fights. When they don't happen, we're going to convince the world that every one of the better guys ducked us. So this is why we got to fight Lynn Paro. Then they're going to say, yeah, but it's a unification. Keyshawn ducked. So we had to fight somebody. And that is true. Keyshawn turned the fight down. You got to fight somebody. You've been out the ring for a minute. But they've been running this play for the longest. It's the classic 52 fake out misdirection. Look this way. Hey, y'all, we doing this over here. Meanwhile, on the right side, something totally different about to really take place. And in this particular instance, unlike times in the past, they got a bit of a leg to stand on because they have evidence of a guy turning down the fight because the money wasn't right. So now they laying their hat on that, and they're gonna move on to this Lynn Paro thing. But the problem is not the fight, right? The problem is not Devin Haney. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. You move on to the next guy. And if you can get a unification, by all means, I mean, that's right up your alley. You know, your fans think you would be on your path to undisputed for the second time. And you could very well do that. And what's annoying about all of this is we could have avoided a lot of this confusion by them just doing what Just Do has been suggesting, because I can't tell him what to do with his career. I could just suggest from the outside looking in, just focus on 47. Why sit there and like drag the fans through a meaningless, baseless fake negotiation period when in reality, because you've been saying it for the longest that you not going past 47. Your dad has been everywhere saying it. Saying it once on Twitter doesn't convince me that you're willing to sacrifice those 3 pounds. I'm just not sold. You get me? I'm not sold. And y'all gonna beeline the Paro because you got to salvage that October date, I would assume, right? And it makes sense to me. It's a cool fight, but I don't think it's gonna be nothing too crazy. I don't think it's gonna be nothing people gonna be jumping up and down for. But the teachable moment is gonna be how easy this fight get put together, how painless this fight is gonna be to get made. It's not gonna be Lynn Paro ain't gonna be. They're not gonna go up and down Lynn Paro whole resume and trash it. You're not going to have to worry about Lynn Paro being all types of bums, right? See, they're going to look at him and they're going to big him up. See, Lynn Paro, man, Lynn Paro. I don't want to hear that Lynn Paro shit. You know what I'm saying? Man, I remember the Lynn Paro. You talking about that same Lynn Paro that y'all was trashing when a certain somebody was sparring him? Because y'all sparred him before y'all fought him. Remember this. Y'all sparred him before y'all fought him. And when that sparring leaked and a certain somebody's sparring came out, the talk was Lynn Paro wasn't shit. That's what y'all said. Y'all said he wasn't nothing just because he was sparring a certain somebody. Y'all all know who he was sparring. You get me? But they told me, man, that wasn't ish, man. You know what I mean? So look, I'm here for it. I'm here to support the fights and the fighters, but I ain't here for the slander. I'm here to be consistent though. And I'm telling y'all right now, you're not about to see a whole drawn out situation with these dudes going back and forth on Twitter all day, you know what I'm saying, and give you no fight. It's not going to be a bunch of people crying about money, purse splits, weight, none of that. Mandatory this, purse bid that. It ain't going to be none of that. Watch how smooth that shit be. You know what I'm saying? The opportunity is there. You will be a fool to turn down a unification. So Lynn Paro is all on board. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to CJ Rich, my dog, man. He say he on the road work. Break, but been listening. Shout out to my dog, man. Said don't let Rolly win. Bro, That either one of them, bro. Don't let Rolly, let Ryan win. He already talking about fighting a winner. You get me? Did it with Regis. Now Paro. Boots has 2 belts and is a bigger fight, but we know people would not call for that. Nope. Instead, they trying to make Shakur look crazy for even suggesting that he do the very same thing that they're asking him to do. Is wild when you apply their same logic to their favorite fighter. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that was different. You know what I'm saying? Now it's different. You know what I'm saying? So we know what time it is. Kellen was good with it, fam. I just don't get how people do that to keep failing negotiations for some reason. It's everybody else's fault. I'm telling you, it's a common denominator, fam. It's a common denominator. He said it's probably a co-main. Sonny was good with it, fam. That'd not be no co-main. That's gonna sting. Not the $100 million man. Ain't no way in hell the $100 million man could be in a co-main. Shit. So look, it's not a bad fight. It's a good boxing fight. It's a unification. It's nothing bad I can say about it. It's nothing bad I want to say about it at all. The opportunity is there for them dudes to go out there and start covering some ground at 47. But I've said it, and I said this shit time and time again. This should have been the focus from the beginning. It should have been the focus from the beginning because I knew he was going to end up here. I knew it, bro. I knew it. Only thing I was wrong about was why the fight with Keyshawn didn't happen. And I openly admit to being wrong. I was wrong. But I remember I was saying that we ain't getting neither one of these fights. But it's funny. The reason why we ain't getting one of them I was wrong about. But as far as the other one, I was right about. It's the same shit. It's the PR stuff. It's the PR stuff. Like it's like the Haney's got a strange way of hypnotizing people into forgetting how shit started. Like once you get wrapped up into the blender, it's over. Like you don't even know what's what no more. Y'all out here being overly critical of a fighter that y'all already don't want to give credit to for fighting certain guys and then be mad when he say he don't want to fight him. You know damn well Shakur beating up Rayo is not going to make y'all respect him. If you don't respect him now, you think beating up Rayo that you seen get stopped by the same dude he end up stopping, you think that's going to make them say, yeah, Shakur really him. You think Shakur beating up a 30-pounder is going to get him the just due that he deserves? You really think that? They already making excuses, right? And then as far as the guy at 47, when they asked to meet in the middle and y'all jumped all over that, now when he's standing firm on it, it's like, nah, you got to come to 47. Keyshawn jump shit now. You got to come up. Nah, it's just too many games, fam. I said that. They was the only ones playing them games. I'm glad he shut down the circus, and we're going to cover that as well. We're going to revisit that in Shakur's tweet because I told y'all we was going to revisit it. I'm glad he shut the circus down. No more circus. No more playing with my name. No more dragging me through the media knowing y'all ain't got no real full intention on fighting me. It's always some BS. The man go from talking to us for himself to letting his dad talk for him again. I'm sick of it, fam. Speak for yourself. You got to take the punches. It's going to be you in there getting outboxed, not Bill. We don't want to hear what Bill think. We don't want to hear what Bill want, respectfully. And I mean that respectfully. And I'm saying because he's not the fighter. You don't see Shakur Stevenson having everybody speak for him. That's why I respect it. Y'all talking about integrity. Integrity is speaking for your damn self. Yeah, you ain't going to rock with everything I say. Everything I say ain't going to come to fruition. But at the end of the day, every time I step in the ring, I'm dominating shit. I'm stepping on shit. Y'all sitting on the internet trying to, devalue the man and knowing that you need a win like that on your resume. Finally, y'all, that Shakur Stevenson is the name that if you beat, you could finally stop talking about how y'all beat Loma at a weight class that you've been outgrew. We don't want to hear that Loma shit no more. It's time for a new Hall of Famer. It's time for you to put another Hall of Famer on your resume. Loma said no to Court. Let's always keep that in mind. Y'all ever wanted to fight that dude? Now is the time. But y'all out here playing. Now y'all gonna beeline it, Lynn Paro, like y'all was serious about fighting Shakur Stevenson. Now y'all wasn't never serious about fighting him. Never. That's why he called that shit out. Like, man, y'all been doing this shit for years. I feed into y'all shit. Then next thing you know, I'm dragged into it. And they telling me I need to move to 47 or keep my mouth closed when it's Devin and Bill calling him out. Shit is crazy, man. Big shout out to my dog Marcus, man. He said Zuffa wanted to fight. Says Bill Haney, Shakur signs of Zuffa. So how hard is the fight to actually make? That's what I'm saying. Make it make sense. You get me? How hard is it to make when he goes to the guy that the entity that has the fight on deck? And then I told y'all I played the clip, and I'll play it again. I'll fast forward and play it again from Chris Mannix, where he said, from what he hearing, Devin signed a 4-fight deal, and Zuffa is still on board and trying to push that fight. But in his opinion, it's Devin that don't want it. And that's what I'm saying. And I think it's because you just want to stay at 47. It's too much. It's too much politicking about the weight. I don't think he truly want to sacrifice 3 pounds. That's just my opinion. I don't think he wants to do that, and it has nothing to do with being scared. I just think he'd rather go with what he's been doing, right? Come on, man. Everybody, when they was doing the scale challenge, it took this dude a month. Then he stepped on the scale at like 160, and y'all think y'all got something. Man, that dude was 170 plus. Yo, he's a big boy. That's why. I don't think he's scared or none of that. I just don't think he want to deplete himself more than what he feels like he need to for any one fight. And especially if it's a guy that he knows firsthand. The hell with these fans. Devin knows how talented Shakur is. You know what? They can say what they want. You know the fans do all the talking. Devin know goddamn well. Show me somewhere where Devin thinks Shakur's scared of him. He know that shit ain't true. He won't even feed into that goofiness. Now, maybe it'll be some back and forth about the weight, but he know damn well if it's anybody that's not scared of him, it's Shakur Stevenson, man. Only ones that's pushing that goofy shit is the fans. His fans, the Haney hoes. And we going to get to the Showbiz clip too, because that shit going viral. And he wonder why. You talking about he blocked you or something. If he blocked you, I'm not even going to lie. I'll say this first and foremost. I think fighters are sensitive, right? But I think in this particular case, he already had a face-to-face interaction with you, or should I say y'all was on live talking, and he explained what he was saying. Your energy was totally different than what it is when y'all go on y'all live streams. That's what I don't respect about y'all. Keep the same energy. When you talking to him, keep that same energy and tell him how, you everywhere you go is, or however he put it, he want to go wherever his ops is not best at. Say that shit directly to him and I can respect it. I don't say it on a live stream. It's easy when you don't nobody holding you accountable, and then you got influence. So a lot of people don't even think for themselves. So if you put together something, you make a good case, because I understand the case you making, but it's a lot of context that you leaving out to make that case. And if you include the context in that conversation, it goes a totally different way. Come on, man. Nowhere else in boxing is a 30-pounder. If people demanding a guy that just fought at 40 to fight a 30-pounder that is in a unification, locked in a unification with somebody at 130. This shit is wild to me. Damn, man, like this the only dude that gotta think about it. He gotta, I don't know, concede to what everybody want. If Raya want to fight, he gotta say yeah. If Shock want to fight for 130, he gotta say yeah. You get what I'm saying? What the hell? If Devin Haney say come to 47, he got to do that. He the only guy that got to do what everybody else say do, right? Man, get the hell out of here, man. Get in line and pack a lunch because y'all can't beat them. I'm sick of y'all narrative pushing dudes, man. We going to enjoy this unification if that's what they give us, because we real boxing fans. And we going to salute them, go out there. I think he going to take Paro out if this is the fight for October. They said they already in talks. Like I said, don't expect to hear no long, drawn-out, stupid situation. Don't expect them to shit on him like they do everybody else. It's not gonna happen. Mag, what's good with it? Jay, what's good, homie? Say heavy as the head, just facts. Carbon was good, man. Debo stopping Paro. I don't know if he'll stop him, but I think he'll put belt to his ass for sure. I know that. I think he's gonna put belt to him. You know what I'm saying? I think Dad gonna beat his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like he should. I think he's gonna box him up. You know what I mean? Shakur had a little you know what I mean? He had a little sparring session with him that had leaked a while ago. And I remember how they was talking about Lee and Paro after that sparring. They was very dismissive of him because of how the sparring looked with a certain somebody. I be on everything. I be paying attention. So, but today he's gonna be a good fighter. And today's time, he's gonna be a good fighter. Right? So he won the title at 47. He beat Lewis Crocker, right? Who everybody said was the weakest link at 47, and he passed that title up first chance he got. But it is what it is. I think it's a good boxing match, man. I think he could be a unified champion in just 2 fights at welterweight. I really do. And if depending on how those other fights shake out, depending on who wins, if they really willing to play ball, you got yourself some opportunities to fight people, right? Got opportunity to fight some guys. That's it. You get me? Devin don't see Paro as a threat is why he fighting him. I called it a couple weeks ago. I mean, shit, I didn't mean to do this one. Not that. I mean, yeah, I think for me, I'll give him the benefit of doubt. The reason why I say that, because the fight that we wanted more was the Keyshawn fight, and it's not on him, right? Why the Keyshawn fight is not happening. So I'll just give him, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and it's a unification. I ain't never going to shit on him for the unification thing. I don't trash guys for no fights, no way, but I just put things in perspective. His fans don't keep it a buck. They don't keep things very consistent. You know what I mean? Lynn Paro was looked at as a guy that wasn't that good. For sure. For sure, they ain't want to give him no credit. You know what I'm saying? They ain't want to give him no credit because he got outboxed. And remember, we know who beat. We know who boxed the hell out of Lynn Paro. Took his belt. We know who took Lynn Paro's belt. We know who snatched that belt. And then see, this is what trips me out right here. This is the shit that trips me out, right? We get it. Lynn Paro got a title, so you fighting him is no question why you fighting him. I totally understand why you fighting him. You know what I'm saying? You got to move on to the next guy. You got a championship in your division. You could be unified. That's more accolades, man. Something else to add to your resume, right? But this is why I suggested him and Richardson Hitchens being a good fight. This is exactly why I suggested him and Richardson Hitchens being a better fight than people think. Because you're literally about to fight a guy that Hitchens took to school to me. He took Paro to school Paro ass, and I knew he was. Get what I'm saying? I always told y'all him, Hitchens, and Devin Haney's a good boxing match, bro. It's a good battle of the minds right there. I'm not saying the Hitchens will win, but I say it'll be a good boxing match for people that appreciate the sweet signs. Them two dudes can box. Look how sharp Hitchens was in his last fight. Jab on point, defense on point, footwork on point. That's a good fight. But people be trashing, Richardson this, and he ducked this, and he up there now. That's a good fight. That's a hell of a boxer, fam. I don't care how you feel about him and what he can do in the ring. He can box. Because if Paro's a good fight, and so is Hitchens. You know what I'm saying? A guy that took him to school. Guarantee you that'd be a tougher fight for Haney than the damn Paro. He's going to beat Paro up. I can tell you that. I can tell you that right now. Don't tell me how much of a clip to play. I hate that. I hate when people do that. Yeah, Devin beats him easy. Donnell, walk him down. What's good with it? Donnell was good. Hitchens is really good. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me. I hate when people say that. I'm not the one that posts a clip. I'm going to play it. But I'm not the one that you think I got access to the footage. If I did, I'll play it. But don't tell me to play something I don't got. You gonna play what I got. And you gonna watch it. And shut up about it. So piece him up, boy. What's good, right now? Piece him up. Piece him up, core. Lightweight core too. Lightweight core. Radio. You can't handle a lightweight. What you think you about to do with Devin Haney? Devin Haney about to beat your ass. Devin Haney about to beat your ass. Freshman, bro. It's about to be a pick. It's about to be a feast, man. About to be a feast, man. So that was obviously more than 10 seconds of a clip. But I'm gonna play what's out there. If it was more of it out there, I would play more of it. But that as short as that clip was, that was enough for people to come to the conclusion that Lynn Paro wasn't good. I'll tell you that. Notice, no matter who you are, when you in front of Shakur Stevenson, you all of a sudden just become not good. Everything about you being questioned. Like, you can't make this shit up. No lie. No lie, fam. No lie. So I like Lynn Paro. He's a good boxer, but he ain't gonna beat no Devin Haney. He ain't that kind of good. He ain't that kind of good. You get me? Nah, don't do that. Y'all did it. Y'all did it. Don't tell me not to do it. Y'all did it. Everything I'm speaking on is factual. Every time he's in front of somebody, they're not good. You've never in your life heard William Zepeda couldn't punch or was pillow fisted until he fought Shakur. Now he trash, he this, he that. But then you see him beat Lamont Roach. Now you got to revisit all of that. Don't tell me y'all do it. Everybody in front of he beat T.O. They go crazy. No credit whatsoever. T.O. beat Loma, all the credit in the world. Kambosos beat T.O., all the credit in the world. Shakur do it. Man, Kambosos did it already. Devin Haney beat Loma. It's the best thing in the world, the Haney fans. Then when they say T.O. did it first, it's like we hating, right? But that's the same logic y'all use when y'all take credit away from Shakur beating T.O. Y'all say Kambosos did it first, right? But he ain't do it like that. But there's a discrepancy in the argument that Devin Haney didn't beat Lomachenko how T.O. did. 2 different fights. See what I'm saying? And y'all still gave him credit, right? Because he deserved credit. All I'm saying is when it's somebody else, you don't know how to apply that same logic and give credit where it's due. Don't tell me. I remember when this sparring leaked because I know a certain Haney channel posted the sparring with a fake caption. You know what I'm saying? Fake caption. You get what I'm saying? And he was dissing Lee and Paro. Now, you fast forward to today. Now you got to put some respect on Lee and Paro's name because he's in position to fight your fighter. Everything I'm saying is factual. Everything I'm saying is factual. That's why this shit come back to bite them in the ass. It's a teachable moment. They trash these fighters until it's time for them to fight them. Think about it. This little ass sparring clip had them trashing Lee and Paro. He ain't good. He ain't this, man. He ain't that. Man, Shakur ain't that. Come on, man. Come on, man. This little ass sparring clip, they grew in their mind. OG was good with it. Bobby in the building. Haney didn't beat Loma. I think he did, but I get why you say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Toledo beat Loma first. You get that, but that wasn't my point. My point was T.O. did it first before Devin did it. And they dismissed it. When it was Shakur beating up T.O., it was all about Kambosos doing it first. When Devin beat Loma, it was all about Devin beating Loma and nothing else. Or it was about him not beating him. You know. Everybody hit that like Shakur beat Devin, absolutely he can. Talk him down, absolutely he can. If you asking me, but I'm fair. Can Devin beat Shakur? Can is the operative word. Can, yeah, anything can happen in the fight. So does he have the ability to do it? Do we have the skills to do it? Yes. He has the ability in the wherewithal to win a fight of that magnitude. But if you ask my opinion on it, will he win the fight? No. Can he win the fight? Yes. Will he win the fight if they fought? In my opinion, no. No. And if Shakur was a lick or an easy guy, he'll go down in 44 and beat him and just move on. If Devin was a lick, Shakur just jump up to 47, beat him and move on. But the fact is, real recognize real, and both fighters know and understand the talent that both guys possess. And they know that it's not an easy fight. Either way you look at it, but I bet you Shakur is fully confident that he can win that fight. Ain't no thought in my mind. You get what I'm saying? And there's no thought in my mind that he will win. I just don't see no boxers. There's not too many boxers that's more efficient than he is by the numbers, man. And it's hard to neutralize all of that shit. It's hard to neutralize all that on the night. Bill scared to offer Keyshawn $5 million so he can sign. Sean Longway, what's good with it, fam? I mean, look, I could understand why they didn't take out, no money out of their purse, because it feel like it's a move that he shouldn't have to do to make a fight with a mandatory. You feel like the opportunity is enough. Top Rank was going to take care of Keyshawn. So I don't think that Devin Haney should have had to go in his purse and take money out to make the fight happen. I think he did everything he needed to do in terms of just being on board, being available, and everything being a green light on his side. He did what he was supposed to do. Anything more than that is asking him to do a bit extra. And maybe if this was a situation where if Keyshawn had a belt and it was a unification and it was some money holding it up, then maybe I would level with, giving up something, a little more something to get that belt, right? But with Keyshawn just being more of a risk than reward kind of situation, I didn't see him ever dipping in his purse to give Keyshawn, to satisfy what Keyshawn want. And I don't think he was supposed to do that, right? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that suggested, I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's something that he could have done, but I'm not going to fault him for not doing that. I'm not going to look at him crazy. I'm not going to even try to open that can of worms. Nah, I get it, the people that's saying it, but I don't feel like he had to do that. You know what I'm saying? He did what he was supposed to do on his end, and that's why he got my respect. Pablo thinks Shakur easy work. That ain't what Bill think, fam. That ain't what Billy Boy think. Damn sure ain't what Billy Boy think. You know what I'm saying? I hope the Devin versus Shakur fight happens because I'll take that bet. Yeah, me too. I say it all the time. I think so too. I mean, I would hope so. You know what I'm saying? Because I love to take their money. I love to take their money, young. You know what I'm saying? I love to take the money. Love to take the money. And he could have forced Key to earn that belt in 2 fights like Kambosos did to him. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it, man. I just think he did what he was supposed to do this time around. So no fault of his own. You know what I'm saying? I understand. Cause it's never gonna be easy work. Yeah. They think about it. They just say shit that they know they don't even believe that. They know they don't believe that. They're not even realistic about how that fight will look, fam. They not. Yeah, man. I love to take y'all money. That's not a fight y'all gonna win. I don't think so personally. But you know, I've been wrong before, but I don't see myself being wrong about that one. I don't see myself being wrong about that. But you know, that's why we see these fights, but we ain't gonna go off the mark, man. Lynn Paro is up next. And Lynn Paro is not about to get dragged through the mud. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't about to have no long drawn out negotiation period either. Telling y'all, pay attention, keep paying attention. You about to learn some. Y'all about to learn something. Nah, keep coaches bugging. Nah, why is coach bugging? Why Coach Dorsett bugging? ASAP, what's good, homie? Bodega Ty in the building. What's good, my guy? What's happening with it? Hold on, y'all. Let me get into something real quick. Just pulling something out. It's crazy work how y'all call Kid Duck for wanting more money. I mean, cuz it only applies one way with them, Roland. Like they only see it. That logic only applies to people that's not their favorite fighter. If their favorite fighter pulls out a fight and doesn't take a fight because of money, it's all understood on their end. If anybody else do it, it's ducking and they should have took it, and you know, X, Y, and Z. I've seen this shit too many times. I've seen it too many times, bro. That the logic only applies to the other fighters outside of theirs. Most of these guys, not all, but a lot of them, man. A lot of these dudes. A lot of these guys, family. A lot of these guys, family. Say if the fight was so easy, why didn't they meet in the middle without a rehydration clause? I ain't like Devin hasn't fought at 44 before. Yeah, literally last year, but Shakur go to 135 to fight shot. I'm trying to tell you. Should be crazy.
Oh my God. Really have to score. No, I don't want to. I do.
Zuffa crazy in there with Brian Mendoza. That's a junior middleweight.
You get your ass in there. Good deal. Keep up with this level. Oh my God. Really have to score. No, I don't want to. I do.
Core be in there playing. That shit is his domain, fam. He in there with a damn 54-pounder, bro. 126-pounder in there with a 54-pounder, man. And y'all think shit like this is why 44 was out the question. This is why. They already know that shit ain't gonna make a break. Bigger these dudes be way bigger and be still getting their asses beat, bro. This shit be funny, man. Think he gets better offer for a Ryan fight? Now, I don't think he gets offered a Ryan fight, money. I don't think he gets offered a Ryan fight. I think Key I think they on the side. They gonna have to figure some things out on their side, but I expect them to. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to you, Teach. Yeah, I knew. Want to blame Keyshawn, but not Top Rank. Keyshawn signed the Top Rank. Are they willing to pay their fighter to make one of the biggest fights in boxing? I get it. I get what you're saying. And pride. Me personally, I think they put a good offer up, and he stood to make more money than what the purse bid suggested too, from what I understand. But the ultimate, I think, issue outside of just the overall money, the holdup was Keyshawn wanting a flat fee. Devin Haney was getting a flat fee from Top Rank. Keyshawn didn't. And because he didn't get the flat fee, that caused him to go into the purse bid and things like that. He didn't want to risk the upside. He wanted the money up front, similar to how Devin Haney wanted his money up front with Rolly, right? He wanted a certain guarantee up front. Keyshawn couldn't get that flat fee up front, and he gambled on himself, and it turned out to be a bad gamble, at least for the short term, right? Until he figures something else out. So right now, he just got to deal with people talking crazy, and it's okay. It's part of boxing, fam. You just keep punching. That's the beautiful thing about this sport, fam. It's not over. You just keep fucking punching. That's it. You stay focused. Don't lose focus. You know what I'm saying? Don't get down on yourself. Learn from it, and you know what I mean. Stay locked in. Stay disciplined. Stay disciplined, man. Remember, the goal is still the same, bro. You know what I mean? The job ain't done. Yeah, nah, he did it to himself, Jay. He did it to himself, but it's all good. He a big boy. You know what I mean? Shout out to my dog Marcus, man. I appreciate the love back in that super chat. He said these goofy ass Haney fans say Shakur is Haney size. That's all I could. He still make 135 and 140, but Devin can't. They can't answer that. Yo, we gonna be asking that shit forever, fam. They don't get it because it's a simple. Oh man, they're not the same size, but and the thing is, they think we be saying he too small, Marcus. We're not saying he too small to go to 47. We just say he ain't. I don't see him doing it right now for obvious reasons. I always thought that would be his last weight class, so it's not like he's too small to do it. But I don't think he has to do it right now. This early, 3 weight classes in your last 3 fights. I think that's OD, yo. I don't care what nobody say. I think that's OD. I think it's OD. I'll say this. I'll say this in terms of like the Ryan Devin thing. I don't think Devin is scary. I think he's a bit more apprehensive, right? I think he's a bit more apprehensive and conscious of, you know, trying not to make the same mistakes inside a fight. I think that's what he's learned from the Ryan fight, not to be drew into a kind of fight that doesn't suit him. And you know, because of it, I think he had to make some adjustments to kind of get back to the basics. And it's not exactly the best version that he's ever been, in my opinion. That's just me. So I think he's still working through some things. With each fight, it's an opportunity to get a bit better and get that much closer back to the, you know, the best Devin Haney that we could see. Now, it depends on how you're looking at it. Some people, like, because of the Ryan fight, they feel like he's gotten that much better. And he makes less mistakes and he's smarter. But, you know, it just depends on how you look at it. For me, I think those things are a possibility. You know what I'm saying? I think you could learn from a fight like that, but it seems to make him a bit more risk adverse, right? Like you don't really want to take the risks, but I understand why. But in doing so, you look like a slightly altered version of the fighter that you once was. And that's not saying like you a shell of yourself or nothing, but you could be a tweaked version of what you used to be. And maybe you did take all these chances. Maybe you did take more chances, throw more punches, land more jabs. Maybe all those things are true, but maybe you substituted some of the activity and taking chances for making sure that you don't make mistakes. And in doing so, your punch output going to drop. The amount of punches you land going to drop. I get it, but I think the goal is for him is this to keep winning. So like he a boxer at heart. He a boxer first. So his goal is to go out there and round by round win round after round after round. You get what I'm saying? So it just all depends on how you look at it. It don't got to be the worst thing, but I just think I've seen a more active guy. You know what I mean? Not just with punch output, just seen him take more risks, take more chances. And I could certainly understand after getting dragged through the mud with the Ryan shit, even though he cheated you. I could see why you would, I could see why you would you would approach these fights with some caution. And that's not me knocking you. I could see it. Like, again, look how they was writing you off even after they found out he cheated. They still was calling you out your name. So imagine you losing to somebody and it's a fair fight. You get me? Think about how they're gonna talk. Samuel was good with it. Yeah, I don't think he can still make no 130 because he his last fight there, he missed it. That's a bit too much for him. You know what I'm saying? I always said Dad was better at 135. I just think for me, I just feel like he's always been a very skillful guy, talented, top fighter, as he, proved it, got himself to the top. But it just seemed like he had more advantages. He was more successful. It remains to be seen now with him fighting in his weight class where guys are essentially closer to his size, how all of these fights play out. You get what I'm saying? The Ryan fight, we had an ideal of how it could look, but then that shit was tainted because he cheated, right? So but then you turn around and you fight Ramirez and Norman, you know what I'm saying? So I think he had to make some adjustments, man, some alterations to his style. And if the way he's tweaked his style is going to get him or keep him in a position to keep winning, I really can't knock that. Winning is the most important thing, you know what I'm saying? And especially to guys that are pure boxers in the sport, man, you can't afford a bunch of losses. You know what I'm saying? You can't afford a bunch of losses. That man Shakur about 44. Did you hear any fans forget? I think they did, bro. So I agree with that too. Feel me? Want to see Ryan versus T.O.? I mean, KJ, it is possible if T.O. wins. People do got T.O. winning. Ryan picked who he thought was going to win. If I'm not mistaken, he said he wanted the winner. Ryan said he wanted the winner. What was it? I thought I had a little clip of Ryan in this joint. Yeah, but Ryan was saying something about wanting the winner. Devin ain't gonna be weight drained at 44. Nah, he not. And the fact that they saying that, Marcus, lets us know that based on the consensus, they never wanted that fight there. They think he gonna be drained. And think about it. If the fighter thought he was gonna be drained, why would he suggest it? So you telling me that he knew he was gonna be drained at 44 and he's still gonna suggest doing it? Shit don't even make sense. You get what I'm saying? Nah, he what make you think, hey, then let me ask, watch this. Let me ask you something. Hey, Carbon, let me ask you something, fam. He's the A side over everybody. Who was the A side in Rolly and Devin? Who was the A side there, Carbon? Who was the A side? And have you ever seen an A side guy not be able to send a counter offer and have to get the offer sent to him? I think in certain situations he might be, but it depending on the situation, right? I think with Paro, it'll be clear he'd be an A side, right? But with Rolly, it was Rolly sending the offer. Hey, you don't see A sides get offers sent to them. They send the offers because they're getting the bulk of the money, things of that nature. But you don't see that with him. I think he's been the A side in certain situations because he's had leverage over guys. He's been the champion. He's held titles. So certain fights where he's definitely been that, but he's not that A side guy that some of the fans try to make him out to be. And it's okay. Who cares? He good. That's all that matter. He could fight. That's all that matter. Who cares? The hell with the A side. Shit, everybody the B side to somebody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody the B side to somebody. Tank the A side over all his contemporaries, right? But he was the B side to Jake Paul. You see how that go? So it ain't no big deal. Ain't no big thing. It's A side, B side, C side, Z side. Don't make you bet the better fighter. You know what I'm saying? But it's just tough to get these dudes these labels, man. These titles that y'all be giving them. Watch this, yo. Teachable moments, man. When was the fight offered to him, Pablo? When was the fight offered to him at 44, Pablo? When was the fight offered to him? Dean was good with it. Being quiet and using business to fight the battles he can't win. Hey, Dean, that's spot on. He's smart about that. He is. He's very smart about that. He's very smart about that. Yeah, I ain't even reading that comment. That's foolish. You just talking ridiculousness right now. Fighting Devin. Jake Paul is a 68-pounder. Man, Jake Paul ain't no 68-pounder. Jake Paul is a damn heavyweight, bro. I know damn 68-pounder. He's bigger than that. Much bigger. He's ranked number 4, and the Australian crowd will show out for Keeper's Paro, and the Scope crowd will show out. That wouldn't be a bad fight for him, but I think Dev gonna snatch that up because it makes sense for him. It makes sense. You want a unification, why not? Take his head off. I mean, the opportunity is there, and you got a bit of a reason, an excuse to fight him if anybody complaining about who you fighting. Fighting a guy after you was turned down, it's nothing you could do, really. I mean, it's still something you could do. I mean, 44 is still there. You know what I'm saying? It's something you could do. Yeah, how old are you, Pablo? How old are you? Because you just made me think you was really young with that comment. You made me think you was really young with this. So that's turning down an offer. You what the hell? You can't really believe that. How old are you, fam? Shakur said, leave me alone and turn down the offer. What offer? I'm still trying to figure out, when was this offer made? Pablo, like, enlighten us. Enlighten us. Please enlighten us. When was this offer made? You're telling me he never said no to an offer, but he said, leave me alone, and that's turning down an offer that was never made? What weight was this offer made at, Pablo? Courtney, what's good? I love doing this, y'all. Sometimes teachable moments on the way, fam, that people just be saying anything when it's him. They denied the 2-for-1. Keep it really. Here we got another one, y'all. We might got another one, fam. Everybody hit the like button. We're gonna keep getting to this, man. We got a lot to cover today, man. We're gonna get to all of it. He said they denied the 2-for-1. So, fam, you think that 2 fighters can go in the same contract to fight one guy? You believe that too? They live in fantasy land. I told you they live in Haney land, fam. I told you. You can tell, you can tell people don't want to fight. He said, leave me alone. He said, she said. He also said, I'm at 144, no rehydration. What's up? Fight me. He said, let's fight. He also said that. He said that. You know what I'm saying? 2-for-1 is crazy, fam. And he said Jake Paul is at 168. Yeah, he watching a different boxing than us, because they think you can do 2-for-1s. He think Jake Paul is 168. And he think leave me alone is turning down the offer. This shit really be funny. He said 144. When did he turn it down, though? I'm just trying to figure it out. Shout out to Courtney, man. This shit funny as hell, fam. It would basically be an eliminator. Eliminator for what, yo? What are you talking about? Hey, yo, nah, yo. Y'all all Haney fans for real? I could tell by how y'all think. This shit is wild, fam. This shit is crazy, yo. He said it would be an eliminator. An eliminator for what? They don't even fight in the same weight class. How would it be an eliminator, fam? What are you talking about? Oh, my God, yo. Let me help you out. Because y'all be acting like y'all don't know what the answers to the questions is. Fam, I ain't never say never, but it ain't never been no 2-for-1 in boxing. And you probably won't see it. 2 fighters are not going to go on the same contract for one fighter, fam. Dang, he called him Gag 7. Damn, he say play that Nazi clip just for the Haney hoes. Which one is it? Hold on, which clip is it? Which clip you talking about? Yeah, they gotta be young, bro. They just be saying that, yeah, bless their hearts, Andrew. I'm like, yeah, y'all young. Dev loses against one, the contract can get terminated. Fam, yo, if he was gonna fight those dudes, it would be 2 separate contracts. Totally. Him and Keyshawn and him and Shakur, 2 totally separate situations. Nothing would be the same. Nothing would be the same at all. They don't even make the same kind of money. They're not even at the same point in their careers, bro. We talking about totally different business right now. Them having the same management is irrelevant. That still don't mean they going on the same fucking contract because they got the same. What do y'all be watching? WWE in your spare time? Yeah, Pablo, I tried, man. Good try, though, man. I gave you the floor. I gave you the opportunity. You talking about him saying, leave me alone. So you going to ignore what he said about making the fight. You going to ignore that. Yeah, all right, he one of them. All right, we got to ignore him now. You hit like he could type, he free. Nobody got to block him, time him out of nothing. He just talking to himself, y'all. It's okay. It'll pass. That too shall pass, Pablo. That too shall pass. Now he's talking about 26. Yeah, so back to what I was saying, man. I think it's a good fight on the way between these two. I think it's a good fight, man. It's a decent fight for boxing, bro. It's a good boxing match. It's not a bad thing. You got to move on to the next man. Go fight him. But I did hear y'all trash this man when Shakur was piecing him up in the gym. I did hear y'all do that. Y'all did trash him. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny how tables turn now. Y'all hollering out, oh, he's a two-time champ. He's a two-time champ. What's better, the two-time champ or the 4-division champ? What's better? What's better? You get what I'm saying? What's better, fam? What's better? Hey, Jay, what's Bill Haney management fee? What's Bill Haney management fee? You could tell me what Bill Haney management fee is. I probably could tell you what Jay Prince management fee is. I think we both out the loop with that because I never for once cared about. I never even thought about what his management fee is. I never even thought about it ever. Yeah, you talking to yourself at this point. But back to what I was saying, though. Back to what I was saying, my guy. Back to what I was saying. So y'all about to learn how easy it is to actually make a fight with Devin Haney when they're really, really invested in making a fight. When they keep Twitter out of it, when they keep all of the public negotiations off Twitter, when they don't do the mixtape circuit, when they don't do the public assassination of a fighter's career, you know a fight is coming. When they ain't telling you Liam Paro ducking and he this and that, that's how you know a fight could be coming. So if you get it October 3rd, look, I'll be here. I'll watch it. I ain't going to complain about it at all. I don't think it's a bad fight, but it ain't no 4-division champion at 144 kind of fight. It ain't that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that, but I still watch it. I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? I'll sit back and enjoy it. But y'all going to learn how easy it is to make fights when guys really want to fight. Rather have Rolly, Keyshawn, and Shakur. All right. Hold on. We was getting into this the other day too, and I ain't never what's the name, yo? We was supposed to get into this the other day and we didn't. I had forgot to. Why Devin ain't go to the Olympics, Pablo? You asking the wrong question. Why Devin ain't make it to the Olympics? Why he ain't make it to the Olympics? You asking the wrong questions, fam. Wait, unification? Said Paro get the 47 and get a strap out that. Yeah, 12 threes. He beat Crocker. He beat Lewis Crocker. Liam Paro beat Lewis Crocker and got that strap up off him. So he is a worthy opponent. He got a title, bro. And if you making a unification, make it. But we gonna get to it. So I'm not watching that shit. I'm watching every fight, every prelim, but I'm not watching Devin. Damn. Yeah, 12. Yeah, he beat Lewis Crocker. Yeah, beat Lewis Crocker, got the title. And I was hearing that it could be for October. And my thoughts is that October 3rd date that they was throwing out there, possibly. So, I'm not against it. I seen it coming, though. I seen it coming, and mainly because it's somebody that's in the weight class and he don't got to make no concessions with the weight. You can just go out there and do you. You know what I'm saying? I just downloaded it. I got it, Marcus. Fighting Fat Mexicans in Mexico was the hard route. Liam Paro. Yes, Liam. This is Liam Paro right here, y'all. Big B low. Liam. The Liams.
Get them hands, keep pushing yourself. Keep pushing yourself, bro. This when you get tired in the gym, you go all night.
You know why? You know why, Courtney? You know why, Courtney? Is you know why that shit ain't that's different beast. They know what and this is my opinion. I think they understand it. Look, let me try to be very real here with y'all. I think that the problem with them has always been what the obvious is. People just choose to ignore it. I think the weight discrepancy is a bit of a problem, and this is just my opinion of it. When you look at Shakur, with him not being ready to go to 47 yet, and Devin being as talented as he is, he like that. I'm not willing to do that right now. And I think even though Devin made 44 with Ramirez, he looks at Shakur and he like, that's a different challenge. That ain't no Jose Ramirez. So if I'm giving up anything, that would be giving him an advantage. Just like I feel like Shakur and it's just my opinion. I can ask him when I get him back up here. I ask him if you go to 47, do you feel like you giving up too much? You know what I'm saying? And maybe that could be a possibility, or just the fact that you're not ready to go there yet. And I've never seen, can y'all point to another time in boxing where a guy that we know can make 135, he fight one fight at 40 and people, they guilt trip him and shame him from not going to 47 just because one guy got up there before he did? It's crazy, but it's like I want people to apply that same logic to Devin Haney. If you feel like Shakur got to go up to 147 right now because that's the big fight and Devin is the fight there, right? Does Devin got to go to 154 and try to make a fight with Boots Ennis? Because that's a good fight, right? That's a fight that he got on his list, right? He got that name on his list, don't he? Don't he got Boots Ennis on his list? Didn't Bill Haney just say this on the Boxing Voice? Ain't this Bill talking about some shit that in my opinion, ain't never gonna happen? But wasn't this him?
What you just said in the real world, what you just said would be Devin become undisputed at 47, Boots become undisputed at 54, and they get it on for a mega big fight. I guess it would probably be
I said Boots he gonna
at
be
54
undisputed.
Ain't no way in hell
for Devin's third undisputed, which would tie Terrence Crawford,
He
right?
didn't even get the second
I
undisputed,
thought
and
he
you
was
already
only
talking
undisputed
about
at
third.
35, Bill.
No, I said
Get your ass beat,
we undisputed at
boy. You'll
147
get hurt.
pounds.
We ain't
Boots
never
Ennis
seeing this fight, in
undisputed
my
at
opinion. We ain't
at
never see that fight, in my opinion. You would never see that fight, in my opinion. And if we did, the hell with giving Devin Haney his just due. I would be praising him online just for getting in there with Boots, because I just don't feel like that's a fight. I don't care what Bill say out his mouth. I don't believe he believe the shit he's saying. I don't believe they think they got any advantages against Boots Ennis. They experience all that shit they talk about. That shit goes out the window, and that's just being a super fan. That's like me telling y'all Shakur gonna go up to 54 and just beat Boots. That shit is wild. No, I'm telling you, Jay, this is just my opinion. You could disagree, or you could see it differently. I personally, in my opinion, don't think we will ever see Jaron Ennis and Devin Haney in a professional boxing match, ever. Not in this lifetime. I personally don't think that he feels they have those same advantages that you have over everybody else. You're not taller than them. Your arm's not longer, right? You're not faster. You don't hit harder. You're not stronger. No, I don't. And look, I'm not putting the pressure on him to have to do it, but this is for all of y'all that keep talking about, Shakur got to go to 47. Well, he ain't doing it. So now, does Devin have to go to 54 and fight Boots because his name is on the list, right? Right? Stop chasing these little guys. That's what Debo would be. Debo would be going up to the next weight class and showing just how great you are. Not guilt tripping people about smaller fighters not coming to your weight class. That's not Debo energy. Going up there and having anything to do with Boots would be Debo energy. Win, lose, or draw. That's what being Debo is. Not outgrowing divisions and still trying to cherry pick in the divisions because you think you got the size advantage. Nah, that's what Debo is. Go your ass up to 54 and fight that guy. Don't play with it. Don't play no games with it, right? Because it's all about chasing greatness, right? What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? If you want a smaller guy that just moved up to 5 pounds to move up 7 more, I know you can move up 7 more pounds, right? I know you don't have no problem moving up 7 pounds, because let's not act like you went from 40 straight to 47. You went from 40, 40, 43, 47, right? Right? You already got one up. You at least you got to fight in at 47. Now you ready for 54. Hey, and Bill said, since y'all like focusing on what Bill said y'all could be fighting at 54 right now. He said that months ago. Y'all could be fighting at 54 right now, is what 100 mil deal Bill said. That what he said. That what he told us. Right now they could be doing it. So we ain't trying to hear that. I'm sorry, fam. If you think that Devin Haney can go up to 154 pounds and have anything to do with Boots, we just see it differently. And it's okay, because it's just a pain until it happened. But I don't see the physical advantages. I don't see his experience playing a factor. I think Boots does real bad things to Devin Haney in a public setting. I think he does very bad things to him in a public setting. Now, you talking about Boots. Now, look, now I get it. Ryan cheated. But look at all the success Ryan Garcia had. Now, Boots got way more tools. You arguably faster. He's definitely stronger, in my opinion. He hit harder. He's at 54, right? He got more than a left hook. The man got a left hook, right hook, uppercut, straight, jabs, body shots. You get me? Boots is and one mixtape Boots. Nah, fam. Nah. Devin be nah. That's not gonna be good. It's not a good fight for him. In my opinion, that's not a good fight for him. That's not a good fight for him. If they was in the same weight class, maybe. Nah, I'm not even about to do that. I was about to try to throw y'all some bail money. I can't lie to the people. Nah, I don't see it. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about Devin once before. Out of 33 fights, I've been wrong once, right? Maybe I could be wrong again. But for me, I don't see where he does anything remotely crazy to Boots. I don't think he'll keep Boots off him. I don't think he'll deter Boots from going to get him. None of that. I think it'll be a bad fight. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Ain't he a bigger dude? No, that's not a good fight, man. And the fact that he even look what he's saying. Undisputed versus undisputed. Devin wins undisputed at 147. Boots wins undisputed at 54, and they do a mega fight. Get that WWE shit out of here. It can't happen. They're not going to put a 147 undisputed against a 54-pound undisputed. And that's how you know it's more bullshit, fam. And this is why I can't respect it. Y'all not even thinking about what he's saying. He's saying Boots get undisputed at 54. Devin gets undisputed at 147. And then they fight for a mega fight for his third time being undisputed. So your first fight at 54 is going to be Boots. Your first fight, you're going to move straight from 47 after becoming undisputed at 47. And your first fight is going to be Jerron Ennis. And y'all really believe that? Man, yo, if y'all believe that, can y'all please come by this pink unicorn? I've been trying to sell this shit for like a year and a half, maybe 2. Nobody won't buy this unicorn, but y'all buying everything Bill's selling. Y'all really think the first fight for him at 1? See, and y'all not even realistic about how y'all go about it. So you telling me he took his time getting to 47. Took his time. And he fought Norman. Respect. But then he's going to just jump up after fighting some more fights at 47 and just fight Boots out the gate. And y'all believe that that's real? Man, blessings to y'all. Shout out to the Queen, Lisa. How you feeling today? Peace to the Queen. Always good to see you. Marcus, my dog, he said they expect Shakur to do something that Devin couldn't even do. And that's go straight from 140. After one fight to 47, Devin made a pit stop at 44 after fighting twice at 40. Remember? Ryan and Regis. Ryan Regis then made the pit stop with Ramirez. They full of shit, man. They logic is flawed, man. They logic is flawed. They don't really believe in their favorite fighter. They set the bar is set considerably lower for their favorite fighter. And we see that right now. We see it just by the way they talking. Boots and this. Yeah, right. Y'all better stay far away from and one mixtape Boots. I don't call him and one mixtape for nothing. I got 5 on it. This thing. So why not expect Dev to do something Dev can't do? Nah, cause you don't expect him to. You don't expect him to. Look, they full time. All y'all do is push narratives, bro. Like, come on, man. Shakur admits he only want to weight drain Haney. Why y'all keep speaking for Haney? Y'all Haney hoses down bad. If he suggested 144, y'all all gotta shut up. Cause don't tell me he will be drained. Why is he suggesting it? Cause he know damn well he won't be drained. He just did it a fight ago. Damn, bro, like 3 pounds is draining itself. How big is the man? How big is he really? Because that'll be 2 pounds less than what he weighed in at for Norman. So it ain't even 3 pounds, it's 2. He weighed in at 146. Y'all ain't have a problem. So 2 less pounds is draining yourself. Y'all sound like y'all full of excuses, man. Tell that fucking cruiserweight to go to 168 or something. Tell that cruiserweight to go to 168 then. I'm tired of y'all with these weight games. Y'all the only ones ignoring this shit. Name me another fighter in boxing that was outweighing natural career welterweights while they was campaigning at 140. Name me the guys. Name me the guys. Name me the lightweights that was natural lightweights fighting at 135, but weighing more than the 40 pounders and just as much as the 47 pounders that you never fought in that division. What are y'all talking about? All this weight drain shit. The only reason why weight drain is even a conversation is because we're talking about 2 fighters that started 2 weight classes apart from each other, fam. And y'all acting like that shit don't exist. 2 weight classes apart. They started from each other. And you wouldn't have to talk about being weight drained if you just fight people your own size. Fight people your size and in your weight class. That's all you got to do. Go fight Liam Paro. We don't give a damn. We wanted to see Keyshawn. He didn't give us that. Shout out to Team Haney. But move on. Go fight Liam Paro. Go fight Ryan Garcia. Go fight T.O. or Rolly or one of them. Go fight one of them dudes. We don't care. Go fight them. Fight the rest of them dudes. But tell me when I'm wrong. Tell me what I'm saying. Nah, hell nah. My shirt on. Tell me when I'm wrong. Can you refute what I'm saying? Is it not logical what I'm saying to you? Did they not start 2 weight classes apart? 26 and the guy started 35. Did they not? Before the last fight with Tia, was they not 2 weight classes officially apart from each other? And people keep talking about weight drain. So let me get this straight. Y'all cool with claiming weight drain for sacrificing 2 pounds because he weighed in at 46. He'd be coming in at 44. Right. Check this. But you're cool with O'Shaquie Foster doing what exactly? Jumping up weird to fight Shakur or what? 140? Y'all cool with that. And it's just perfectly fine. Get out of here, man. Y'all got to be kidding me, fam. Y'all got to be kidding me. The only time you hear weight drain coming up is when it's a fighter fighting where he's not supposed to be. Everybody in the chat, we got over 70 people in the building for now. Everybody hit the like button. Am I wrong? Cut was good with it. The only time you hear people bring up the words weight drain is when somebody's fighting either a guy that they shouldn't be fighting that's smaller, or they fighting in a weight class where they shouldn't be fighting at. Right or wrong? If he's going to be drained, then you need to leave Shakur's name out of your mouth. You need to focus on the welterweights. Like word on the street is that's what you're going to do anyway. Fighting a weight drain, bro. You ain't making no 144. He ain't doing it. His fans have been arguing against 44 for months. And just because of one tweet, y'all think he's willing to do it? Well, do it. What's stopping the fight from happening? That dude ain't never wanted to fight him, man. And it's about to transition into the next topic. I got to speak on this too, man. Got to speak on this. BVO was good, homie. Got to speak on this, man. Y'all all hit the like button. No hate watching over. Aunt McQueen, shout out to the professor, man. What's good, homie? So it was reported that Devin wanted the Ramirez fight at 54. Then they settled at 44. Crazy, ain't it? Shout out to Aunt McQueen. Shout out to the Queen. Lisa C. Wood, what up, homie? Everybody hit that like button. We going to keep building. I'm mad at his character. And from Homeland, always talking about integrity. You mad at his character. What's his character, fam? What's his character? Because I'm hearing all types of stories. His character is, you heard that story AB told? Huh? AB was down on his ass, down on his last. Told Shakur he needed 1,000. And Shakur was like, hey, man, what's your shit? And sent it to him just like that. I think that's what his character is. Did you hear the story about Richardson Hitchens? said his mom and his little brother was sleeping outside their apartment. They got evicted, and Shakur put him in position, put him in the Powerade commercial, got him some money. He was able to help his family out. You talking about that character? You talking about that character? Or you talking about the character, the same guy that got a younger cousin and Zaquin Moses helped him get his career started and signed up and got his career flourishing and doing? You talking about that guy, his character? Can't be talking about. Talking about the guy that got a fighter in Manny Chance, got his career signed, got his career started, signed. You talking about that fighter, his character? So let me guess. Let me guess, Jeffrey. When we talking about character, you're going to ignore all the real shit and you're going to focus on some little bullshit that's said in some interviews that you didn't agree with. So tell me again, you know what character really is. Tell me what it is. Tell me you really know what character is about, because you ignored several things that depict exactly what kind of character he got. So again, the only people questioning his character are people that favorite fans are favorite fighters are contemporaries of his. That's it. The only people questioning. The only people. Some people on YouTube, some fans that don't know shit. That's what his character is, fam. His character is looking out for his people, taking care of shit, holding shit down, standing on business, and being one of the best fighters in boxing while y'all sit up there every week, every day and hate watch the man. That's what his character is, fam. His character is being the oldest out of 8, 9 siblings and holding it down for his entire family. That's what his character is. If we really talking about character, because I'm a grown man, I'll tell you a thing or two about character. I ain't no kid. I ain't talking about no bullshit interviews or some boxing shit where I know it's a lot of moving pieces and more than 80% of the shit that a lot of these dudes say don't come to fruition because they be speaking as individuals. When that business get done, it get done as a team. And that's the difference. I understand that. So I don't hold them to every single thing they say, because I'm pretty sure in your lifetime, in your lifespan, everything you ever said you was going to do, you didn't do. So why should we hold these fighters to an unrealistic expectation and say, everything you say, you better do it because, yeah, that's the way I live my life. Everything I've ever said I was going to do, I'm going to do it. And if I'm right, that's not the reality. That's like saying you live a perfect life. And that's not the reality. I don't expect these fighters to be perfect. But what I expect, my standard is every single time you in the ring, you stand on business. I don't care about all the shit I can't control. Worry about the shit you can control. When you in that ring, who's the better fighter on the night consistently, time and time again? And the guy that you talking about questioning his character just sold out MSG. So he was a soft guy that couldn't sell. He only could sell in Newark. You get what I'm saying? Newark, New Jersey, only could sell at the Prudential. Then you put them in the big room and they do numbers. Then the highest attendance there. So I think those things say a lot about his character over some shit you talking about in the interview, fam. Y'all have dumbed boxing down so much and y'all become overly critical of guys that y'all have permanent assessments of these guys' character and you know shit about them. Off the very interview, y'all be assessing guys off a little ass interview. Don't tell me shit about no character, fam. Somebody sleeping, don't know where their next meal gonna come, mother and little brother, and not help you out. That's what my fucking character is. Adrian Broner tell me he ain't got shit on him and he need $1,000 and I send it to him immediately. That's what his character is. Me making sure my family is in position. That's what character is, fam. Taking care of family. That's what his character is, man. Not some weak ass shit that these whack ass content creators have made it popular to tear this man down because they can't find a fighter to actually fucking beat him. That's what it is. They've been doing this shit since he started at 35. Dipped his toe in at 35. They've been hating ever since. Notice he the only fighter who character come up in question. You got some of these dudes doing a lot of sucker shit. Let's not talk about character when it only suits your narrative. Nah. If you already knew it, then you should have led with that than talking about somebody's character. Shut up. You can't be from Jersey talking about that. Shut up. Because you ignored all the things that make a man, and you diminished them and reduced them to some shit that he probably said that didn't happen that you don't like. Man, shut up. That ain't character. That's life, bro. That's life. Let me school you to some shit. That ain't no character. That's life. We say shit all the time in life and it don't come to fruition. And a lot of times this shit be out of our control. All the moving parts in boxing, you think everything he say when it don't happen is up to him and it's all his fault. So if we doing that, let's hold every fighter to that same standard. Not just him. Character, man. You got me hot with that. Talking some character, man. You can't be from the hometown talking that shit, man. Nobody, you ignore what really make a man and reduce him to some shit that's like some like girly gossip shit. Yeah, because I guarantee you, if I tell him to give us an example of how his integrity is in question, he gonna say some he said, she said, or he said this in an interview. Man, shut up, man. You judging people off what they say or what they do? Which one? Let me know. We judging people off what they say or what they do, man. I'm always standing tall for Jersey. We ain't going for that weird ass slander over here. These dudes all doing their thing. I don't think none of their characters and integrity is in question like that. I really don't. It ain't that deep. It's just sports, man. We be going too hard, man. Hey, yeah, man, he said this and he ain't do it. Man, miss me with that. Let's keep building, man. Haney willing to pay Paro, so Key can't fight. He's stupid. Should have on Broner, but that's big bro. He took care of him. You get what I'm saying? Meanwhile, somebody that's claimed to be brothers with him got online and publicly outed him and shitted on him. So since we talking about character, did that go over your head? So again, if you're gonna have a conversation about that, you got to talk some real shit to me. Let's keep building, man. So Haney and Paro might be next. It's not a bad fight, like I said. But like I want everybody to understand something. You're not about to see no long, drawn-out negotiation period. You're not about to see a mixtape tour. You're going to see a 1, 2, 3. If they make this fight, it's going to be easy, and they're going to blame it because of the unification. They're going to tell you Liam Paro was more brave. He was braver than Shakur Keyshawn. He was really willing to take the fight. These other ones wasn't. When we all know full well that he's never really negotiated with this man about making no fight, because he's been resistant to the whole 144 thing. So it's funny how y'all don't know who y'all listening to. Are you listening to Devin Haney say he can make 144? Or are you listening to Bill say it's 147 or nothing? Which one is it? Who are we listening to, the fighter or the manager? The fighter or the manager? The fighter said yes to 44. That's what y'all said. Now his manager has been hesitating and putting up resistance to that weight for so long. And y'all telling me you surprised that the fight didn't happen? All this managing and mixtape touring that Bill is doing, you don't think they had a conversation that he don't think he should go to 144 for Shakur Stevenson? It don't have shit to do with being scared. You an established 47-pounder, right? So that's where you need to be at. Stop trying to drag that man's name. And matter of fact, let me get into this, man. Let me pull this up because I had to talk about this for a second. Y'all seen this tweet? I don't know, what was this, Friday? I don't know what day it was. Whatever day it was, I don't even care. Earlier this week, was it a couple days ago? Was this tweet? And you seen Shakur say he too real for this fake ish, and he allowed these dudes who played bitch games with him for years to amp him up, get him hyped for a fight that's not even going to happen. This is his last time letting dudes clout chase his name, when at heart, I just wanted to fight on the terms that was agreed on. Facts. What are y'all talking about? He just wanted to fight on the terms that you agreed on. Then you say yes to 44, right? No rehydration clause. Y'all never negotiated that shit. Y'all just played. Y'all played on the internet. You ran the play. The Keyshawn shit fell out. And then you beeline to Liam Paro because you know Shakur's sitting right there with the money behind him. And Bill Haney, you know fucking well he with the right people because you said it. You said those are the people that got the money. I rest my case here, but we're going to keep talking about this. Y'all clout chased his name. You waited to one of the biggest win of his career with the most numbers he ever had in his career. Then you decided to remember that, oh shit, this is the biggest fight in boxing. Miss me with that weak ass shit, man. That weak ass play that Devin ran, man. Weak ass play Devin and Bill ran. I don't respect it, and this is the reason why. It's not really so much aimed all at Devin, but I just wish he'd speak for himself, because he had all of y'all moist in y'all under rules when he said 144, we got to fight. Y'all thought he was agreeing to it, but then Bill comes out and say 147, make yourself the WBO Mando, and then y'all jump on that. So who are we listening to? The fighter or the damn manager that know he don't want his son to come in 2 pounds less than what he weighed in at his last fight? 2 pounds. They crying about 2 pounds. No rehydration. They crying about 2 pounds, knowing damn well Devin Haney beat 3 weight classes of where he weighed in at when he get in the ring. 2-3 weight classes. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. And you can keep that musty ass belt. Just go in there and fight him at 44. You can keep that musty ass belt. Core been telling y'all he don't need that belt. 44, no claws. They didn't want it. I'm glad he put it into the circus, fam. He put it into the circus. Bill is the ring leader, and the rest of y'all keep the circus in business. The Haney hoes, the propaganda channels. Fuck out of here, man. If Shakur wants Devin Haney drained, that tells you they're not the same size, you dumbass boxing fans. No Haney hoes. Dumbass Haney hoes, bro. if him and Shakur fighting at 144 means he drained, that means they are not the same size. And don't ever say it again. Ever. Dummy. He wasn't drained from Ramirez, but he'd be drained for Shakur. Y'all never wanted to see the fight. That shit makes y'all uneasy. Y'all was up there sad as hell when he said 144 on Twitter. Y'all was sad as hell. I seen some of them live streams. Y'all was sad as hell, man. I ain't giving them credit for it, man. I ain't giving them. They do 44, man. I ain't giving Shakur no credit. 2 fucking pounds. You gave Devin credit for beating Jose Ramirez, right? You gave him credit for that. But now fighting Shakur the same way you just fought 2 fights ago, there's no way I could give Shakur credit for that. Shut up, man. But you'll let me guess, you'll give a guy credit for fighting a dude that's in his 3rd weight class in as many fights. You'll give Devin Haney credit for fighting Shakur Stevenson at 147, who would be competing in his 3rd weight class in as many fights. I really can't stand y'all logic. It's fucked. Y'all logic is screwed. Y'all got the worst logic in this whole entire space, bro. His last 3 fights got to be at all 3 different weight classes. Zepeda, Tio, and then Devin at 47. That's the only way. But y'all give Devin credit for that, but not Shakur credit for Devin sacrificing 2 pounds to meet in the middle to fight a guy who's clearly smaller than him. Y'all terrible, man. Y'all ridiculous, fam. Y'all down bad, bro. I ain't got no slander. Devin Haney, let me say this, talk. Even though I don't care about them Haney hoes, Omega Red, what's good, family? I don't care about y'all Haney hoes. I'm on y'all ass for the rest of the year. All y'all do, y'all bad for boxing. Devin Haney is one of the best boxers in all of the sport. One of the best, one of the most accomplished. I think he got a lot of heart. I think what him and Bill doing is really for the overall, the big picture, I think is great for boxing. But I think it's a lot of smoke and mirrors that come with the shit that they push, respectfully, particularly when it comes to the fights that are the most risky. You get me? You see it every time. It's always Shakur got to do what they say do, or it's no fight. At 35, he was supposed to take 25% of nothing for a guy that was done fighting at the weight class, right? And they was crying about Devin being drained there. Now Devin officially, before the last fight, would be 2 weight classes away. And Shakur say, meet me in the middle. And they crying about being drained again. And it's, 47 or no fight. You don't want to fight him. Y'all are 2 of the most established fighters in the sport. You don't have the leverage to force him to do anything. The best course of action would have been for y'all to meet in the middle, because that's both of y'all giving shit up. The fact that y'all was unwilling to do it for real, but do it on Twitter, told me everything I need to know. You don't want to fight him at that weight class. You don't. You don't. And if 44 was hard 6 months ago, if it was impossible 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I'm pretty sure 44 is even more impossible 10 months later. Come on, man. Y'all down bad. That's the problem is y'all got to stop speaking for the fighter. Y'all Haney hoes, y'all pushing all this propaganda, and can't none of y'all get this dude on y'all channel to talk no boxing? Y'all getting Bill to do all the speaking for the fighter, but he goes out there and contradicts everything all of y'all been pushing for months when he allegedly agreed to 44 on Twitter. That had all of y'all panties moist. Y'all was all running around. See, he said 44, y'all. He said 44. And Cora is still saying 44 right now. And guess what y'all saying? 47. Man, leave that man alone, man. I'm glad he put it into the circus. The Haney hoes gonna keep the propaganda circus going for as long as they can. Like I said, when y'all done clout chasing Shakur Stevenson name, you still gotta fight somebody. You get me? You still gotta fight somebody. Lynn Paro ain't the name Shakur is. I don't give a damn about his belt. Shakur and Devin Haney's a big fight with or without a belt, and y'all know that. And y'all know the most logical way to getting them 2 in the ring was what Shakur been suggesting from the get-go. 144. You never wanted to do it. You don't want to fight him, and you never will fight him. This fight ain't never going to happen because Devin Haney, like Wally Moses say, a.k.a. Pop, as they call him, right? He said he was going to always stay 2 weight classes away. And now here y'all go with this propaganda shit when you 2 weight classes away, trying to dupe people into believing that the smaller guy is scared to fight the guy that could be fighting a whole weight class up, according to his dad. I'm sick of y'all, man. I'm glad Shakur closed the door on this fucking fantasy fight. This is a fantasy fight. It's a sad day, bro. Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson is a fantasy fight. Shit ain't no real fight. Shit ain't got no real chance at happening. Ain't got no real chance at happening because they're not serious about fighting him. They want to play in the media, drag his name, and tell y'all the whole entire time they negotiating while he's ducking. Do that even make sense? How you negotiating a fight with somebody that's ducking you the whole time? Make it make sense, yo. It's either he ducking you or you negotiating. You can't be doing both. You can't be doing both. Full of shit, man. I'm sick of the Haney hoes. Y'all bad for boxing. Devin Haney deserve a better fan base. I promise you he do. I promise you he do. He deserve a way better fan base. Y'all sad, bro. Y'all sad. Y'all, he deserve better, bro. He deserve better, fam. Yeah, you already know, Bop and Weave. Judah, my dog, what's good with it, bro? Put an end to the circus, man, and put an end to all this clout chasing. Y'all don't want to fight this, man. You want to fight him on Twitter. You want to fight him on Twitter where you could get your 15 Haney Ho propaganda channels to team up on him and all push narratives at the same time. Y'all dudes down so bad. Y'all was really up here spreading the video talking about he called in to one of y'all shows with a voice changer, fam. With a voice changer. Y'all really sick. Y'all took this shit beyond boxing. Y'all really think he called in somebody's show with his voice changed? You think y'all dudes are that important? Man, yo. Talk about smelling your own shit, bro. Blue, what's good with it? Big B-Lo, what up? Man, he called in with a voice changer, man. Yeah, that's him. That was him, yo. That was him. Oh my God, did you hear it? Man, y'all some fools, man. Y'all been took this shit beyond boxing. And through all of that shit that y'all do, I still rock with Haney because he don't got no control over Bill Minions and Bill Haney hoes. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to re-nickname y'all from Haney hoes to Bill Haney hoes. I got to call y'all Bill Haney hoes because y'all all be on the stroll for Bill, lying for him, pushing bullshit. Y'all can make 144. He said, hell no, that wasn't core. Hell no, it wasn't. Yeah, they be smelling their own shit and telling them, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's roses. It ain't shit, it's roses. That's how they think, bro. They have shit in their hand and tell you it's rose. This is roses. This is not shit, it's roses. Nah, that y'all bullshit, man. Y'all bad for the sport, man. Bad for the sport. I'm tired of his fans crying about him being drained. And this is where I'm gonna cook y'all. Y'all keep complaining that people want to fight him drained, but y'all had no problem with him outweighing people 20 to 25 pounds after the weigh-in. You had no problem with that. You had no problem with him fighting at 140, but weighing more than career welterweights after they rehydrate. Y'all had no problem with him having these significant weight advantages and making a career off of fighting, what did they say? The smaller guy. Y'all had no problems with that. Y'all had no problems with that. But soon as one of those smaller guys is just as accomplished as he is, depending on how you looking at it, is in position and has the leverage to say, hey, if this fight gonna happen, meet me in the middle. Now all of a sudden it's the little guy trying to fight you while you drain. When you made a career, look at that fucking list up there. You made a career off of beating guys that was significantly smaller than you. You tell me I'm lying. Tell me. Cambosis, little guy. You said it to him. Loma, little guy. Gamboa, little and old. Jojo Diaz, little as hell. You give these little ass guys, little ass fighters. You made a career off of fighting these little ass dudes. Now, when one of the little dudes finally say, you know what, you ain't about to bully me to your weight class, meet me in the middle and I'll beat your ass with no rehydration clause. Y'all up here crying about him being drained. Well, tell him to fight in his weight class because that's the only time that word comes up. Drained is for people who are not fighting in the weight class where they should be fighting at. And y'all had no problems with him fighting drained against Cambosis both times. You had no problem with him fighting drained against Lomachenko. You had no problem with him moving up to 140 and it being difficult for him to make the weight up there. Y'all had no problem with this. Fighting little ass Regis and telling Regis you too small. Y'all had no problem with none of this. Y'all had no problem with none of this shit. The man, literally, his biggest wins is him telling people face to face that you too little, you too small. Get out of here, man. Crybaby asses, man. That's why we don't get to fight. Y'all some crybabies, man. Y'all crybabies. 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 Don't nobody want to fight him drained. People been telling him to fight in his weight class. How long people was telling him to move up from 135? He stuck around. Nobody said he had to stick around and fight Loma. He wanted to do it. He wanted to do it. People been telling them to move up. How many people do you know move up to a new weight class and it's still hard for them to make it? Come on, fam. Y'all crazy. Y'all the same people that said the 3 pounds wasn't shit when y'all knew Ryan Garcia paid him the money for the 3 pounds. And right after the fight, y'all was crying about the 3 pounds. But this dude gains 15 to 25 pounds after his weigh-in, and y'all don't have a problem with that. Can't make this shit up, man. Y'all don't respect it, fam. Y'all bad for boxing. I don't want to convince you, Pablo. I ain't trying to. I don't even think I'm talking to you, man. I ain't even know you was still here, fam. You still typing? ETB, what's good with it, bro? You can't refute nothing I'm saying. And the link is in my community section if you want to come up here. You ain't got to type. I don't got to convince you. You can't refute shit that I'm saying. Everything I'm saying is fucking facts. And that's what you don't like about it. So you will say something dumb like that. You can't convince me. Nah, you ain't about to knock me off of what I'm talking about. So he didn't build his career off of beating these people in his picture that was all smaller than him. So what happened? What's the consensus? What was they saying when he finally fought somebody his size? Huh? We know why now. See, now y'all gonna make me talk my shit. And Devin Haney, I rock with you as a boxer. I rock with you, but your fans, this is why I draw the line. I know why y'all keep whining. I know why y'all keep whining. You don't want to fight nobody your size. You know what happened? You fought Ryan Garcia that was your size and comparable to your skill level in that fight, right? You see how that fight looked? You fought one guy your size, allegedly your size, and you went straight to the smaller divisions. You didn't build your career off of beating these small dudes. This is all it's been. And let me keep calling out small guys, and my fans gonna get up online and argue how the small guys should come up to my weight class when my dad is telling everybody I could be fighting at 54. But yeah, a guy that had one fight at 40 got to be at 47 right now because I said so. Because my fans said so. Because we the Haneys. The hell out of here, fam. Get out of here, fam. Get out of here. You asking your own questions. You having your own conversation. We ain't having that. Nah, I ain't shitting on them. Tell me when I'm speaking of facts. Don't do me like that, Jay. Don't do me like that. Tell me when I'm saying something that's not true. Did I say something that's not true? Is his biggest wins over people that he said straight to their face, you too little, you too small? Is the consensus that he built a career off beating the smaller guy? And people said it's going to be different when he fights somebody his size. And then that guy for them was Ryan Garcia. And then you see how the fight went. You get what I'm saying? B Norm, I gave him credit for the B Norm. He fought one guy his size after the Ryan fight and went straight back into the smaller divisions. Yeah, the dudes at 140 and 135 got to fight me. Tank, they literally was just negotiating a couple months ago, if that a month ago with Tank, according to Bill. Y'all proving my point. Tank Davis one fight at 140. He said he ain't going back. He said it was uncomfortable for him up there. But guess what that y'all did? That didn't stop y'all from telling the entire world that y'all was negotiating with him. That's all y'all want to do is fight guys where you got significant size advantages over. And if you don't have that significant size advantage, then you're going to try to convince the world that fighter is ducking you. And y'all just did this shit to Shakur Stevenson. I don't respect it, fam. You know that's one of the best fighters in boxing. Y'all know that shit. But y'all get up every day trying to diminish him. He's scared this. He's scared that. Man, he been beating Devin up for years, fam. Y'all better start telling the truth or I do. Y'all better start telling the truth or I do. Linares wasn't bigger than Devin. Linares wasn't bigger than Devin. Linares is another small guy. He's not even a natural lightweight, Pablo. You got to learn boxing. When did you start watching this shit, fam? You just start watching boxing? Linares' best wins is at the smaller weight classes, the lighter weights. That's some of his best wins, not at 35. Hell, you talking about he was bigger. He started at a smaller weight class. How he bigger? Same way Shakur did. If I'm not mistaken, I think Linares started at 26 too. Don't tell me somebody that started at 126 is bigger than a guy that started at 35 and could be fighting at 54 right now. You ever think you're going to see Linares at 147 pounds? Y'all just say anything. He's had the size advantage over most of the guys he's been in the ring with. But I will also say this. He's had the skill advantage over these dudes too. He's not just winning fights purely off him being bigger. He's better. But don't act like it ain't been an advantage for him that he's grown privy to enjoying. Get what I'm saying? Ain't nobody cutting that much weight and killing themselves to make weight in a weight class, knowing they drain if it ain't for advantage, right? Why wouldn't you go up? Come on, man. You know why dudes fight at the smaller weights. The same reason y'all say everybody else fight at the smaller weight, knowing they should move up. Richardson Hitchens had to pull out a one fight because he threw up, right? And y'all trashed him for it. One fight. But you watched your favorite fighter fight 3 fights in a row, drain, and then bluff a fight with one of the best boxers in the sport at 35, knowing he was drained. He wasn't about to fight 4 times in a row, drained. That's what y'all telling me. All y'all, he was going to fight him at 35. No, he wasn't. Come on, fam. Only reason we having these drained conversations because you keep trying to fight guys that are naturally smaller than you. Now, tell me where I'm lying at. Tell me what I said that's shitting on Devin. Tell me where I'm not speaking the truth, fam. The list is up here. These fighters is on. These are guys he fought. What guy up here on this list is bigger than him? Who? Who in this list up here is bigger than him? Who? And I gave him the Brian Norman fight. You fought Brian Norman, but look, I'm gonna call it what it is. I think you felt you had the experience advantage. You did. It worked out for you. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. You did what you needed to do, but you went right back picking in the smaller divisions and then having your fans get online and argue with people about guys wanting to fight you while you drain. Stay where you at. Shakur didn't call you out. Shakur didn't say, yeah, me and Devin is the biggest fight in boxing. You said it. He was minding his business. This is why he was like, yo, leave me alone. Like, y'all do what y'all doing. And y'all said when he said, leave me alone, that's him being scary. Once again, that's y'all being suckers and being disingenuous. You got a big ass welterweight that could be fighting at 54. You get me? Y'all talking about fights with Boots and Xander Zayas, but then Shakur all of a sudden want to fight you while you drink. Go fight where you supposed to be fighting at. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of these crying ass Haney hoes, Bill Haney hoes. Crying every day. He's so drained. He's so drained. He's so drained. Y'all shitted on Richardson Hitchens for pulling out that fight, fam. Y'all shitted on him for pulling out the Duarte fight. But then you watched your favorite fighter 3, 4, 5 fights in a row struggle to make weight. The man looked like an extra in the thriller video, fam. He looked like an extra in the Thriller video, the Michael Jackson Thriller video, and y'all enjoyed watching him kill himself because you knew on fight night he was going to have a significant size advantage. Y'all kill me with that. Nobody wants to fight him drained. People want him to fight where he should be fighting at. Simple. All people ever said was fight the welterweights. Don't get to 147 and start calling out smaller guys talking about, yeah, they scared of me. Now, Boots Ennis, right? Now imagine, right? Because him and Boots Ennis, they running around telling people, his Bill Haney hoes are telling people that Boots ducked, right? Boots ducked Devin Haney. Now imagine Boots Ennis, right? Doing an interview or going live or posting and getting on YouTube or Twitter or something and telling everybody that Devin Haney is scared to come up to 54 and fight him. What would y'all say? What would y'all say? What would you say? If Boots Ennis came out right now and said Devin Haney is scared to come to 54 and fight me right now, what would y'all say? What would you say? Because that's what Devin Haney does. You move to another weight class, you call out smaller guys and tell, oh, they scared of me. They scared to make a fight with me. Sound like a guy. And this is a dude that notoriously killed himself on the scale to make weight. And I respect it. But at the same token, you did that because you had an advantage over these guys. An advantage that I don't think you're going to have if you go anywhere near 154. Period, man. Period. Period. I see some of y'all comments. I don't see them all, but I hope some of y'all not talking to me. I really hope, because I'm gonna call some Ubers today. I'm snatching wrenches, Ubers, everything. I'm calling Ubers, snatching wrenches. Y'all talk. Some of y'all talking a little too crazy. And I'm keeping it boxing. I'm keeping it boxing with no slander. I ain't slandered a man. I'm just passionate. So don't think I'm mad. I'm not mad about nothing. Any of y'all got a problem with the conversation, slide. I don't care. I don't care. But y'all some Haney hoes. Y'all some Bill Haney hoes. Facts. Facts, I am, Ryan. Facts. Y'all in here, y'all be typing a little too crazy. Some of y'all be typing a little too crazy. Man, my link is there for all of y'all. My link is there for everybody. I'm speaking the real. You don't like it. You don't like it because you want me to tell you that this guy is really Debo. He's the boogeyman. He got more integrity than everybody. He's moving right. Get the fuck out of here, bro. If Boots would have got to 54 and started calling out welterweights, the whole fucking boxing world will be hating him right now. Let alone calling out 40-pounders. Imagine Boots at 54 right now calling people out 2 weight classes down. Y'all would hate him. Y'all would diss him. Y'all would trash him. Oh, this dude want easy fights. He want tune-ups. Imagine Boots going to 54 and still calling out Brian Norman. Imagine him calling out Devin. Remember they offered a fight. Now I'm at 54. Come up here and fight me. Your dad said you could be up here. Imagine what y'all say about Boots then. Come on, man. I'm keeping it real. Y'all don't like it? What y'all want me to tell y'all? Haney the only one that's moving right? Like y'all that live in Haney land? Get the hell out of here, fam. They all trying to do the best for themselves. You get what I'm saying? He just got the media on his side. He got the media and a lot of people that don't think for themselves. You got to think about it. Name me a fighter in boxing that got more propaganda channels than Devin Haney. And I'm calling them all out, not by name, because I don't do that. But y'all know who y'all are. Y'all a bunch of propaganda channels. Ain't shit I'm pushing propaganda. Y'all push conversations and dialogue that ruin fights, right? I try to push the dialogue that would get us to the fight. Y'all want to sit up here and talk about how scary Devin Haney is because he can't get smaller and smaller fighters to keep getting in the ring where he can have size advantages and try to bully people. Nah, that shit is over with, fam. Shit is over with. It's a new day, bro. That shit is over with. Either fight at your weight class or fight at 44. The choice is yours. But stop clout chasing that man like he's scared of you. Ain't shit scary about Devin Haney. Nothing scary about him. And I'll put my money against any of y'all. He's not a better boxer. That's why y'all spend all day tearing this man down. Put an end to the fucking circus, man. Shout out to everybody. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. I don't care. You don't like the conversation. Come up here and refute anything that I said. Tell me how I've shitted on Devin Haney, how I'm hating on him, or any of that. I'm calling out what it is. I gave him credit for being one of the best boxers in the game, one of the most accomplished in the game. I said he got heart. I made arguments for why he not chinny, why he not pillow-fisted, why he beat Loma. The shit goes on and on. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and ignore logic to make y'all feel good. Y'all said ain't nobody moving like Haney in boxing. You damn right, because I can't think of another guy that spent the last 2 weight classes being bigger than everybody he fought, then goes to another weight class in 47 and continues to call out all of the smaller guys still. Yeah, nobody I know is moving like that. Nobody I know. Did Boots get to 54 and start calling out welterweights and 40-pounders? I don't think so, fam. The only dude in boxing is the only welterweight. Can y'all think of another welterweight right now actively that's in more conversations with guys that are not in his weight class than guys that are? Give me another. Give me any one other boxer in boxing right now. Give me one. We made all this fuss about this bullshit ass Debo name, and I'm off that. He's not Debo. I really mean it. All this fuss about him being Debo, but he not fighting nobody his size. All this fuss about fighting smaller fighters, trying to get smaller fighters in the ring with him. You did more clout chasing and put up more energy to a Shakur Stevenson fight that wasn't happening than a Rolly Romero fight that would have happened if y'all was the businessmen that you claim to be. If y'all was the entity, let me say that because y'all do good business. If y'all was the entity as far as DHP that you claim to be, you would have been able to make a counter offer or something like that instead of walking away from the table, claiming to be the A side but can't send an offer. Fake shit. Got an opportunity to fight Shakur. Shakur goes to Zuffa where y'all Lord and Savior Bill Haney told y'all had the money, and it's still Shakur's fault. Y'all some fools for Bill Haney, fam, and I mean it. Y'all some fools for him. Shakur got every right to call the circus off. That's how Haney is right now, smiling because this shit worked again. They successfully clout chased Shakur's name. This time, they did it off his biggest win of his career and tried to guilt trip the man for not being in 5 weight classes in 26 fights, 3 weight classes in the last 3 fights, like Devin Haney just moved straight to 47 from 40. They fake, man. That shit is fake. I'm calling it out. I respect Devin Haney's grind, but this shit y'all doing right now when it pertains to Shakur is the fakest shit I've ever witnessed in boxing. That shit is fake. It's smoke and mirrors. Hey, y'all, they wanted Shakur to take a 25% of nothing at 135, a take it or leave it. They ain't never offered a take it or leave it offer. You fast forward to today, and it's more bullshit. Devin Haney says 44. Here come Bill speaking again for his son. 47. Make yourself the mandatory. Man, shut up with all that. Shut up. No fucking face of boxing is going to no purse bid. No face of boxing is walking away from unifications because you can't get the money you looking for. Mr. I'm the face of boxing. You the face of lying and manipulation. And I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. I'm going to give it its own thumbnail. Y'all been manipulating the boxing public for too long, fam. Get the fuck out of here. Your best win is Loma. And this is strictly me speaking facts. Your best win is Loma. Don't you agree? Who got beat by Teofimo, right? We all seen that. We all know who Teo just got his ass beat by. So at the end of the day, the level of competition that y'all fought is in or around the same level. It's not no gaps in levels between the competition that y'all been fighting. The only gap between y'all is the fucking skill gap. Y'all know it, and the weight gap. That's the biggest gaps between these two. That's it. That's all. Playing with this man name every day. I'm tired of seeing this shit every day. Grown ass men willing to go out on a limb for Devin Haney and lie. Y'all tricking the fucking game. Only ones claiming to be some kind of Debo while picking on the smaller fighters. And I'm just going to call it what it is. Calling out the smaller fighters. The man had a list of 10 fighters, and more than half was lightweights or 40 pounders, people not his size. You can't make this shit up. And y'all was cool poking y'all chest out. Go holler at the guy that y'all think he had number 4. Where he at? 54, where y'all supposed to be at right now? According to his dad, I'm tired of y'all. Ain't shit Debo about him. He a hell of a fighter. He got a lot of heart. He take risks. He take chances. But when it comes to the biggest risk ever, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors surrounding it. It's always like that when it's Tank. It's always like that. Think about it. They was willing to negotiate with Tank being inactive at 135. He's not a welterweight. What weight y'all gonna fight Tank at? Y'all still talking about a Tank fight. That's how bad. And y'all don't tell me it's because he want to be that great. Nah, man, it's bigger. Boots is right there for you to be great. He ain't inactive. He bigger than you. That's being Debo. Going up, not down. Not searching in 35 and 40 for a fucking opponent. The biggest fight in boxing is a guy that had one fight at 40. Make that shit make sense. I thought he only deserved 25%. Sad ass fans. I told y'all Shakur bet on himself a long time ago when he didn't take that bullshit offer, and all it took was one fight at 40, selling out MSG for it to be the biggest fight. Now who the fucking A side? Miss me with that shit. ETB was good with it, bro.
What's good with it, Just? Man. Hey, man. I ain't never seen nothing like this. Like, you know, you had Tank fans, like some of the Tank diehard fans, they were bad, but this shit, I ain't never seen nothing like this. I ain't never seen nothing like this. Like, they elevated him to the baddest man on the planet for doing bullshit online. My whole thing, right? And when the smoke cleared, yeah, Keyshawn did what he did. But we also got to see, the real ones got to see that they was doing a lot of bullshit clout chasing. That's all it was. What weight was he going to fight Tank at? Right? Because when the smoke cleared, Shakur was still like, shit, 144. What's poppin'? Keyshawn ain't blocking nothing no more. Ain't nothing in the way. What did they say? Absolutely not. Absolutely under no circumstances is we going below 147 pounds. So if that was the case, what weight was he going to fight Tank at? Right? Because when Tank came on the scene, it's like, remember when Tank came on the scene, they completely ignored Keyshawn Davis and Shakur. It was Tank. Now, everybody with common sense, but most of these dudes don't have a lick of common sense, right? Should know that Tank wasn't going all the way up to 147 pounds in fighting no Devin Haney or nobody. At that. He's been let that be known. So if he was going to fight Tank, it would have had to be at a catch weight. So if he's saying under no circumstance is he going below 147 pounds for no reason, I need them to answer how the fuck was he gonna fight Tank? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you know how they like to shit on Shakur for everything. Okay, it wasn't just Shakur. He claimed he was gonna fight Tank. He claimed he was gonna fight Tank.
Right.
If he fought Tank, it would have had to be below 147. You know, a catch weight somewhere. So this is the thing, man. They like to pick on Shakur because that's the thing to do right now. You see, even the channels that was rocking with him a little bit would keep it down the middle. Now they see that the fan base, right? That's all that shit is about. And these fans, one thing I noticed a long time ago, right? And I refused to do it. I had a conversation with one of my partners about this. He was like, man, just do it. This is a guy that got a YouTube channel with damn near 200,000 subscribers, right? Not to get out of the game. A lot of these dudes a lot of these channels, they already know this, right? And we had a conversation and he's telling me like, man, just do this because these people, they don't give a fuck. All they care about is you feed them the news that they want to hear. Just as long as you go with the popular news that they want to hear, you do that and you gonna blow. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Then they'll have to
I'm not
nerve
doing
to
that.
talk about who got integrity out here, bro.
Exactly, right?
So that you would do if you had none at all. These dudes is fucking fake.
So when you look at the landscape, right? Everybody is going with all of a sudden now. Devin Haney is that guy. When these same guys was bashing Devin Haney, now all of a sudden, you can't find nobody to say nothing bad about Devin Haney. And it's not even saying nothing bad about him, right? It's basically just telling the truth of the situation that's been going down. You don't hear nobody saying, look, man, like, well, what happened? Where was he gonna fight Tank at, right? If he's saying that under no circumstance that he going below 147. See, the thing is don't nobody want, none of these other channels want to come and keep it a buck because it's clear as day. They didn't want to fight Keyshawn Davis. Yeah, Keyshawn pulled out and made the situation look bad, but they didn't want that fight because they was trying to put everything in front of Keyshawn. They never came with a 144 Shakur Stevenson until Keyshawn, until they got notified that Keyshawn was going to be his mandatory, right? The Keyshawn, the Tank, all of that shit came about. I mean, the Shakur, the Tank, all of that shit came about when they got notified. After they got notified that, you know, hey, Keyshawn, you're going to have to fight Keyshawn to get stripped. Now, yeah, did Keyshawn do some bullshit? In my opinion, yes, he did. But that doesn't dismiss all of the other shit that they was doing in between. They don't dismiss that. Now they trying to pretend like none of that shit never happened. They trying to pretend like this man wasn't going around campaigning saying, oh, 144, we want to fight. Zuffa wants to fight. And then he tried to make it seem like that they had signed $100+ million deal with Zuffa. He didn't only, he said it. Sons like Jail was reporting it. Everybody was reporting that shit. Now they trying to act like that they would never report that shit. Everybody was reporting it, trying to make it look like that. Oh man, they want to fight 144, knowing they all knew that Shakur could not do anything unless Keyshawn Davis said, you know what? I'm going to step back and I'm going to let y'all have it. That's the only way that Shakur, Devin could have fought. Keyshawn was like, no. He was like, no. Keyshawn could have been like, hey, you know what? You know, I'll let y'all do y'all thing. Y'all give me some step aside money, right? And then that fight would have been able to happen, right? But Keyshawn was like, no, and they knew that. They knew that Keyshawn was standing on this shit. He would not get out the way. And they used that shit to their advantage and start acting like they were going to fight Shakur at 144, like they were begging for the fight. Start acting like they was going to fight Gervonta Davis, all in, and keep their belt at the same time. It don't work like that. That shit don't work like that. You know, and they don't want to come admit that shit. And then when you make a video giving them the timeline, these fucking idiots, oh man, you're horrible, you a bitch, you this and that. All I'm doing is giving y'all the timeline of what happened. Tell me where I lied at. Tell me where I lied at. Ain't nobody bashing Devin Haney. I'm just saying the obvious that if he wanted to fight Keyshawn, all of that other extra shit wouldn't have went on. Now y'all can say that Keyshawn was doing the same thing and Keyshawn really didn't want to fight. Okay.
Right.
I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Okay, it is what it is, you know? But if a man wants to fight, he's not going to be putting he's not going to be putting Shakur in Tank, and then when he's free, all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, what y'all talking about? Nah, it's 147 to nothing, because ain't nothing changed.
Right.
Nothing's changed.
I just
and I
want
want
to
to know.
them call his bluff, like they say they did, not do it on the internet. Like, that's all I want to say. It's not even me trying to blame him, but y'all lying about trying to make a fight in good faith with Shakur Stevenson. And I know this for a fact. You get me? You can't make no fight without his team. And that's why I've been asking all y'all. Y'all keep yelling 44 because he said it on Twitter. What move has he made behind closed doors to make that fight besides lie? Telling people Shakur signed for the fight but didn't sign the bout agreement. Bout agreement at what weight, though? When there was still some discrepancy about what weight they was going to fight at. All they do is lie and try to manipulate the public into believing that everybody is scared of them. So when they fight a lesser guy, it's justified. I'm sick of that shit.
And just tell me,
win is Loma. The rest of these people you beat, you were supposed to. Just like Shakur, right?
And I also tell me, you might know, cause I don't know. You know what I'm saying? How was they in serious negotiations, right? With Zuffa, because that's who he said that wanted to fight. They was in serious negotiations with Zuffa, right? After Devin signed that mysterious $100 and some million deal, right? And they was in serious negotiations with Zuffa and Shakur, but they signed to DAZN. And they signed a contract with Zuffa with Shakur's name on it. How the fuck does that happen? That you're not signed with this, but that you're not signed with this promoter. Yeah, you're not signed with this promoter, right?
Right.
Because we found out that you supposedly now you signed a big, huge deal with DAZN. So the whole time you was negotiating, right? With the promoter that you wasn't signed with, and you signed it, and they gave you a contract with somebody else's name on there, with a whole other promotional company that you not signed with. Like, make that shit make sense to me.
It just
but
don't.
Y'all let this shit, but see, they don't say nothing about that. Ain't none of these big channels gonna come report that.
By the way, I see y'all in the chat typing. We ain't diss Haney one time. Nothing I said is a diss. I've been speaking the real. Y'all don't like it because y'all used to being rocked to sleep with the lies. I can't lie for y'all. I'm one of the few people to tell you how good Devin Haney is before I get into the bullshit. And I do it every time. I tell you what I think about him. But what I don't like is when it's time to fight this particular one fighter right here. It's like all of a sudden he get trashed, he get dragged. Dude live right now talking about proof Shakur Stevenson admits that he wants to fight Devin Haney drained. Why is Devin Haney keep trying to fight guys that's smaller than him? If you fighting a guy and you're going to be drained, that's
crazy, man.
That's telling you something, right? That's telling you trying to fight a smaller fighter. Won't you go fucking fight Boots and be Debo for real? Be Debo for real and fight Boots. I'm telling you,
hey, just I'm
with this slander.
Hey, just I'm at the job. I'm gonna jump back in the comments. I'm watching them. I bet.
Appreciate you. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. I appreciate the love, man. He said Devin Haney is like Ike Turner of boxing. I appreciate you, Big Dog. Shout out to you. Shout out to my guy Juan for the gift too, man. I appreciate you.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
They of course they say that shit. Yeah, I see them pushing that shit too about the NUA stuff. That's straight garbage. That shit is garbage. That NUA conversation. They just be forcing it. We know who he asked to fight, Marcus. We know who he asked to fight. And he said it at 44. And he tagged them. He said, y'all know who I'm with. Now, nobody said nothing real. All it did was do more trolling. More trolling, but we all know who ain't in a rush. Shout out to Aunt McQueen. You did say it's like either side wasn't in a rush. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But notice, I just want to be clear. My energy is because they're trying to make a guy out to be scary or less than. Somehow he's less than, but somehow you keep trying to convince people that that's the fight you want with a guy that's scared of you and so less than you. So why waste your time? Why don't you just go fight somebody bigger or fight somebody your size? You get what I'm saying? Man, I don't give a damn. I'm going to keep calling y'all Haney hoes because y'all bad for boxing. And I don't care what y'all call me. Just know what you get. I'm going to say this. It's all fair game over here. Just know you getting what you getting yourself into if you say something too crazy. Yeah. And I've proven why y'all Haney hoes. I've proven it. I really could go on I could go on a teachable moment for the rest of this live showing y'all all the slander that they put out against that man. When you see me do that, then you could talk. Y'all gonna continue to be Haney hoes because y'all spread propaganda, misinformation, false narratives. Like you try to diminish all your opponents. Everybody's scared of you. Nobody's good. Nobody wants to fight you. You bigger than everybody, but all the smaller guys are scared to come up to your weight class and fight you. Just like you ducking 154. If Shakur Stevenson is ducking you, then you ducking the whole entire 154-pound division. I'm cool with it. Yeah, if Shakur Stevenson is ducking you, Devin Haney and the Haney hoes, the Bill Haney hoes, he's ducking the whole 154-pound division. And some of the welterweight division. Because don't act like we ain't just watched the Rolly fight fall out. Don't act like we ain't just see him say Ryan wasn't rolling in Nevada and he wasn't either. Now Ryan saying he won't even fight him no more. Come on, man. So all that undisputed shit that Bill talking about, you might not even be able to do that if you can't get these guys in the ring. Because y'all do bad business. Slander. All slander. People don't be wanting to. Y'all do good business, but y'all attack fighters in the media. That makes the shit just bad look all around. Bad look all around. Glad he put it into this shit. This is a fight that we don't never need to talk about. And I don't know why y'all keep typing that. It's like y'all mental or something. Why the fuck do y'all keep bringing Conor Ben up? Didn't Devin Haney dad say he could fight at 154 right now? So why ain't he fighting Boots and scratching that name off his list since we all know Boots will fight him, right? Or my bad, y'all, is Boots now a duck when it comes to Devin Haney too? Fuck out of here, man. Y'all terrible. Y'all bad for boxing, man. Y'all keep bringing up Conor Ben. He's not in this conversation. I thought we was talking about the best of the best. Where do he fit in? Ain't he fighting Ryan Garcia? Why are we talking about Conor Ben? Why we keep talking about what Shakur said? Won't you talk about what Devin Haney said? Didn't Devin Haney say 44? So what happened? Why is the fight not happening at 44? So all of y'all that's typing what Conor Ben said. My question to you, I think Big B-Lo, Damon, it's a couple more of y'all. Hey, man. Thought we was talking about the best of the best. Why the hell was we talking about Conor Ben? You get me? Y'all don't remember Devin Haney saying, yeah, the 144 on Twitter? Y'all forgot? That's the last thing he said. Why didn't it happen? Did somebody send somebody an offer? Or did Shakur sign to the people that they said want to fight? Y'all joke, man. Y'all overplayed y'all hand and y'all played yourself worse than y'all did at 135. Yeah, and they keep talking about 54 like he was ever a true 54-pounder. That dude went up there chasing money and fights that he knew he could win. Conor Ben. What we keep talking about Conor Ben for? We don't care about what he said. That's Conor Ben. He made it clear why he said what he said about Conor Ben. Matter of fact, where's the clip at? I think I got the clip. Because, hold on. I got to play this Showbiz clip because this is the popular clip that everybody keeps sharing. Y'all remember this from the other day? Conor Ben won't even fight Shakur. Facts. Everybody had to like.
Everybody gets on you saying that you ran from De Los Santos. El Rayo knocks his ass out. You fight El Rayo. No! Oshaki, 135, gang. If y'all give me credit. Just fought Tio at 140. Fight Moritaya at 140. I prefer 135. I fight Conor Ben at 147. The champ Debo Death at 147. No, I fight him at 144. Will you fight El Rayo because you left the zone, went to Zuffa? No. How about Keyshawn? He's my brother. Well, damn. Shakur, I love you like a play cousin. Me and you have gone back and forth forever. Honestly, you my dog. I got a lot of friends out here. I consider you a friend, brother. But as a friend, I got to tell you why people are looking at you this way. When you say you're the most hated, can you allow me to just communicate and express from the war room why you're getting this response?
Having to explain to man why people hate him is diabolical.
In my opinion, is at whatever weight class his op isn't best at.
That was cute. It's cute.
Oshaki is a 130 pounder. Said he'll move up to 135. I'll fight him at 135. Murataya is too big for 135 now.
At 130?
Trying to move up to 140. He said, I prefer 135. Conor Ben shrinking down to 147. He was just fighting at 160. He wouldn't be as best at 147. I'll fight Conor at 147. Devin Haney has filled out at 147. Now that he's filled out at 147, I'll fight him at 144. Shakur knows he's extremely skillful. Shakur knows he's at the perfect size where you can kind of go up and down. So what weight class is Shakur in? In my opinion, whatever weight class is op isn't best at. That's how it comes off to me. All right.
Yeah, shout out. And look, shout out to Showbiz, man, because that's the clip that everybody keeps sharing, because that shit got a lot of I know anything negative against Shakur is cooking, Jay Grant. Anything negative is cooking. But I'm gonna call bullshit on it because while leaving all the context out of it, yeah, you could try to make that argument. So you saying he want to fight guys basically where they not best at. So where is Shock Foster proven to be best at, y'all? Let's talk about it. Where has Oshaki Foster proven to be best at? 35, 40, or 130? 35, 40, or 130. Where is Oshaki Foster best at? Where is he proven as a boxer that he's best at? 130 pounds. So how the hell is he going to fight Oshaki Foster where he's best at? Because he ain't proven nothing at 35, beating Cool Boy that was overweight. Respectfully, who did he beat at 35? So if you can't fight him at 30. Shakur outgrew 30 years ago. We know this. So how is he going to fight Oshaki Foster where he's best at? Let's keep going. You said Conor Ben. Conor Ben. Where is Conor Ben the most proven at? 47, 54, or 60? Yeah, his biggest win came at 60 over a drained Chris Eubank. But where did he make his name at? 147 pounds. And where did Shakur say he'd fight him at? 147 pounds. Now, Devin, with context, of course, you had one fight at 147. You landed 70 punches. Every other weight class you participated in, you did better than that. I can't say you're the best at 147 pounds because you got there. You just got there. I don't know if you're the best at it. You didn't fight everybody. You didn't fight Ryan again, right? You didn't fight him. You didn't fight Rolly. Not saying you can't beat these guys, but you didn't fight them. So we don't know if you're the best. Yeah, you beat Brian Norman. Beating one person don't just make you the man at the weight class. Am I right? So again, he suggested fighting you where you just fought a couple fights ago. You had no problem fighting there. So again, he's the only guy that got to do what these dudes say. Like he don't got no leverage in his career, fam. He got to do what Shock say. He got to do what Conor Ben say. He got to do what Ryan say. He got to do what Devin say. Like, man, get out of here. Y'all want to, y'all, Devin opened his mouth. Am I right or wrong? Did Devin say he wanted to fight Shakur because it was the biggest fight? And they started promoting it after he said that? Y'all want to fight him, you meet him in the middle, make concessions. Same thing with Shock Foster. You can't be from 130 pounds barking at a dude that just fought at 140 talking about he ducking me. You're proven at 130. Shakur can't fight you there. Conor Ben, you're proven at 47 over those other divisions. He said he'll fight you there. Devin Haney, you fought once at 44 and once at 47. You just as proven at 44 as you are at 47. I'm not trying to hear that shit. Y'all don't want to fight him. So again, context matters. Let's see if he kept the same energy when they had a conversation.
Remember Conor Ben for Chris Eubank. After the fight, y'all was like, oh, Conor Ben was amazing. He looked so good. Man, nobody could beat Conor Ben. After that fight, that's what y'all was saying.
I was one of them. Yeah.
But then he fought with the rehydration clause. So I'm like, okay, since he did it to Eubank, I'm like, shit. Before Ryan last fight, Ryan used my name to sell his fight. One of the things that he said was, I will go to 144 and fight Shakur. Then after that shit, he said, I will fight you at 140. I'm like, okay, well, if you want to come down to 140, I'm down with it too. So what I got from Devin, he fought Jose Ramirez at 144 pounds. So I got the idea. I'm like, okay, since we never can really be in the same weight class, we can fight at 144, meet in the middle. That way, he don't have to suck all the way down to my weight class.
Context
all
matters.
the way up to his weight class, and we can make it fair. So y'all not really saying everything that it is. Y'all like making me just look like I'm just saying some crazy.
Now tell me, anybody with a logical brain, because Showbiz said all of that he said, but when he talked to him, he understood everything he was saying. It wasn't no, nah, you want to fight where your ops are not best at. You was shaking your head. In that clip, yeah, if you included context, you would have been cooking, but you left all the context out of your argument or your stance that you're making to try to make it make sense. That man, everything he just said was logical. Ryan said he'll come to 140. Devin said that's the biggest fight. He said, I never fought in this weight class. We can meet in the middle. He asked, all he's doing is asking Devin to do something that he's already done versus Shakur doing something that he's never done. Get out my face, man. He is the truth. He is hum. As he say, that's what he be calling himself, hum. He is. Get out of here, man. Everything he said now, all of that shit that Showbiz just said in that clip got squashed in 58 fucking seconds. 58 seconds. Everything he just complained about in the clip that's viral that everybody is sharing got shut down in 58 seconds when he actually talked to the man. If you can tell him to his face that's how you feel, fuck sitting on your show doing it. If you could have told him when you was talking to him right then and there that that's how you feel, I could respect it. Get out of here, man. Everything he said. Matter of fact, one more time for the people that's slow. One more time for the people that's slow. Did you hear him give him all context with each of those situations?
Remember Conor Ben for Chris Eubank. After the fight, y'all was like, oh, Conor Ben was amazing. He looked so good. Man, nobody could beat Conor Ben. After that fight, that's what y'all was saying.
I was one of them, yeah.
But then he fought with the rehydration clause. So I'm like, okay, since he did it to Eubank, I'm like, shit. Before Ryan last fight, Ryan used my name to sell his fight. One of the things that he said was, I will go to 144 and fight Shakur. Then after that shit, he said, I will fight you at 140. I'm like, okay, well, if you want to come down to 140, I'm down with it too. So what I got from Devin, he fought Jose Ramirez at 144 pounds. So I got the idea. I'm like, okay, since we never can really be in the same weight class, we can fight at 144, meet in the middle. That way, he don't have to suck all the way down to my weight class. I don't have to go all the way up to his weight class, and we can make it fair. So y'all not really saying everything that it is. Y'all like making me just look like I'm just saying some crazy.
Now, I played that again for a reason. I want to see, can anybody say what he's saying is not what he meant? He's not being on point. What he's saying is not logical. It didn't happen like that. That man is sitting in there because he know everything he's saying makes perfect sense. You mean he want to fight Conor Ben where he not best at? The best he was at was 47 when he was knocking people out, when he was supposed to have all this power. The other weight classes, he was outboxing guys and people was questioning his performances. What is we talking about? And again, Shock Foster is at 130 pounds where he's been the best at. Shakur outgrew that, so there's no way to fight Shock Foster where he's the most proven at. Devin had one fight at 47, one fight at 44. To me, it's the same shit. He just as proven at 47 as he is at 44. And when I say that, I mean one fight there, one fight there. Yeah, he won a title, and I respect that. But you still fought one time. After one fight, you don't know definitively if you can assume you the best. I think he could run the table at 47. I do, but I don't know that to be fact. So I can't just award it to him. Get out of here, man. You call me out and I'm smaller than you and you can't meet me in the middle, then you sound like a sucker to me. Because in real life, if I seen a big guy picking on a little guy, we none of us would respect it. Guy that's smaller than him and you trying to be a fake bully, but you really don't want to fight. You just want people to believe you want to fight. So again, shout out to Golden, man. I appreciate the Jews, man. Appreciate the gifts, family. Appreciate the gifts. Hold on. I just seen something that he just said that was dumb. You said hey Damon, take what? What could he take? What could he take? What could he take? Yo, what is it that he could have took? Just fill me in. What is it? When was the fight ever offered to Shakur Stevenson? Ever before Keyshawn? Let me know this. Let me know. And again, Damon, what network was the fight going to be on? Being that Shakur and Devin Haney was both promotional free agents. So let me know. When was the fight offered to Shakur Stevenson before Keyshawn Davis? Let us know that. Fill me in, fam. Got over 80 people in the building. Hit that like button, fam. Everybody hit that like button. Sam was good with it. Nah, who said that? Who said it, though? You the only one pushing the narrative, Vic. You the only one pushing the narrative. You're the only one pushing the narrative. My link is there, too, fam. My link is there. My link is there. When you say that, you never heard me say Shakur is so tiny. But Vic, let me ask you this. Can Devin Haney make 135 or 140? Vic, you know the answer to that, right? Can Shakur Stevenson make 135 and 140? So are they the same size? If Shakur can make 2 weight classes and a catch weight that, according to, up until like a month ago, they were saying Devin Haney couldn't make that either. So 44, 40, and 35. Shakur can make all them. According to the Devin Haney hoes, they can't make them. He can't make none of them. We can't make 44, 40, or 35. So how are they the same size? It's not about him being tiny. You would never hear me say he's so tiny. He's not a big guy. I say that all the time because I've seen him in person. I talked to him, seen him walk right by me. He's not a big dude to me. You know what I'm saying? But are they the same size is what I've always said. And the answer will be no. They're not the same size. Shakur can make 2 weight classes that Devin Haney can't make. We're not even going to count the catch weight. That's not a weight class, right? 40 and 35, Shakur can make it. Devin can't. What are we talking about? How they the same size? And this is 2 weight classes, fam, that he can make. Not 1, it's 2. And you don't think it's fair to meet in the middle? Think about that. Think about it. Think about it, fam. Nah, you just saying that. You just saying that. He needed a pre-camp. See, you talking about what you think. I'm going to tell you what I know. He needed a pre-camp to make 140, and he still came in light at 138. What makes you think after only 1 fight, and he had more fights at lightweight than he did at 140, he needed a whole pre-camp, 12 weeks. He was in camp 12 weeks and to make 140, and he still came in light. And Teofimo said, what, Vic? He's a lightweight. What did Teofimo say? Shakur is small, and he fought him, right? Spent the 12 rounds with him. He said he's a lightweight. He's small. He's small. Y'all just talking. And for the dude that said 25%, undisputed for 25, what's your name? King Hearts. If you could tell me 25% of what, I'll shut up right now. Hey, King Hearts, if you could tell me 25% of what, I'll shut up right now. Stoley was good with it. Hold on. Let me see if I still got the clip to see if how reasonable you are. Let me see if I could. Hold on, because I know that this is why I be keeping these clips, because I know it'd be y'all that come in here and just be typing stuff. Y'all be saying stuff. I think I still got it, fam. I hope I do. Hope I still got it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hey, King Hearts, this for you. You talking about 25%. Listen to this. Put your ears on. Clean the sugar daddies out your ear. Put both of your ears on. I need you to put your ears on for this. You ready? This is to you in the 25%. I don't even gonna have to say nothing. Just listen to this conversation, right? Listen to it. I'm gonna turn the volume up. Blunt, my dog. Listen to this.
He ain't tell me that. Just like so you ain't gonna tell me that.
So what was the money? What was it? 25% of what?
He ain't tell me that. Just like you ain't gonna tell me that.
No, but I'm saying is, so what is 50% of what then?
Whatever the pot is, y'all know what the pot is. You know. That's why you offered him 25. That's why he won 50.
Wait a minute. How do I know what the pot is and I have to shop to fight?
Hold on.
What you mean?
How do I know what the pot is and I have to shop to fight? Wait a minute. How do I know what the pot is and I have to shop to fight?
What you mean? You said it yourself when you first got on here. The promoter gives you the number.
Yes. Ness, I don't know what you and Devin is going to get until you and Devin decide behind the scenes that it's about to be a fight. And then I can go shop the fight, right? And see what I can get, right? If I know, Ness, that I got to give you $1,000, well, Devin, how much do I got to give you? Well, I want a percentage of what we get when we go get it, right? What do you mean?
So this is even worse, Bill. This is even worse. This means there was never no deal. Worse, Bill. This is even worse. This means there was never no deal. Even worse, Bill. This is even worse. This means there was never no deal. This means you was trying to get him to agree to 25% to then go to Bob, then go to Eddie, then go to Apple.
So what was the money? What was it, 25%?
Please don't ever type 25% in my chat ever again in your life. He told on himself. He said first they got to agree that a fight is going to take place, and they never did that. He was just trying to get Shakur to accept a percentage of nothing. Only a brain dead fool would still be pushing 25% because of some funky ass belts that Shakur undoubtedly would have had to pay sanctioning fees for after he would have took them shits up off of Devin Haney at 135. Miss me with that shit. Miss me with it. 25% of nothing. That's the supporter telling him, yo, this is even worse. That means it was never no deal. You was trying to get him to sign on to 25% and then shop the fight. That's backwards. And if y'all knew anything about fucking boxing, you would know exactly why that conversation went that way. Please do not ever type 25% in my chat no more if you don't want to get blocked or timed out. That's foolish, yo. It's a dead argument. It's cooked. I didn't have to say shit. Bill and shout out the Nest. They did it. And that's a fair, that's somebody that rock with him. So don't type 25% of nothing ever again, because literally that's what you're saying, because you don't even know where that shit coming from. He didn't even know where it was coming from. He didn't even know where the money was coming from. The man starts stuttering with his own business. Anytime you up there supposed to answer questions and you end up asking another person about your business is crazy. He asked him 25% of what? 50% of what? How are you, as the guy that's supposed to be giving the information on the deal that you're making, asking a complete stranger about the deal? Make it make sense. That's what you get for playing with people, bro. Them Haney, y'all super fans, y'all something different. Y'all still talking about 25%. That's clear as day. How could you argue that? He didn't even know where the money. He said, yo, this is even worse, Bill. Like, yo, you really wanted him to sign up for nothing, basically. Yo, that's crazy. And then shop the fight is wild. Y'all crazy, fam. Y'all crazy, bro. This shit is hilarious. Hold on. Somebody sent me something else from Bill and Cigar Talk. Well, look, I think he was up there for a little bit. Let me pull it up for a little bit. I ain't trying to hear it. I don't care about no belts. I don't care about the percentage. Damon, if you still talking that, you just one of them, bro. You just one of them, fam. It ain't even nothing to argue. It's really nothing to argue. That's clear as day. That man is letting you know what it was. That's a neutral. Matter of fact, not even neutral. That's a big supporter. It's a big Haney supporter telling y'all that, telling them that. Nah, we don't care about Keyshawn. We ain't talking about that. Nice try. Nice try with the misdirection. Nah, stay on task, fam. You're talking about 25% for some funky ass belts. For some funky ass belts. What fact is he speaking, though? Y'all, you know what? Nah, I forgot who I'm dealing with. I gotta ignore y'all, some of y'all, because the Haney hoes, y'all like poison. Y'all like poison, fam. Y'all say any fucking thing. Damon speaking facts. Ain't shit he's speaking is a fact. Besides the Keyshawn shit, and we ain't talking about that. So he having his own conversation right now. Speaking facts. I'm gonna have to time you out because you just saying anything. You just saying anything. We're not talking about purse bids. Shakur and Devin Haney didn't go to a purse bid. We're not talking about Keyshawn, fam. Catch up. Reef, what's good with it? Shout out to Just. How you feeling, Queen? Good to see you. My bad. Why the hell the video have a problem? Hold on, let me pull this up. Y'all just be saying anything. Y'all just be saying anything. Just chasing y'all tails. Chasing y'all tails, fam. Chasing your tails. Saying stuff that everybody know. But Devin had undisputed. Shakur didn't have the belts. Like, oh, who didn't know that? Who didn't know that? He still vacated them bitches before the sanctioning bodies could make the split. You know what I mean? Make a decision on the split. That's a fact. He definitely hightailed it up to the next weight class.
Dude,
hit the fucking like button. This is cigar talk. Y'all niggas know what I do, man.
Let me speed this up.
Without he was at TSA though. He was going through the. You could see he's about to go through the shit though. So I can't.
Hold on, let me see.
Doing all of the things he was doing, and then next thing I know, they was talking about Shakur. I'm like, oh, well, whatever, let's do it then. That's how it was for me though.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? When it was down to, and all right, if that was true, I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it that they was calling out Keyshawn and whatever, right? Cool. But once it became the mandatory.
I rarely do this, Big B-Lo, but I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna answer your question with a question because I think my question is more relevant than what you asking. If the guy that's pushing the fight all over social media, fam, appreciate the gift. So it's over 100 people in the building. Everybody hit that like button. Everybody sub to the channel. Support the grind. We're gonna keep building. I'll say this respectfully. What is Bill talking about in that clip? What is Bill talking about in that clip? That's all I need to know about a deal. Like, what is he talking about in that clip? What is Ness talking about in that clip? That gives you every answer about the 25%. You would have to ask Shakur why he said that. You get what I'm saying? Respectfully, how would I know why he said it? I'm pretty sure you could speculate why he said it, but I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know why he said that. But I know when I heard Ness and Bill just had that conversation, I know it wasn't no deal. I know he wanted them to accept 25% of nothing. So it's like, I don't know. That's more damaging than anything. That's very telling. That's the guy that's supposed to have the deal. They the one that's supposed to have offered him something, right? And ain't that the bigger question? That why did they offer him 25% of nothing without shopping the fight around? Did they ever make a fight that way? Have you ever seen them make a fight like that? Matter of fact, have you ever seen an offer come from them? Get what I'm saying? Nah, you making your own point, Big B-Lo. Point taken. But my point is this. And did you understand it? That it was no deal in place? That's my whole point. What you asking, I get it. And that's a question for Shakur to answer, not for me. You get it? I didn't say it. But I can tell you what Bill said and why it don't sound right, why it don't make sense. So to say it doesn't make sense on either side, that's cool. No argument there. But Shakur Stevenson wasn't the one that or Devin Haney wasn't the one that was accused of ducking. It was Shakur Stevenson of ducking 25% of nothing. That was my whole point. Nothing else. When y'all try to misdirect or when y'all start asking questions, I get why you asking them, but my point is still made, right? My point is still clear. They was stunt. They was playing with that. It wasn't legit. You get what I'm saying? Said, Damon, how much money did Loma make when he fought Devin for undisputed? Said, watch this, just do. Yeah, let him tell us. Let him tell us. Let him tell us what it was. I doubt if he knew. I doubt if he know though. I doubt, but he'll keep talking about 25%. And I think I know what I think I know. I don't know. I think I know what their split was, if I'm not mistaken, with Loma and Devin. Shout out to my dog, Mark. Appreciate the love, my dog. We're gonna keep rocking. Hold on. I wanted to play this. Somebody told me to play this. Oh, my bad. I got you. Damon, do you got an answer? I got the answer for you if you don't. You got the answer. Hey, Damon, how much did Loma get? And we asking this for a reason. Lance, what's good, homie? You know why I'm asking this, right? Because y'all favorite thing to say is Devin had all the belts. Shakur didn't have no belts. So what belt did Lomachenko have? What belt did Lomachenko have? Don't get arthritis in the joints and the fingers all of a sudden. Nah, y'all be typing y'all asses off. How many belts did Loma have, y'all? What did Lomachenko have to offer? And let's keep in mind he had 2 losses. 2 losses. What did Lomachenko have to offer, y'all? Did he have any belts? He had belts. Did he get 25%? Are y'all ready? Because I know Damon don't know the answer. Yeah, nah, we don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear it. Do you see how they never answer questions? Do you see? They always move the goalpost and try to distract you from what you talking about. We asked, how much did Loma get? And he said Loma is a Hall of Famer, though. Bro, what did he have? How many belts did he have, Damon? And how much money did he make? And what was the split? Come on, tell me. You could just say, I don't know. IDK? Yes, it was a 57-43 split. Devin Haney got 4. Lomachenko got 3. Simple shit. And the event did, about 150,000 pay-per-view buys. You get me? 57-43 split. But that's what him having all the belts, y'all. He defended Lomachenko. He defended undisputed against Lomachenko. He gave Lomachenko the opportunity and treated him fairly. With a real deal, y'all. With a real deal. Why didn't he do that to Shakur? Lomachenko had 2 losses, beating Shakur Stevenson undefeated at the time, not having no belts, and Loma having 2 losses and no belts. What's the better win? So who do you think deserved to be treated? I think they both deserve to be treated fairly, to be honest. But that Lomachenko situation was very telling, y'all. That conversation about what he had was irrelevant. You offered him something that you figured you knew he wouldn't take because he's worth more than that. The same way you didn't take whatever the PBC had for you, right? You didn't take that deal that was offered to you with the PBC because you felt like it was worth more than that, right? It wasn't right. But y'all only understand it if it's Devin turning down the money, nobody else. Come on, fam. 57-43 split. $4 million. Devin Haney got guaranteed purse and $3 million guaranteed for Loma. Not no 25% of nothing. Not no phantom offer or none of that shit. Get out of here, fam. All they do, smoke and mirrors when they want to fight Shakur. Smoke and mirrors, and they did it again. That's why I said it. My guys shut down the circus, and I'm glad. We're going to keep cooking because we got plenty more to get to, man. Everybody hit the like button. Let me speed up. Was Bill on this joint?
It was like, all right.
Cutting out. Brian Norman, why would we come back down to 144 pounds, right? He rants and raves. The dude keeps...
Hold on. Let me come down. So let me go back a little bit.
At the same time, too. I said,
gotta make sure I caught when Bill jumped on.
Jackson,
you okay, listen, no introduction needed. Now listen.
There we go. Here we go. We're gonna listen to a little bit of this while Bill was up there, and we're gonna go to the next topic. Before I get to the
get to my flight. Now listen. When we came to the fight in New York, we came looking for the winner of the main event, not the co-main event. You see
why y'all didn't say that?
And talk
Actually, why they didn't say that?
And told them that he was easy work.
You did. You did.
And so listen,
you did.
When the shit came
That's a hypothetical fight question. I'm asking why you didn't say at the weigh-ins that you wanted to fight me.
Johnson in there fucking with us, knowing that we didn't came for the main event, and this nigga ain't even an appetizer. So he fucking with us. He get us kicked out of the building, right? We get the restraining order fucking with him.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And then listen, before that, one of his other minions,
He's talking about everything that don't nobody care about. Y'all telling me this somebody that want to fight Shakur? He up here talking about Tiger Johnson? He asking you about him. Shakur said, why you ain't say you wanted to fight me at the weigh-ins? This dude giving us a whole runaround like we don't know. We don't need this. We don't need you to dress it up like this. They don't want to fight him. They want to answer every other question and talk about everything else and try to make him look crazy. That's why they don't be wanting to talk to this dude, because you can't play no games with him. Make an offer. You make an offer if you want to. I guarantee you
at the same time, too. I said, listen, man, I've already been down this road with you, man. You see what I'm saying? When the time comes, do you promise? He said yes. He promised.
Hold on, you talking about Shakur or Keyshawn?
No, I'm talking about Keyshawn at the weigh-ins.
Okay.
Because he's talking about Keyshawn and Shakur on the line.
Do you promise? Because he already had a fight. I said, do you promise? And meanwhile, we leave that place, and Zuffa and Nick Khan and the rest of them people, they came out and they said they want Shakur and Devin to fight, right?
Right.
We had just knocked off
Nick Khan and Dana and them and Zuffa said they want Shakur and Devin Haney to fight. And fast forward to today, y'all. Who signed over there to Zuffa and who went to the other side? Who went away from the fight? I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I don't care about no interviews. I don't care about none of that. I care about exposing fake shit in boxing. And this shit, the whole build up, how y'all was talking about promoting this fight and fake negotiating it, y'all full of shit. Y'all never wanted to fight this dude at 144 pounds. And it's clear as day. Clear as day. He up here talking about how Zuffa and all them, Nick and Dana and them wanted to fight. Exactly. And that's what Shakur went. Damon, your ass is cooked. He went to where your Lord and Savior, Bill Haney, said they wanted to fight, right? And he didn't do it. I don't want to hear about no contradicting. Did Devin Haney contradict himself when he told Shakur he was coming back down to 135? Did Devin Haney contradict himself when he said he wasn't fighting at weight classes no more? Did he contradict himself when he say he don't care about belts? He did that already. He about the bag. He don't care about legacy. And then y'all back talking his legacy shit. And this is current. Do we contradict itself? If you don't sit up and talk about how Devin contradicted himself, I don't want to hear that shit about Shakur every day, because you say that shit every day. And I give you constant examples of real shit and you ignore it just to keep typing dumb shit. And that's why I be calling y'all the Haney hoes, because that's what you would do. Ignore logic and reason just to keep pushing the narrative. That's what y'all do. Cooked. You fucking cooked. Y'all didn't want to fight. Never wanted to fight.
Brian Norman.
I'm gonna play this clip too. I got a video coming up after this.
None of that shit. We agreed to fight with this guy. That Zuffa and everybody, they looking for the fight. Nick Khan and everybody is looking for the fight.
Hold on, was it a contract, Bill? Was it a contract on it? Was a contract on the table?
Listen. They come back and they say that this guy here says 144 pounds. I say under no circumstances. Why? We just beat Brian Norman. Why would we come back down to 144 pounds, right? He rants and raves. The dude keeps saying 144. Dev one day tweets out to him and says that let's get it 144. I say, damn, Dev, I would have never did that. He said, I don't want to tell you what he said. He said he wanted to, he ready for him at 144 pounds. He want to do it. I said, damn.
What about now, Bill? Are y'all still with that, Bill?
Hold on. So then I called him. I called Jay. I called everybody at Zuffa. I called everybody and say 144 pounds.
Yeah.
Dude say, listen, hold on. We was already getting, dude say, I'm not going to step on Keyshawn Davis's toes. I'm not going to step on his toes. We got to go through with the 147 pound mandatory out of nowhere with Keyshawn Davis.
Right.
I said, all right,
Don't
cool.
deny this, Bill.
Where we can go back to back. Niggas thought that I was capping. They said that I was lying, right?
Yeah.
So we went through with the 147 pounds. We getting ready for his brother that he say is everything and something else. We getting ready for this guy.
Yeah.
This guy pull another move, and then out behind a rock comes this guy talking about he'll do 144. Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
Out behind the rock, I was still there. I've been saying this. I never went nowhere.
With Conor Ben. And Conor Ben ain't even.
Hold on, let me ask him that, Bill, because I don't know if he can hear you. Hold on, let me ask him. He's saying you did. They said 147 for you. You said no, but you said you would do it and you would go to 154 for Conor Ben.
Ask him, did he say he'll fight Xander and why he didn't call out Boots?
He said you said y'all said y'all fight Xander and why you ain't call out Boots.
Get his ass.
Nigga don't like when they pull a hum or hum.
Everybody included is getting knocked off, man, in one way or another, man.
Hold on, Bill, before you get off. Hold on, could the fight happen, Bill, before you get off? Can it happen, yes or no?
He's a matchmaker. Tell him, listen, he's a matchmaker, dog. He's not a champ, dog. Nothing we can do.
Yo, I listened to him. Can he listen to me before he go? I want to talk.
Nah, Bill, he just want to say something to you real
quick.
quick, Bill. He got one thing to say, Bill. He got one thing to say. Go ahead.
Yo, Bill, can we? The energy is different with me. Do y'all not see this?
I don't care what none of y'all say. All that, remember, right? Remember when he was talking to Keyshawn? He kept asking for Shakur. And then the first time Najee throw him the alley-oop and put the guy that you've been trolling, clout chasing, fake negotiating with for the last 2 months, you got him on the phone and now you jumping off. That's not a fight you wanted. All you wanted to do is get up there and play. You didn't answer no questions. He didn't answer no questions. The man started talking about Tiger Johnson, but Shakur's on the line. When you talking to Keyshawn, you don't want to talk to him. You want to ask Keyshawn where Shakur at. When you got Shakur on the line, you got a plane to catch, and you want to talk about Tiger Johnson. You want to tell us shit we already know that Zuffa had wanted this fight? That's what you've been saying, right? Full of shit, man. You ain't want to fight this dude. You ain't want to fight him, and I'm standing on that. And I think that the main reason is it has nothing to do with scary ducking, but I don't think he wanted to concede those 2 pounds that he would have had to concede to make 144 pounds. I don't think he want to see his son do that. I don't think he want to see him compromise anything at all. And I could understand it. But if they could just say that, I could respect it instead of trying to make it seem like somebody's scared, where if he's scared to go to 47, then you scared to go to 44. That shit's stupid. It's a matter of if you want to make the sacrifice. And I don't think he wants to make that sacrifice of making 144 pounds again because he's a welterweight. And that's why welterweights need to mind their welterweight business, right? And just fight the guys in your weight class. And we would never be in this situation instead of clout chasing a guy that you know you ain't want to fight. You asked for Shakur. Najee got you Shakur. Then you didn't even want to talk to him. You wanted to talk around him in circles. Get out of here, man. Damon, that's the kind of shit you like, man. That's the kind of shit you like. Bill was cooking.
Najee, do you not see that the energy is different with me?
Energy different.
Is the energy not different? Is it not different?
It's different from before. It's different from before, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I can't say because, again, it's because the Keyshawn shit changed everything. The fact that Keyshawn did that
for y'all being like who y'all are, like, you know, y'all into the cloudy like type shit. I get y'all. But I'm talking about for me personally, like he said, I hid under a rock. Then I came back and said 140. I've been saying 144. They said they'll do it. Now we both free. If we both free, what is the problem with 144? If you said that you would do it, I mean you can make the weight. They said they make 144 easy. They eat steak and all types of shit. That's what they said.
Facts.
So what's the problem?
They eat burgers and steaks to make 144.
All right, but hold up. Address that point that he said because you didn't get a chance to do it. I was trying to like bridge the shit together, but you know, Bill
I would address it, but he don't address no points that we ask. So it's like, why would I address what he want? It's like now I gotta play the same game he playing. Okay, you said you'll fight Conor. Well, you said you'll fight Xander. Why the fuck you ain't say you want to fight Boots now? Matter of fact, you don't got no other options now. Now you don't got nobody else on the table. Is no me, is no Key, is no Rolly. Who do you go to? Boots is free. Go get him.
Yeah.
Niggas don't want that Boots. Niggas don't want that.
Oh, niggas don't want the Boots shit though, huh? Now I'm the 35-pounder.
He's not at 54 though. So fair, to be fair,
now you contradicting yourself, Najee. You contradicting yourself because I'm a 35-pounder. Y'all begging me to go to 147, but you're telling me the 47-pounder can't go to 54 and make the biggest fights happen.
And it's a dude that's on his list, and it's a weight class that his dad said he could be fighting at right now, and that was months ago.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm just asking. I just be wanting to understand like how y'all like.
Ain't no problem with 47, but what's the problem with 44? Hey, Michael, didn't he agree to it? Didn't he agree to it? What's the last thing Devin Haney said? The last thing Devin Haney said 144, right? Why are we even asking about 47? We talking about the fighter. We don't care what Bill talking about. The fighter said we got to fight. If 144, we got to fight, right? Ain't that what he said? So 147 is not a problem. But the problem is, Michael, he just moved up 5 pounds. He'd be moving up 7 more. What is that, 12 pounds? Right? Being in your 5th division, being in 3 different divisions in your last 3 fights, I think that's asking a lot, bro. I think that's asking a lot. Think about it. Zepeda at 35, Teo at 40, Devin at 47. That's a lot. That's 3 different weight classes, and that's 13 pounds in the last 2 fights. Meanwhile, Devin would only be in his 3rd weight class. How is that even remotely fair when they could just meet in the middle? That's the only fair way to do it. Devin lets me know that he even agreed that it was fair for even suggesting that we got to fight, or at least to y'all said he agreed. So he obviously knew that was fair for him to say that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Motown. What's good with it, homie? Big dog when it comes to Bills, a comedy show. I swear it is. Full-blown comedy show, big dog. All lies and slander and misconfusion, man. Hit the like button, man.
And I'm saying I will fight the dude, but why do I gotta go to his weight class? Who the fuck is this nigga?
Nah, like, make it make sense.
He's a champion at that weight class, though.
And I'm a champion at 140, and I'm a 35-pounder. I'm a champion at 140, and I'm a 35-pounder. Facts.
But they say, all right, but they like, well, what about this? What about this? Cool. If you go to 140 and win at 47, now Now you are 5 division.
I'm asking one question. I'm asking one question. Why am I the only person that has to just move up? Because after I go do that, the next thing they're gonna say, go up to 54 and fight Boots. That's gonna be the next. Like it's gonna be. I'm just this superhero, bro.
Too crazy. If they
Y'all
say
want
that,
me, y'all gotta be realistic with me, bro. I'm a real human being. I'm a hell of a fighter, bro. I know the game, but we gotta be realistic with who I am, bro. Why are we just jumping up from 35 to 40 to 47? Then next comes 54. Like we can't be doing this, man.
And the only reason I level with him because I can't think of nobody else that's being asked to be in that many divisions in as many fights, 3 divisions in 3 fights, and they could keep typing that dog chasing your tail type of shit all they want. They know it's the reality. None of these busters could tell you that their favorite fighter went right from 140 to 147 after just moving up. Right? He didn't do it. He didn't do it. And I rest my case there. I ain't got to chase my tail. They could keep typing that same dumb shit all they want. The fact of the matter is the bar is set higher for Shakur than it is for Devin Haney because not even the Devin Haney fans know that Shakur Stevenson is a better boxer than Devin Haney. They know that. They know that. They know it. They know it. They know it. That's why they asking. And you know what? When I get Shakur back on here, I'm going to say it. Y'all going to hate this interview. Oh, y'all going to hate this. Y'all going to be pissed. Y'all going to call me all types of fanboys. I'm going to tell the unadulterated truth. I'm going to tell exactly how I see this shit. Y'all do that shit because y'all know he's not the better boxer. That's why y'all got to do all the see if we can trick him. See if we can get the world to convince him that he's scared. He don't really want this fight. He's scared. Y'all know goddamn well what it is when you step in the ring with the man. Y'all know what it is. Y'all, his biggest fans know he's not the better boxer. They know it. They know it. That's why they like, yeah, man, fight him at 47. They think they got a leg to stand on. Then as soon as the man got to sacrifice a couple pounds, they on YouTube crying. Shout out to Texas Heat. I appreciate the love, homie. Everybody hit that like button. Support the grind. Hit the Cash App, at the Super Chat. We got a bunch more to get to, and we're going on 3 hours, and we still ain't done. Got a lot that we're going to cover. I got to get to this Stephen Espinoza interview as well.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well.
He did a good joint with Akim
but now it's time for you to get your just
to it, man. He was telling a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff, man. Wondering what y'all be asking. He just didn't. He say it out his own mouth. Nobody told him to say he can fight in 3 weight classes. Bro, it's like y'all. I gotta start ignoring y'all. I'm gonna say this and I'm done with it. I'm moving on. You got people asking him to fight a 30 pounder at 35. You got people saying that he should fight Raymond Moratai at either 35 or 40. You got people saying he should fight Gary Russell at 140. You got people saying he should go up to 47 and fight Devin Haney. What are we talking about? You ain't just hear all the shit Showbiz just laid out there. They literally asking them to do what everybody says, and you only can fight one person at a time. This shit is crazy. So that now they are asking that. Stop acting like you not. You are asking them that. You asking them to say fuck 35 and 40, make 47 because my favorite fighter is a welterweight now, and you should be too. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Keep going. Nope. He just became the fastest 4 division champion.
Well, I agree with that. And people said I'm glazing and I'm being biased, but I do agree that you just got the 41 fight. I don't tell no fighters that after one fight, yo, you got to move up after one fight. So I do agree with that in that sense that
facts, because Devin didn't do it, and that's what it boils down to. I would start demanding right now that Shakur go to 47 as a fan. Like I would be pushing for that right now as a fan. If y'all admit that the reason you asking Shakur to jump straight to 47 after one fight at 40 and be in 3 different weight classes in as many fights is because you know he better than Devin. If y'all willing to admit that, I'll start pushing it. I even say it to court, man, I think you should go to 47 and beat him. If y'all willing to say you set the bar higher, because that's indirectly what y'all saying. Yeah, he should go up to 47 right now. Yeah, Devin didn't do it, but yeah, this Shakur we talking about. This ain't Devin. Shakur great enough to do it. Don't try to say, oh, he said he him, right? No, y'all know he's him. That's why you're asking for it to be done. because you know it's possible. That's all. You know it's possible. You know who the better boxer is. You know who you like more versus who you know is better. And I'm dead serious about that. The way y'all call it and set the bar differently is some shit I never heard of. I've never seen y'all do when it comes to your favorite guy. I never seen it before. Never seen it. Blaze, what up, homie? Let's keep going, y'all.
Maybe it's not
But
now.
I would
Maybe
get there. I would get there. Like you take, like you gotta
move
realize the greats, they know how to do this shit. They take their time to get to certain ways. They gotta grow into it. If you go watch Andre Ward, it took him a minute before he went to 175 and fought the Crusher, and he took it fight by fight. So it's like, at the end of the day, I'm
Nah, that's for his fans though, Big B-Lo. That's for his fans. Nah, that's for his fans. Y'all gotta explain. Y'all gotta be able to articulate to me why is the expectation for him to fight in 3 weight classes in his last 3 fights and go up to his 5th weight class in 26 fights and nobody has ever done it. I need to know, why do y'all expect him to do that if he ain't that guy? I want to know, why do you expect him to do it though? I'm a Devin supporter. I am. I like Devin. I just don't like his fans. I like Devin. I don't like his fans, though. I think his fans.
I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying at this very given moment, who the fuck is this nigga to tell me I gotta come up to his weight? That's all I be asking. I want to know, like, who is this nigga?
So you thinking in your 30s, probably you get to 47, like 32, 33.
I mean, we don't know where the card's gonna play, but yeah, I think for sure that I'm gonna be at 47. That's gonna be my last weight class that I go to.
All right, hold up. Well, I got to go back to the shock shit because that was before Bill. I don't think he's gonna call back. He at the airport. He not gonna call back. All right, but we was talking about shock before that, and then people was saying, you said if you beat Ray Ford that you'll give him a fight. You just told us right before, you said you will give him a fight, but some people like, well, why don't you fight him next? Why don't you fight him next? Like, when do you feel like you're actually going to fight O'Shaquie Foster?
No evidence was good.
The thing is, right? Let me help y'all understand, right? Because y'all not gonna understand it, but I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, it is what it is. They like, oh, you gave your word to such and such, bro. What? Who is this nigga? I don't fuck with this nigga. I don't owe this nigga no loyalty. What the fuck y'all talking about? I gave this nigga my word. So that's how I look at it. So whatever. But far as when I'm gonna fight him when the time come. I mean, he's a 30-pounder at the end of the day. Like, there's.
And look, I'll say this. Nah, I felt like him giving his word. Yeah, you should be a man of your word. You should. I mean, because people gonna hold you to that, right? But it's deeper. It's a little bit deeper than him just keeping his word. The business of boxing don't go according to because you just said you're gonna fight a guy. Like, I seriously doubt that Zuffa is planning on putting him in there in his next fight with a guy that just fought at 130 pounds. Y'all could sit here, chase your tails, keep saying all types of dumb shit all you want. That's like holding Devin foot to the flame. He said he'd fight Xander, right? So go up there and do it. Go up there and do it. Y'all only see the shit one way. It's a lot of shit he's saying he don't do it. It's a lot of shit Bill's saying his son don't do it. You just seen it. They just said they was fighting Tank. Get up out of here, man. Still pushing that slander shit. I ain't got no slander for Haney. I'm just calling this shit how I see it. They full of it. They full of shit. This stinky kind. Ain't no goalpost move. I said he should fight him. But he said it too. He'll fight him when the time is right. And y'all telling me after beating a guy at 130 pounds, you expect him to jump right up to 35 and fight Shakur next because he beat Raymond Ford, right? Tell me you really believe that. Come on, man. So y'all going to ignore the fact that Shock said he shook hands with Emmanuel Navarrete. They agreed to fight later this year. Then he proceeds to do interviews and saying Shakur is ducking him when they got a fight lined up with Emmanuel Navarrete. You cannot make this shit up. Only in Haney land. No fucking logic whatsoever. If a fighter says Shakur ducking him, he gotta be. Shit sound crazy. And none of y'all typing this Shock shit will put your money on Shock Foster beating him. None of you. None of y'all will. And you know you won't. You just want something to say because you want to have something negative to say about the dude. You don't got O'Shaquie Foster beating him. And I'm telling y'all, I ain't never heard y'all being in the chat vouching for O'Shaquie Foster at no other point in his entire career. But when he spoke Shakur, oh shit, that's the fight should happen. The only reason y'all calling for it, because you know it got a low possibility of happening simply because he's not in position to make any demands. He barking from 130. He really ain't did shit to get that fight. It's a big fight. With anybody else, you got to earn your fights. But beating 30-pounders get you a fight with the fastest 4-division champion in history of the sport. It don't make fucking sense. So I get it about your word, and I said it. I think you should fight him simply because you said that. But I know the business don't work that way. And if it was a big fight, I think it would have a better chance at being made. I think if he would have kept that interim title at 135, if he'd have kept the interim title, I think it could have been him fighting William Zepeda, right? And then I think that puts immediate pressure on Shakur. That's one of your best wins. You go beat up William Zepeda, or you stayed in that position at 35. That keeps the pressure on Shakur, not sitting down from 130 talking about, yo, he ducking me, and from 2 weight classes away. This shit just don't make sense, man. And you ain't never seen nobody jump from 130 to jump up to 140 and beat a guy as talented as Shakur Stevenson. And if you have, just tell me. I might have missed it. Now, let's keep going. I ain't answering no dumbass questions. No dumbass questions. Put it in the super chat. Y'all want my attention? Put it in the super chat.
Several fighters at 135.
I ain't reading no dumbass
that has done more than him at that weight class. So it's like, why would I skip over the Moritayas? Why would I skip over the Lamont Roach? Why would I skip over the Gary Antoine Russells? Why would I skip over all of these dudes for a guy that did not prove himself at 135 pounds? And actually, if I recall correctly, Najee, he had the opportunity to fight for the WBC at 135. He should be in the position that Lamont Roach is in right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a weird situation. I don't really know what happened with that. It was like,
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. You could have been in the position that Lamont Roach is in, because they made that fight for the interim title at the last minute because Cool Boy was overweight, and they made it for 135. You said after you beat Cool Boy, you was gonna press the button with Shakur. Then y'all got into this whole shit about Raymond Ford. When Raymond Ford is at the weight class below you, you could have stayed up there. You could have been a guy fighting William Zepeda or something like that, and you wouldn't have had to go back down there and fight no 30-pounders. But I just don't think that's the guy to beat Shakur. I don't think it's a 130-pounder in boxing that's beating Shakur Stevenson. And I think most of y'all in the chat that's typing this shit know that very same shit. Does that mean he don't deserve to fight? Shock deserves a fight. I think so. And I like his story, so I wouldn't mind seeing him get it. But I'm standing on what I believe, just my opinion. Shock is a phenomenal fighter, but Shakur a generational talent, and I don't feel like he can beat him. And I don't feel like y'all feel that way. Like, and I have a tough time believing that Shakur Stevenson beating O'Shaquie Foster will mean anything to any of the people that been hating. None of these people is gonna revisit that and be like, "Oh man, he finally beat somebody." That's not what you're gonna say. Because what's a better win, T.O. or O'Shaquie Foster? So you think they're going to give him credit for a guy that got 3 losses, and one of them losses is to 2 people that most of y'all don't know. One of them passed away, R.I.P. to Samuel T., right? 2 guys you don't know. One of them you just seen fight recently and can say, Sal, I don't see nobody giving Shakur credit for beating that dude. That's all. But do I still want to see it as a fight fan? I don't mind it, because I've never seen nobody that talk that confident and kind of make me believe some of it the way Shock do. Like, Shock makes me believe that even if I don't think he wins, I believe he does, and that's good enough for me. That'll make me want to see the fight. So, should Shakur fight him? I think if that opportunity presents itself, absolutely you should, because you told the people you would. There's nothing wrong with that. And he get it, but I understand when he say he don't owe him loyalty. He don't owe him shit. Shit, you can't even get Team Haney to negotiate in good faith. You get what I'm saying? But he's supposed to, bend over backwards for a guy that's making unifications with guys in his weight class, and we're going to ignore this shit. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. He been made a fight, shook hands with Navarrete, and proceeded to call Shakur out and say Shakur is ducking me. It's crazy. Should be dumb.
It kind of went away. Like, there was a time where they put it in, like, he was like, I don't know if it was an interim. It was weird though. It was weird.
It don't go to the media as high when it's guys that's hate on me, so they get like free passes because a lot of the people are against me. So you give him a free pass for what he did, but I think he should have been the guy that should be fighting Zepeda right now. That would be a perfect opportunity.
When they said that, the WBC said something like, I don't know if they called it an interim or he was in hold. It was weird because
interim.
Sometimes the belts be making up their own rules, so it's hard to like follow it sometimes.
Basically, he was going to be the mandatory for the WBC.
And you
I
saying
will
he
tell you what it was.
the mandatory position? You trying to say?
He left that position and went back down to 130 pounds and
My bad,
did the
John.
shit with Ray Savage.
But what if I'm saying is would he would have lost that belt at 30 if he would have did that though?
And he would have been champion at 35 right now on Roach's position. He will be the person fighting against Zepeda. Not LeBron.
And that's the sacrifice that you gotta make if you're 100% sold on fighting a guy that's in a heavier weight class. You don't then move opposite of the guy and then tell the world that that's the fight you want. You stay on his ass, and that's just my personal opinion of it. I understood the move back to 130 to defend the belt because it ended up being the best option. But if you did exactly what you said you would have did, you would have kept that intern belt, put yourself in a position that Roach was in. Maybe it would have been you fighting Zepeda, and that would have been a perfect opportunity to put the pressure on Shakur Stevenson. Look, not only did I beat one of your best wins offensively, I came up here and beat him, and I'm on your ass. I want to fight. You get me? But going opposite of where you said you was going to go doesn't get you that fight, and that's my only issue. You know what I'm saying? It's tough. Like, you're not jumping from 130 to 140 to fight him. You said you would do that, but I doubt it. You're not doing that. So, and it's crazy. When it's Devin Haney got a belt at 47, it's Shakur should come to 47 and fight him for his belt. Shakur got a belt at 140. He should come to 35. You get what I'm saying? He should come to 35 for Shot because that make him comfortable instead of Shot. You said you want that fight, go exactly where he had to go get it. And that's always been my energy to anybody that said they want something. You got to be willing to sacrifice and go get it. If you are the guy calling out somebody that's heavier or bigger than you, then you go get the shit. In no way, shape, or form should you expect a guy to do anything you want to do because you want it. You want it, go get it. That's my train of thought for anybody that's saying they want something. Go get this shit. Don't say, yeah, I want it, but you got to come to me. Yeah. And I would have kept the same energy for Shakur. Shakur was calling out Devin Haney, who's at 47. I'd have said, yo, you should go up there and go get that shit because you calling him out. But the fact that Devin opened his mouth first and then agreed to 44, something that he was so against and his fans was so against, tells me everything I need to know. You get me? But you said it, but you didn't do it. So again, that's why I expected him to meet Shakur in the middle, because you opened your mouth about a fight with him. Had he opened his mouth and said, yo, me and Devin is the biggest fight in boxing, I'd have said, what you going to do to get it? You can't expect it to come to you. You got to go get that fight. That's the big, go make it. Devin, you saying this, go make it. Meet him in the middle. Not go all the way down, but meet him in the middle because you want the fight, right? That's what your father said. That's the fight Zuffa wanted so bad, right? That's what your father said. Full of shit. Ill Will, what's good, homie? Everybody hit that like button, man. Let's keep rolling.
Roach.
Wait, hold up. Nah, but because I don't think they gave him the belt. He would have to fight for the belt, though.
He was going to be in the intern, like, the same place that Zepeda was at with me. That's where he was going to be at. Remember when me and Zepeda fought? Zepeda was the intern champion at the WBC. He would have been the same spot. I mean, he would have been the first to challenge for the belt. Which is why he kept saying, oh, I'm going to be your mandatory, such and such, such. Like,
exactly. Y'all remember that? Y'all forgot that part because y'all like to focus on what people said, right? Then y'all was like, oh, no, he's going to drop the belt. He don't care about the belt. They stripped him of the belt. But then he said it was going to be his mandatory, and he went back down. Did he do exactly what he said he was going to do? Since we focus on guys that, don't do what they say, contradict themselves, did Shot do exactly what he said he was going to do? Yes or no? All right, y'all know what the answer is. And when y'all take long to respond, you know what the answer is.
But Cole, you owe him a fight. As a boxing pundit, I gotta say that because you told him if you fight Savage, you get the fight. You owe him a fight.
I would love to fight him. I just want my credit for when I beat him. That's all I ask. Like, I would love to fight the guy. I just want my credit. You give me my credit, and I'm cool with it.
But so to you, that's gonna happen though. That's gonna happen.
Once again, if I get my credit, if I fight him right now and he comes up to 135, after y'all see me in the ring with him and y'all said I'm a lot bigger than him, right?
Yeah.
If I fight him right now, are y'all going to say he's a 30-pounder?
Yeah, niggas. You can't avoid that. They're going to say that. They're going to say that.
I can avoid it. If he went up to 135 and proved himself, he's no longer a 30-pounder. He will be a 35-pounder. That would make a lot of sense.
But what's prove itself? Like get the belt, or
all
what
he
is
had to
that?
do was get in that position that Lamont Roach is in tomorrow.
It was given to him. He just dropped the intern belt, the WBC intern belt. It was it was kind of giving him the keys to it. So
Roach is in the position
I get
to be
it.
able to
Maybe
fight
it was a
next.
risk for him to
No
stay up
problem.
there, but again, if you want something, you gotta go get it, fam.
I'm not mad at that, but y'all gotta fight, nigga.
130 and expecting Shakur to entertain you is a joke. That's a recipe for disaster. I'm willing to bet my last dollar if he fight that guy next, they wouldn't give him no fucking credit for it. I already heard people saying he need to fight Shock, but I ain't giving him no credit for it because he bigger than him. He's so bigger than him. I'll say this, Blaze. That's very convenient for it to be that way. But if you're considering fighting somebody, what changed? Because it was all Shakur for like 2 months straight. No mention of Keyshawn. That even the purse bid, they still was talking about Shakur. So what changed when Keyshawn said no? Didn't they say the little brother first, then the big brother, Blaze? So it's very convenient for them to, oh shit, now they don't want to compromise to fight Shakur. Now what changed? When was they willing to compromise? On Twitter? Because they never did nothing behind the scenes to actually make that move. So again, was they ever serious if they did nothing to make the fight? It's very convenient. If it's the bigger fight and that's what you really wanted, now they're both free with no opponent and you have the opportunity to do it. So if you was ever willing to do it, what changed? A couple of weeks, a month, shouldn't have really changed if you really wanted to make the biggest fight in boxing, according to Devin Haney. So that's, to me, that's giving them an out. I would like to hear them say that. Come out and say that. Devin, come out and say it. The last thing Devin said was 144. When did Devin say anything else? Where can we assume this from? Do we got anything to go off? The last thing Devin said is 144. We got to fight, right? At any point did he say 147 and no fight? That's his dad saying it, right? I never mind what Bill say. We talking about the fighters because we always talking about what Shakur say, right? So we focusing on what Devin said. He said yes, right? See what I'm saying? Said yes. So yeah, but one guy, I'm gonna say this again. He said little bro first, then big bro. Little bro says no. Don't you think the logical choice would be big bro while they're free? Don't you think the logical choice would be the guy that went to the entity that they said wanted to fight? Huh? Make sense or nah? Make sense? Pablo, man, I'm timing you out, fam. You just saying anything. And then when you come up back off that timeout, tell me how I move the goalpost. I'm telling you what it is. You can't do it, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm blocking you. Because you just being a distraction at this point. You annoying the hell out of me. You just keep typing dumb shit. They giving the man credit. We giving him built-in excuses and saying he changed his mind with no way of knowing this. We ain't talked to the fighter. The fighter ain't said nothing else on Twitter. He said 144, got the attention from the media he wanted, and ain't said shit else to Shakur while getting tagged the whole time responding to Andre Durrell. He didn't even say a whole lot about the Keyshawn shit. Y'all just timed him out. He just saying anything. Just saying anything. I don't move the goalposts. I don't need to. Devin Haney can't beat Shakur to me. I don't need to move a goalpost for a guy I don't feel like he could beat. Hey, Blaze, what would have happened if he would have fought Shakur first, Blaze? If Devin Haney fought Shakur first, what would happen to his belt, Blaze? What would happen to his belt? If he fought anybody but Keyshawn next, without, it chose anybody, should I say, but Keyshawn next. If Keyshawn wasn't saying no, if he chose anybody else, had he fought Shakur next, what would happen to the belt, Blaze? So it don't matter what Shakur say. What did the WBO president say? If Devin Haney fought anybody else, what happens? He gets stripped, right? So that's all Shakur is telling them. But by them saying they're never dropping a belt, Blaze, what is that telling you who they fighting? You can't keep your belt and fight Shakur, Blaze. That's what they was trying to convince the fans that they was doing. We negotiating with Shakur. We ain't dropping our belt. And we fighting Shakur next. When we know that's not the reality. But that's what they told y'all. So we reading his mind now. We saying he changed his mind without no knowledge. The last thing he said was 44, but now he changed his mind based off what? Assumption. I guess we could assume he changed his mind. So I could assume that he never wanted to fight. Talking SD was good, man. Let me play the rest of this and take it off. We're gonna keep building though. We're gonna keep building.
You owe him.
Nah, I don't think he changed his mind. I don't, because it doesn't make sense. That fight not happening. You not acknowledging what I'm saying to you. Didn't they say little bro first, then big bro? You Blaze, you didn't see Bill Haney say, so if your little bro don't take the fade, you gonna take it. And Shakur tagged him and said, let's fight. You didn't see that? You didn't see it? I don't really want to chase my tail on this one though. I really don't. It's the same shit.
I gotta
bro.
keep it real.
The same
Before
shit.
you, my nigga.
Like I said,
Feel how you feel. It's
tell
all
him to
good.
go up and prove himself,
that
and you can
conversation.
get a
It's
fight out.
pointless, yo. It's pointless. It's pointless. We know what everybody said, right? But we Devin Haney said 144 last. We have no way to just other than assuming that he changed his mind because he didn't say nothing else. He said 144, we got to fight, and that was enough for people. That was agreement enough. This is the end of this though. Let's get this off here. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. Is it fair to assume that he never wanted to fight? I mean, if you're type Blaze, if this is how you thinking, right? Because basically by him changing his mind based on Keyshawn saying no. So, all right, the smaller bag says no, right, Blaze? The bigger bag is available. He's so much available that he signed to the guy that the fighter's father said wants to fight, right? So who don't want to fight? The guy that's over there where Bill said the fight is at, or the guys that went on the opposite side? That's changing their mind once Shakur signed to the side that he said want to fight. That don't sound crazy to you? It don't seem very convenient to change your mind now that he's over there where the fight should be had. It's kind of crazy to me. They played themselves with this one, yo. They played themselves. To promote that somebody wants a fight and then you not sign there, and the guy that signs there, you try to convince the world he's the guy that's running from the fight is ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous. But let's keep going, man. I got something else I wanted to get on. Steven Espinoza, man. This Steven Espinoza interview I wanted to cover. It was a good one, man. Everybody hit the like button, man. We're gonna keep building. We're gonna chop it up on this Espinoza joint. Thought it was a good listen. Devin is right, but when Keyshawn walked away is when they changed their tune. I feel you, Blaze. I feel you. It just is what it is. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong, and I ain't right. It ain't no right and wrong answer. It's just perspective, fam, and it's all good. For me, I can't really say that. I think that's silly thinking. I think if a smaller fight say no to you and a bigger fight is available, why would you not want the bigger fight? I'm trying to think the logic in that. There's no logic in that to me. If the smaller fight says no, and you've been promoting for 2 months that you was gonna fight the other guy, and he's with not only with the side Zuffa, right? He signed up, but he's free and he's available, and it's a weight class that your son said yeah to. Why wouldn't you naturally beeline to the big fight? Why wouldn't you? If that's what you really wanted. So I can. It's tough to say if he really wanted it. Then I don't know, but I think it's a good discussion on either side. You know, I could understand where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no right or wrong answer. It's perspective. But I just think about when Keyshawn got made the mandatory, all their talk was about Shakur. Then after the shit falls out with Keyshawn and they have the opportunity to really go after Shakur, they don't do it. Blaze, why chase Shakur when Keyshawn was next? Because they told you they wasn't dropping a belt. So they low-key, they was telling you the whole time who they was fighting all along. Because without dropping the belt, that means you're only fighting Keyshawn Davis. So they played with people the whole time. You get what I'm saying? So now that the guy is available and free and on that side with a deal signed, you don't even acknowledge him. Now you change your tune. See what I'm saying? Logically, like change your tune now that he signed up. It just don't make sense. Don't make sense. But it is what it is. We're gonna keep going though. We got something we got to get to, man. I thought this was a good conversation, man, with Espinoza and company, fam. It's a good chop up, y'all. Hold on, let me get this joint up. It's just they full of games, man, and I just be seeing through that shit. They play a lot of good media games. They do that shit real well. They play the hell out these media games, fam. They be playing the hell out the media games. My thing is Shakur still moving up 8 pounds to 44. He weighed at 138 against T.O. Shit, Shakur would be moving up. What is that, 5? And then you add another 9 pounds total. And if he was to fight at 44 or to 12, if he was to go all the way to 47. So I just feel like he'd be making way too many concessions for a guy that claimed that he wanted the biggest fight in boxing for himself. You get me? That's why it just don't make sense. I hate when somebody tell me how long they be watching boxing. Like because you've been watching boxing for a long time, don't mean you make bad takes. I get bad takes all over. I've been watching boxing since the 80s. I've been watching boxing since the 80s. Yeah, it is. It is for sure. Hold on, y'all. I put this on mute because they
Just all right, but there's some things that even me, I forgot during our first interview, and I talked to you about that I want to get into it, and we're gonna jump right into it. So this is part 2. You know, we're done with the pleasantries and salutations, all right. But before we sat down, obviously Floyd Mayweather sued Showtime, but apparently he sued you. And the question I didn't get out last time was, does Showtime or Steven Espinoza owe Floyd Mayweather any money?
Yeah, look, as we talked about, like I'm limited what I can say in active litigation, but let me see if I can maneuver around it.
Right.
I don't have any hesitation saying that, you know, there's not a penny that I oversaw that didn't go where it's supposed to go. Like, you know, you guys know my career path. Like I started on the fighter side. I've been on the fighter side, you know, helping Mike, helping Oscar, you know, getting Oscar out of the Top Rank contract and helping him form Golden Boy Promotions. You know, so the idea that, you know, any of the fighters I worked with at Showtime didn't get what was coming to them, what was due to them, is absolutely inaccurate. And then, you know, Floyd of all, like there's an entire group of people, you know, that spent a ton of time and energy just making sure his events were as big as possible. And obviously the network benefited from that. Yeah. But the fact that there could be 300 missing, it's $300
million just missing. So when you heard about this lawsuit,
yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna try not to stop it too much and let it play through. But man, that just to hear that is crazy. I'll chalk it up to I don't think Floyd is in dire straits the way people make it seem, man. I'll just chalk it up to having rich people problems for real, for real. He'll figure it out. He usually do. They've been saying Floyd been broke for the longest. Still find a way to stay afloat, stay relevant, spend money, and do his thing. So, hey. I think so too, Blaze. I think it'll be Paro next. It's not a bad fight. So
what was going through your mind? Did you immediately call Floyd or what?
I didn't, you know, because it's, you know, at that point, you sort of assume like he knows what's going on, like this doesn't happen in his name without him knowing about it. Yes. So no, like I didn't think that there was a whole lot of point like saying, hey, what is this? Yeah. It's like, all right, it speaks for itself. All right, that's what we're doing now. Okay, that's what we're doing. So
so do you think that Floyd realized, okay, I'm missing money, I owe money, where's my money at? And he just had to sue everyone involved? Or someone is telling him, I think it was Showtime, or I think it was this person, your former manager, your former this.
I think they're two different situations. Like everyone sort of saw the two lawsuits and say, okay, they're the same thing. I think someone told him you should sue Showtime, you know, but the fact that, you know, there could be 300 million missing, you know, and no one realizes until a decade later.
That's insane.
Yeah. But the other lawsuit that he has with his former representative, that's something very recent. That's stuff that's happened over the last 6 months to a year to 2 years. And it is, you got to be careful who you trust. I mean, that's all I can say.
You know, the fact that Floyd has always spoken so highly about Al Heyman and how good and smart Harvard grad of an advisor he is, how could that go past him? Like, you know, a network owing him 300 million. Is that relationship that you know of with Floyd and Al severed?
It's not what it was. They're not in a lot of contact, and you know, and people think I, you know, had a close relationship with Al, which I did. You know, that's accurate. But anybody who knows Al knows the way he did business. There were plenty of times where we butted head and argued about this fight or that fight. When we sent out, accounting statements, he definitely was coming back and saying, look, I don't understand this. I don't understand that. You need to go back and look at this. I didn't agree to that.
Don't understand. What's an accounting statement?
So anytime on, you know, there are two types of deals. You know, there are sort of flat deals, like I'm going to pay you X amount to be in this fight. you know, you get your purse, or you know, we pay the promoter pays the purse. That's it.
Right.
And then there's primarily pay-per-view deals where, you know, there might be a minimum guarantee, and then there's a revenue share on the upside. So the pay-per-view, when we're talking about sort of the old days, not the streaming pay-per-view, digital pay-per-view, you know immediately.
Right.
Traditional pay-per-view, like cable and satellite, that money can take a month to 6 months to a year to come in.
6 months.
So
Why so long?
Because, you know, think
People
about
pay
it.
their cable bill every month. No, they ain't mailing the money in. So why does it take so long?
So it's the cable bill. So think about it. You know, Cinco de Mayo, you got there. You get your bill at the end of the month.
Yeah.
You know, so it's the end of May.
Yeah.
You know, whatever it's due mid-June.
Right.
You know, and then you send your money in, and then they don't report it back to us till July.
Right.
So all of a sudden, at the earliest that we see it is a couple months later. But then there's also, you know, there's sort of middlemen in between that this guy has to report to this company because, you know, for example, if you've got Comcast or Charter or some of these, there's local systems that report to the main company, and then the main company reports to Showtime.
Gotcha.
So there's sort of delays along the line, and it's a crazy system because it wasn't unusual that 6 months, 12 months down the road, like all of a sudden we'd get a big check from DirecTV or satellite company just because money was delayed and they just found it.
So how is it always by like that Tuesday, people are looking for the numbers already, and sometimes promoters say, oh, we sold 1.5.
It's a guess, you know, and the guesses ironically became less and less accurate over time because, you know, we used to have a formula which was, okay, if you're doing this many buys earlier in the week, then it projects to X, Y, and Z. Yes. But then, you know, look, you guys are big fight fans, you know, even if you know there's a huge fight you're not going to miss.
Yeah.
You know, it starts, you know, 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Eastern. When are you buying it?
Yeah, last
right
a minute before when you sit down on the couch. So we can't do any projections on Thursday, Friday from all that. So
yes.
Shout out to everybody still rocking out with me, man. We over 3 hours. We closing on 3.5. Shout out to Vision Beyond Sight, man. He said, what's up, Just Do Boxing? What's good? Appreciate the love in the Cash App. Shout out to my guy, man. I remember they downplayed it, then Hitchens beat him. They downplayed it. He gonna be a world beater if he fight October 3rd. I tell you that. That I know. When they should have just called him a good fighter from the beginning. Good fighter, but just not up there with the top, the best of the best, right? Yeah, I don't know if you behind. Shout out to you, Vision Beyond Sight. I just played the little theme music for you. Appreciate the love in the Cash App too.
Sometimes with some cable systems, they would tell us on Monday, they'd give us a ballpark.
Gotcha.
And so you would sort of project.
Right.
But over time, there were fewer and fewer systems doing that.
Gotcha.
So at a certain point, a lot of the times we were flying blind. So the middle of the week, after the pay-per-view, we might have a tiny bit of information.
And you'll still throw that out there. Oh, we sold 300,000.
Yeah, it's sort of like at that point, it's a guess.
Maybe I'm dumb, but in this world of technology, like how is it that you can't calculate the numbers with the transactions? How can you have an accurate number if I'm swiping my card, there's a transaction? I've always assumed by Monday you should have an accurate number or close to it. Nobody's buying a pay-per-view after.
No, you're absolutely right. I don't think the incentive is there.
Ooh, that's
you know,
big.
for us to get the money quicker. Because if I'm the cable company, it's the same thing as anybody else paying money. Like,
but I'm not even talking about the money.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the accurate number of sales.
So that goes hand in hand.
That's exactly right. Because, you know, at that point, like all people are like, how can you market to people who buy pay-per-views? Like we had at Showtime, we had a limited amount of information about pay-per-view buyers because who had all the information? Like the cable and satellite operators. They know who you are, what else you watch. They're not sharing it with Showtime. Now, if Showtime, you bought it digitally, unlike the Showtime app, then we could tell, okay, you're watching Homeland, you're watching Shameless, you're buying The Fight and all the other stuff.
I'm gonna skip up a little bit, y'all. We gonna skip through. They got some time stamps. Trying to get to when they talked about this Al Heyman stuff too. All right, let's get it. Me too.
And it's sort of strange because it's sort of like, okay, how do you just discover, this bias? And it's like, well, we audited this little system in Ohio and they discovered they had 300 buys instead of 50 that they thought.
Oh my God. How do you justify getting money
I don't know if there's any justification, but I know you've seen online 50 Cent posted it. I don't know where he got it from. People are saying where he got it from, but I don't know that person. There's a conversation that Al Heyman, supposedly, allegedly, it's Al Heyman. It does sound like Leonard Ellaby, though. Mm-hmm. And we don't know Al Heyman's voice, but some people that know him say it doesn't sound like him much. Maybe he's sick, who knows? But they're talking about Floyd and they're saying we're gonna bury allegedly Al Heyman is saying we're gonna bury him.
Put him in the dirt or put him in the ground, something like that. Have you listened to audio?
What
do you think about that?
I was
Being that you know Al.
Right. I was trying to piece together all of it just like everybody else.
Did it sound like Al to you?
It depends. Like when I first when I first heard it, I said, no, that doesn't really. Right.
He actually do it sound like Al. He gonna talk about it depends. Man, that's a yes or no. Now you mean it depends. But it depends on what day you hear it or what. Do it sound like him or not?
I listened to it and then there's like, well, maybe a little bit. And I listened to some more. Like you can go around in circles on it the more you listen to it.
Got you.
And I'm trying to think, when was this said? In what context? Like what was going on?
I heard one outlet say that they've had that for a year, but they didn't leak it. Mm-hmm. And now it's being leaked. I don't know. But who knows?
It doesn't sound like something Al would say, and I don't know why he would. Mm-hmm. I haven't asked him about it. I haven't spoken to him about it, so I don't know for sure. But
I don't know. I ain't asking him about it.
It doesn't fit with what I know of the situation.
As far as AI, because people are blaming it on AI. The only thing about that and AI, the lingo, right? And the conversation, how casual it is, it's not something that AI, that I've seen on the internet, that AI has been able to replicate, right? When you see an AI video, the words are precise. Even if they create the same voice, there's not that, I can't explain it. Like it seemed authentic. I'm not saying it is.
Right.
I'm saying
I know what
people are talking about it being AI. I don't know. I never listened to Al's voice.
It was messy the way people talk, you know?
Right.
It wasn't perfect. It wasn't a perfect conversation.
But Floyd, look, am I ignorant to say Floyd, they didn't mention Floyd? What they were talking about another little guy, putting him in the
Yeah, actually,
they mentioned Floyd because he says he owns PBC. Floyd is the one saying that. Like
when? I've never heard him say that.
PBC and me are one. That's what he says.
But
he said when you mention
PBC.
You're talking about me.
I mean, there's that. I'm also trying to figure out like what is the situation in which this was quote unquote recorded.
That's right. That's the thing. When,
you've got two sides of the conversation.
Somebody was eavesdropping, Steven. That was what's going on, man. Somebody had a bulb on. Somebody was wearing a wire, damn it.
It doesn't make sense that either Al or Leonard would A, record it, or even if they did, why they would release it.
Yes.
Right.
Because if it's accurate, it doesn't make either one of them look good.
Right.
So I'm like, in what context was this recorded and why would someone release it? To what extent? Like a lot of it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's not really saying much. It's saying they made some comments, but
I mean, if it is out, it is saying something.
It is saying something, but like I've said,
this was a father figure to Floyd.
Yeah.
Right. But we can't say for sure
$1 billion
that he was talking about Floyd.
Teach, you probably dead serious. So I said she could record it. I wouldn't surprise me, Teach. You know he at the butt of all jokes right now. He do everything wrong. He the only one that ain't moving right. Everybody else doing what they supposed to be doing, except for him. Never mind the last fight he just took. Yeah, he ain't doing nothing right. You can't make this shit up. The last couple fights. Then he said you saw it. That's crazy. That's crazy.
We're assuming that because
it seems that way. It seems that way. No one else is talking about their own PBC. No, who that has millions of dollars.
I've never heard Floyd say I own PBC in any public forum. Never heard it. I'm not defending Floyd.
You always bashing Floyd. I defend Floyd. You're the Floyd I defend Floyd.
I'm just saying.
Damn.
But in any case, being that we're on Al, I want to ask you about the time when Al started bringing fighters to Fox, right? I thought about you because you guys were building this relationship. All these PBC fighters were fighting on Showtime. You had all the stars, and all of a sudden, boom! I don't know if it was a Deontay Wilder or Spence. You know better than me.
He's just skipping up some, y'all.
You gotta go.
He's definitely one of the most hated boxers right now.
That is.
My bad.
I'm not
30, 48. 30. I'm skipping. I'm trying to find the right timestamp. All right, we good here.
What got produced and what got on air? You know,
documentaries.
Rion
he was doing documentaries too.
Like I did 27 documentaries while I was there.
Was good. Appreciate you.
And you know, like again, there was collaboration.
You did Andre
People
Ward's documentary.
What's that?
You did Andre Ward's documentary?
I did Ward's. I did Colby's. Did Iverson. Did the Four Kings. Did you did Shut Up and Dribble? Largely, and again, I'm not going to say like no one looked over my shoulder, but those were my decisions. You know, what got canceled, what got put on air, what fights made the air, what pay-per-views. Coming into this job, I had never worked at a TV network before.
Right. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
So
I get it.
I knew the TV business, I knew the boxing business, but I had never programmed. Like people work in TV at networks their entire life without ever having the ability to actually make a decision like I did.
Right.
Like people work all the time without ever being the guy who gets to decide yes or no on a particular piece of programming. So there's not that many of those jobs at all. So that's why I said, like, I was surprised I got it because, you know, there aren't that many jobs to start with. And then to give it to somebody who's never even done anything similar to that was a roll of the dice.
You were supposed to go a little lower and you went to the top.
And so it wasn't, and that's exactly the opportunity. Like no one as a lawyer, no matter how good a lawyer is going to be, there's not going to be another opportunity where someone says, hey, you want to come relay?
You had to jump on it.
Yeah. So I was like, I have to take this opportunity.
Yeah.
And not to get political, but like people like me don't usually get those jobs.
Yeah, that's true.
Coming from my background, being, Mexican American, growing up humbly, without connections in the industry, without any relationships whatsoever.
Right.
Like you don't, like I already won. Even if I never work in TV again, I've never worked in boxing again, like I've won. Yeah. I've won by making it there.
100%.
Is there anything you regret throughout your stint at Showtime at all? Like any business deal, any relationship that went south, anything that you felt you could have done differently or you wish you would have done differently?
Or didn't do?
Sure. There's always stuff. Look, the biggest one, we touched on this a little bit, is like, obviously when the division shut down, like.
And with the WBC though, Espinoza, they was talking about, my bad, y'all. They was speaking on Showtime and why it ended and stuff like that. And he was speaking about his involvement. And he was basically calling a lot of the shots over there, man. He said he was responsible for what was put on air and what wasn't.
Then everything, I second guess everything.
He
Even
also told us
by that point,
boxing,
like I understood it's in the larger ecosystem of what was going on, both within Paramount, like what their trajectory was, a change in leadership, a new guy wanted to do something different, looking at having HBO went out of it in 2018. We are in 2023.
Right.
There were rumors that, ESPN was going to be going out of it. So I know, rationally, there really wasn't anything that we did or didn't do to get that decision. Like that's, one of the first things my boss told me when I got hired is, we're out to lunch. It's probably my first week. He said, you're overpaid, right?
Really?
And I was like, what are you going to say?
Was
to your
this
boss?
2011 or 2013?
2011. And he said, and I sort of was like, yeah. He's like, well, I am too. Well, let me explain what I mean.
This is before the second deal.
Yeah, this is before then. Then I was really overpaid. He said, the thing about the TV business is we're all overpaid because there is zero job security. We get paid more than we should because one day
he gets his all in.
Like some new guy comes in and he doesn't like your face or he doesn't like the programming or he's got a best buddy who has the same, and that's what happens. Like you see it all the time. When
I
there's
used to say that all the time, right? I used to be like, yo, Ock, stop. We're overpaid.
I mean, when there's a regime change, like you see it, like everybody starts
sound like one of them good problems to have. Y'all being overpaid.
Scramble for the resume. A new head of the network is going to probably bring in their people.
Yeah.
So
we've seen that happen.
Yeah, it does happen. So, at the end of it, I knew there were a lot of factors, because among other things, look at that year, that 2023 year that we had. Yeah. There was, Tank and Ryan, which was the biggest pay-per-view in 6 or 7 years.
Yes.
We had Canelo Plant for Undisputed. We had Spence and Crawford. I mean, forget the rest of the year. Those 3 fights right there,
epic.
Is a fantastic.
We're about to get into why Tank versus Shakur died and a real story on Crawford versus Ennis. There's a reason why I was playing this. That's why I'm skipping through some of it, depending on the timestamps. But we ain't gonna listen to all of it, but we're gonna listen to a couple of these, more popular talking points.
And yet that was the year they decided.
You went out with a bang.
And it was sort of like, oh yeah, you put all this on because you knew.
You're doing too good. You gotta go.
Yeah.
No, it's not him. It's the sport that they were leaving.
It was sort of like, and I get it. If somebody comes in, they got a new position, don't have a history in premium TV. They're sort of like, I'm not sure why we're doing this. I want to try something else.
Oh my God.
You mentioned Tank, and I just want to touch on this. You might have touched on this before, but the negotiations or the potential fight between Tank and Shakur Stevenson. How close was that fight? Talk about those negotiations.
There was some outreach. The conversation didn't go very far, to be completely honest. Like, it sort of like at that point, calling Top Rank saying, hey, could we, maybe there's something we could do here. Yeah, let me think about it. I'll get back to you. Crickets. Like, I'm not going to blame Shakur for that.
Right. You're not saying Shakur didn't want the fight.
No,
it just
not
didn't
at
get
all.
to the point.
Not at all. I don't know that he knew anything about it, whatsoever. Just like, somebody.
Nah, he knew. You ain't telling the full story because you could tell. See, he leave those blinks. He speak like a politician. He do a really good job at dancing around shit. You seen how he was able to speak on something that it's a legal matter, but he was able to dance around it. That's how he's able to do with this situation. That's what led to when Shakur was sitting down in that interview next to him and he called him out. And he basically says, you know what you was doing by you saying the stuff that you said. People was going to come and say, yo, I ducked. You knew what you was doing. It was a phone call made and y'all asked would he be available. From what I got, you asked would he be available to fight Tank. He said, yeah, you saying crickets. But notice, y'all, he not saying on which side the crickets came from. Just think about it. Who's driving the fight? If it was crickets on Shakur's side, he would easily been able to say, yo, we reached out. Why he can't just say that? And we ain't hear nothing from that side. He just kind of threw it in the air. It's crickets because it didn't go that far. If you reach out to him being the A side, it's up for y'all to make the fight. What do you mean crickets? You get what I'm saying? Like, just think about it. Fill in the blanks a little bit. Like, think about that. It would be up for them to reach back out and for him to turn the fight down. Why he can't just simply come out and say, yeah, they didn't want to fight. But you trying to, like, disconnect Shakur from the situation. where was the fight ever going to go? If you like, who would they go to? What is there to talk about if they're not talking to Shakur about the opportunity? So, yeah, you know, of course, he being a politician, y'all, respectfully, he leaving some details out.
You know, you can't blame me for fights that Tank did or didn't get.
Right.
At the end of it. So, yeah, there was some attempts, and I wouldn't have made those phone calls unless PBC and Tank were
Really
on
wanted to
board.
fight.
Yeah,
Right.
they were on board with doing it. I'm not going to go chasing something that has no basis for getting made.
Gotcha.
You know, the same way it comes up a lot about Boots and Crawford. You know, and
my Keep Sweat voice teach nobody, nobody. You know what I'm saying? Remember, think about it. They blamed Top Rank for so long for being the reason Shakur and Tank wouldn't fight. So who's to think that was going to ever change? But the minute he was in free agency, it was none of that. It's just always the same shit. It's always the same stuff when it comes.
You know, that was one of the situations that, I mean, yes, you know, I talked to Bozy a lot. They were very open to that fight. You know, I talked to Bud about it.
Yeah.
You know, because at that point he was a free agent, and I talked to him directly. And
what was his response to it?
His response is, you know, I can definitely think about that, but the time we had this conversation, he was laser focused on Spence.
Yes.
And you can't blame him. He wants to finish that division.
And do y'all really think Terrence Crawford was supposed to risk undisputed or risk the bigger fight that he's been chasing with Errol Spence to fight Boots? It's like people don't be thinking, man. They don't be using their head, bro. That's when he was trying to fight that man, and he beelined away from that negotiations, fought Avanesian on BLK Prime, where there'd be no issues, got a bag, stayed active, and went back to the negotiation table, and the rest is history.
And be undisputed. Right. And not only that,
yeah.
can you blame a guy like Bud was blackballed, in my opinion, by PBC for a while, right? You can confirm that. And not getting the fights that he wanted. So he got his opportunities late in his career. At this point, I need the biggest fights that are going to make the most money. I have 6 kids.
It took him 5 years.
Right.
To get that fight.
So we all know his talent. Bud has never ducked anybody, any smoke, period. But it is a business at the same time. So if I got Canelo in the wing, I just made, I don't know, 20 million, 25 million with Spence. Why would I want to fight a Boots Ennis right now at this stage of my career, right? Would you advise him the same?
You know, if there's, you know, post Spence, yeah, look, from a pure business perspective, boxing fans don't want to hear it, but from a pure business perspective, if I were representing him, the obligation I have is to give him the biggest money fight possible.
Right.
Whatever that is.
Right.
I'm not saying that was or wasn't Boots, but he, you know, eventually focused in on Canelo, you know, and he started talking about Canelo way earlier than everyone else was on board. It sounded like a crazy idea at some point.
Talking to my dog Wyatt saying, what's good? He said that was after Avanesian just. I figured so, because again, Errol Spence came after Avanesian. So I'm just saying I don't know how you seen it, but I never seen a Boots fight with Bud happening before Bud fought Spence is what I was getting at. You get what I'm saying? I felt like the Avanesian fight was a bonus fight for a guy like Bud to take, you know, and stay active. Boots ain't no stay busy, stay active fight at all. But I think he took one of them with Avanesian, and after that, again, like you mentioned, he was all, or should I say Steven Espinoza mentioned, he was all focused on fighting Errol Spence. I just never seen that fight come into fruition. And why I'm going here today, because I like to hear from people that be inside the business, and I'm pretty sure nowhere is you going to hear that Espinoza is saying Bud duck or Boots duck. That's what I like to hear. The same thing with Zab Judah. I think Zab said he was representing Bud around the time. Or he was in, you know, he was involved. He was in the mix, and he said he said other business came up. You know what I'm saying? And other stuff came up, so they never ended up fighting. Nobody ducked, but you know, business came up and guys went where they went. And I think that's the more believable route. I hate people that push somehow that it was Boots ducking or somehow it was Bud ducking. All I'm getting at, it was more business. I don't think you can look and point the finger at either fighter and say, oh, they was trying to avoid each other. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was getting at. But shout out to my dog, man. Keep putting out that great work. Shout out to the homie Mill, man. Mind yours, what's good with it, man? Let's keep strolling. Told this story in exact detail, but Crawford and fans still push a false narrative. I don't like it, though. I hate it. I hate it for either guy. You know how I do anyway, YSM. I hate it for either one. And I've always maintained that I just think the business didn't allow that fight to take place. Now, you could grasp at straws and try to blame one guy or the other, but I chalk it up to timing and it just not being there. You know what I'm saying? The timing not being there. Just like what Espinoza is saying, well, that's something I could think about. I could consider it. But, you know, in your mind, you really want that. You know what fight you're looking for. And it's like, once they got that fight, they both moved out of the division. So I ain't never see Boots getting a chance at them dudes at 47. You know what I'm saying? I always thought it would be a stretch, but, you know, I just hate the whole Boots did this duck narrative or Bud did this and he ducked. It's trash. It's a trash narrative. You talking about two of the best talents, Bud, obviously the more proven one. Boots showing you exactly who he is. I just get tired of the bullshit narratives, man. And I'm glad Boots is in a position where he getting his just due. And I'll say this, and we're going to continue. What people don't want you to know and want us to know, bro, is that these guys can both be successful without ever fighting each other and still end up being two of the best talents that boxing seen. They don't want us to believe that. They want us to believe that the only way for Boots or Bud to validate what he truly is to give a young guy like Boots his opportunity. The only way Boots can truly solidify himself if he beats somebody like Bud, when in reality, Boots is solidifying himself now by doing what he's doing. Unified 147, jumped up to 54. Now he unified that. Now his name is in the conversations for more unifications, big fights, possible, undisputed. Like that's that. He got his own path is what I'm saying. So the fact that that fight kind of missed the bus, you know, we missed the bus on that fight, it's not the end of the world. Bud is cemented in his boxing. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be a Hall of Famer for sure. And Boots is very well on his way. And they hate the fact that these two dudes can be as good as what they are without ever having fought each other. So when they desperate because they want to see the fight, so people got to find one reason or a way to blame one guy versus the other. Yeah, it was Boots, or, you know, Boots did this, or Bud did this. And it's just, me and you know, that's bullshit. Neither one of them guys ain't no ducks is what I was always getting at. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to my dog, man. I appreciate you as always. Shout out to Marcus back in the super chat. He said, facts, Justin, who in their right mind wouldn't chase the big money fight over the lesser money fight? Let that sink in, Haney fans. That on top of, you know, real always recognize real. People know what kind of risk comes with a Boots fight. That ain't somebody that you just, you know, that dude could spoil plans. And that don't have nothing to do with ducking or, you know, avoiding. Is being smart and is doing business. You know what I mean? You got to get to it, especially when you was as close to undisputed as what what Bud was. I could understand his decision and make sure that he secured that Earl Spence fight over anything else at 147. And then again, when I've seen both of them move out the division, people started pushing the narrative. Bud moved out because Boots was on his ass. And this is like, y'all just can't accept the fact that sometimes business don't align and the timelines don't align and fights don't happen. You know what I'm saying? But I think when it's all said and done, they're going to be two of the best fighters in boxing. And Boots going to keep proving it. And I don't know, Mill, you still in here? Let him know. We call him And One Mixtape over here in Jersey. That's why I nicknamed him And One Mixtape Boots, fam. I got 5 on it. Yeah. I just think that Devin Haney, and it never will be, in my opinion. That'll never be a good fight for him. Boots in this, and I don't think I said what did I say that on Twitter or Instagram? One of them. I said I don't think we'll ever see that fight in our lifetime. Not in a professional boxing ring. You won't see it. You know what I mean? Let's keep going. Virgil should have got in there, Serrata. If he was gonna stop him, he should have got in there when they did the face-off instead of talking about dream fights and suing his promoter. And now I don't like to use the word begging, but now they doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down that's the fight they want, because I think they probably know that Boots probably focus on something else. I'm hearing Josh Kelly is a possibility, but I'm telling you now, I hope you hear when they actually do make that fight, because I think And1 mixtape Boots is going to come out on top. I think he's going to hurt Virgil. I think Virgil's style, and it just might sound crazy, I think it could be a tough fight either way, right? I think Virgil's style is more tailor-made for Boots to be successful. That coming straight forward in a straight line. And look, he's more crafty than people give him credit for, but he just don't have the overall bag that Boots got. Get me, Boots do a lot of shit that Virgil can't do. He jump out at you, I'm telling you. And the same shit that Virgil could do, I feel like Boots can do at a high level. It's just some things that Boots is able to do that Virgil might not be able to do on the same level, possibly. But look, Virgil's a great fighter. That's a great fight. It's a 50-50 fight. But I got Boots. I respect anybody that got Virgil. Virgil is a dog. He really is. Let's get back to this, though, man.
Wow.
So, like, I would never say Bud ducked it, you know, and it's certainly not the case that Bozy and Boots ducked it.
Right.
You know, it's one of those where I think that the timing was off.
That time.
The timing was off.
What did I just say, fam? This is my first time listening to this for real. But then what did I say? Timing. I'm loved when somebody in the business keep it real. Definitely ain't gonna say Bud ducked it. You ain't gonna say Bozy and Boots ducked it, because that ain't what happened. I'm gonna listen to that. Somebody that's on the inside more than I will somebody on YouTube calling themselves a content creator, pushing narratives and agendas, fam. That's all I be trying to get to is the truth. Business not being on point will stop more fights from happening than ducking ever will. I'm gonna always say that because I believe it to be true. We be yelling about duck whole time. Dudes couldn't even agree to money or whatever the situation be. You know what I mean? So many things, so many moving parts, so many different ways a fight could fall out, or just for the smallest shit. So again, more fights gonna fall out for business more than, you know, two guys sitting up trying to duck or avoid. I just don't believe that's the case. Yeah, but look, I feel you, Serrata. He's a dog. Virgil is a dog. You know, some of the shots, I know they say Xander landed, you don't want Virgil landed. I understand that, right? He on the other side of you, it could get spooky, but the same could be said about Boots. Some of the shots that he's able to land, get in there. You don't need Boots to be on the opposite end punching on you neither. So you got two top tier guys. You know, one is more proven. One got a really good resume without the accomplishments, the accolades. But I think an opportunity is there for the fight. Hopefully they give it to us.
Me, it's just more understandable why it wouldn't make sense for Bud for that.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Not saying that, you know, Bud wouldn't beat him. Like I said, I know for a fact that Bud wasn't ducking Boots. I know that for sure.
Right.
And he made the right decision, right? Made tons of money against Canelo Alvarez. Went up arguably 3 weight classes to be undisputed in a 3rd weight class.
Yeah. Like there's not
It's like a storybook ending for his career, starting from Spence and on.
Now, with that being said, in your opinion, as a businessman, you ran a network, you know boxing, what do you think would get Bud back into the sport for one more fight?
I mean, I'd love to see it. I think it's got to be a spectacle, like, because once you get a taste of that level, like, it's hard to go back.
Right.
Like, it's sort of like in a different situation. You look at Conor McGregor. Once Conor McGregor did a huge event with Floyd, it's sort of like, okay, am I going to go back and do run of the mill, even if it's a big MMA fight?
Right.
Like,
Gotta be
it's sort
something
of
like that.
It's
So
not
is this
85
crazy?
million big.
Is this crazy? This scenario, since you're speaking spectacle, right? We just dropped an episode about who's the better fighter, Floyd Mayweather, Terrence Crawford, right? If Floyd were to fight Pacquiao and beat him, right? And then there's some back and forth about, I'm the better fighter. Would people buy into Floyd Mayweather coming out of retirement, Terrence Crawford coming out of retirement, and having a big showdown at 160 or something like that? Is that a spectacle, or is it?
It is a spectacle. You're gonna have people saying, "Oh, you know, Floyd, Floyd at his age,
49.
So, you know, would felt a lot better if he was 40 and 49, but it's still a huge spectacle. At a certain point, you know, but at the same time, I think we gotta stop, you know, throwing out like these
type of fights.
These senior
It wouldn't
fights.
be it wouldn't be fair to Floyd to fight this version of
I
Bud.
didn't know
who's
you was
still,
going
like-
there. That's kind of crazy.
No, I'm just saying.
But-
I'm just thinking about for like
What-
social media, how the casual fan would. I think they would buy into this fight because there's people still people argue us down. There's no way that Bud could ever beat Floyd Mayweather. I think there's still enough
talking
casual
about
fans.
prime. They're talking about prime.
No, but still,
Floyd.
you don't think there's still enough casual fans out there that will buy into this fight?
Not enough what they would need, not what
To
a
pay them?
Floyd would need, and what a
I do.
Crawford would.
Man, if they said Floyd was coming out back out of retirement to fight Crawford, people watching that damn fight. Ain't no way. The hate that people still have for Floyd, all the headlines that his name been attached to, and then the way they hate Bud, some of them dudes, it'll be a lot of people glad that at the end of the day, one of them dudes gonna have a loss on their record. There's no way people don't tune into Bud and Floyd fighting each other. If they was to do this shit right now, even at 50. Shit, if you could watch Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua, when you know the outcome of that, we don't know the outcome of Bud in a damn, Mayweather. So I think people will watch it. I really do. I ain't gonna lie. I think people will watch it, but it's the fantasy fight at the end of the day. I don't see it ever happening, but people will watch that shit. Yeah, they watch AI fight. They just watch it.
So. I mean, 49 and 39.
AI video.
And that 39 is still better than everybody else in the world.
Do you agree with that?
And that fight wouldn't look.
I mean,
nothing like
there's
what that
people
AI
out there
video
writing some crazy checks for crazy shit. So
you're not gonna get no money back.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, you can write the check, but you ain't making return on that.
I don't know.
You're not making a return on that.
I don't know if I agree with
You're
that.
not selling 1 million pay-per-views for
You
that.
What?
No.
You crazy.
No.
First off, pay-per-view is different. In the world of piracy, it's just a different world.
That's what I'm saying.
But, and
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it's on the Netflix, where it's not pay-per-view. But even that fight would do over a million sales. Nah.
Bro, they sold people Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul. They sold people Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. Bro, they've been selling old shit and old athletes and champions for forever. That UFC model is built off an old ass champion for me, if you ask me. So people still come and watch it. You know what I mean? But them two guys generate enough hate, I think, and interest combined for people to really watch it. I'm not good on predicting numbers. I don't really care, but I think it'll be successful. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see people not being interested in it. They're going to want to see one of them two dudes fight and or lose.
You're bugging.
And only because we all like to see people fight on the street. We like to see people fight anywhere. I guess so. People want to see Floyd get beat up anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yes, maybe there's no fight.
No,
maybe
that's
Bud,
crazy.
He ended the career on the
he's
right
not
now.
coming back.
He's not coming back.
Canelo rematch,
It was a one-sided fight.
Maybe not even that. What if Spence looks phenomenal against Zoo?
Yeah, he beat Spence,
and then he have to beat somebody else again.
No.
I don't know.
I think of Conor McGregor, maybe.
Mm-hmm. That's different.
They was talking about
That's different.
fighters.
That might say something, but it would have to
skip up a little bit. Where is it at? Wait, is it? They saying, can Zuffa really sign every fighter? Devin Haney rumored $60 million deal. We know that's a rumor now, though, because of what we heard about DAZN, him signing on the DAZN. So there we go.
So it's sort of like, what are they trying to get in?
Yeah,
out
but
of it?
I'm more so, I get that, but Zuffa boxing, right? Dana says we're going to sign all the fighters eventually. We're signing all the fighters. Now, if that were the case, right, and you had all the biggest names, then yes, you have checkmate, right? Yeah. If we have to come to you to watch those fights.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Is that even realistic? Can they ever get to that point where every single fighter respects the Zuffa belt?
My God.
And this is where we at. This is the league. This is the UFC of boxing. Can we ever get there?
Look, you'd have to undo 100+ years of history and 100+ years of structure,
right?
Which means promoters, sanctioning bodies, managers, all this. I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's where you got to start with. The other thing is you've got two different tensions, because I think Zuffa's been very clear. They came in, they said there's something wrong with the boxing business model.
Right.
and we're going to fix it. Now, there's a lot of things wrong with it. There's a lot of things you can poke holes on. But the one that they chose was the distribution of revenues. You know, they basically said, it doesn't make sense. Like, all the fighters are getting too much money. There's not enough going to the promoter, you know, in this case. So their biggest change in their business model is less money on the fighter side and more money on the corporate promoter side.
Is that the truth though? Because there's fighters like Devin Haney, supposedly, I don't know how true is this Shakur thing. Conor Ben, Hitchens, Berlanga, that are signing to Zuffa because, I mean, we just sat down with Hitchens and he said he was getting paid more. So there, I heard that the deal with Devin Haney was worth $60 million for 5 fights. Can they afford to do that? I mean, is Paramount, do they have that many subscribers, like that much money coming in where we can justify paying $10, $11 million a fight?
So 2 things. One, part of this is, you know, what I was reacting to is just what Zuffa said.
Yes.
Which you're right. What they initially said and what they're doing are slightly
2
different
things, right?
The second is, it's hard to separate these out. Again, the Saudis are backing Zuffa.
Right.
So there was a lot of confusion about the Conor Ben signing, the first one, not the second one.
Yes.
But it was sort of like, you know, first it was Zuffa, and then there's all this like, what the hell? Then it was like, Zuffa said, no, it wasn't us, it was the Saudis. Like, it was their decision to pay that.
It's a $15 million
one. So it's sort of like, okay, like, I don't know where it came from, like, but if it was the Saudis, then that makes a little bit more sense because it didn't seem to be consistent with what the business model at Zuffa was.
Yes.
Now, having said that, business models, you know, they evolve. You know, and if they're trying to take over the sport, then yeah, they're going to have to spend some money.
But I think that's just the elite level where they're spending that much, or popular fighters where they're spending that much more money. Everybody else is going to get that basis that they said, and you know, when they release this information, you're going to make this amount of money, and that's about it.
Maybe.
You know, do you feel like Al Heyman his plan is to still be relevant in boxing and still put on fights from years to come?
I know he's got the passion to do it. Like, you know, he got into it because of his brother, who was a boxer, and you know, he's.
You know what I want to hear, radio? I want to hear Eddie Hearn speak about this big DAZN deal that he signed, because he was so vocal about everything with Zuffa and how stupid they was and how people can't fight nobody, and you know, the typical promoter or competition type of talk. But I want to hear, not saying that he signed with Eddie, they saying he did a deal directly with DAZN. Shout out to him and Team Haney. But I just want to hear what his thoughts is, right? Just to hear, like, what's his, you know, what I heard from Chris Mannix, or what we heard him say on here when I played his show, the clip. He said, from what he's being told, is he signed a 4-fight deal with DAZN. I don't care about his money because I'm not in his pockets, but you know, that's interesting that he'd be, you know, potentially with them for possibly 4 fights. You know what I mean? It'll be interesting to see who they draw up for him to fight as well, just like anybody else. Anybody on Zuffa, especially a top name, or Shakur Stevenson, you want to know what game plan, what's the plan for him, right? Who they going to get him in the ring with to justify this money that people are reporting that they paying, right? And same thing for Devin, any big deal, right? You want to justify giving up or paying that much money. You want to make those fights make sense. So I got the same questions for anybody that's signing any deal, no matter where they at. I don't care what umbrella, what side of the street. At the end of the day, they all these deals need to make sense, right? They need to make money to make sense, and these guys need each other. These top names need each other as dance partners to make this shit make sense. So I want to hear Eddie's
always been there for
things.
Fighter welfare. You know, by the same point, like, you know, how long he wants to do this and in this sort of environment, I'm not sure. But, you know, the reality is, I think the sport in the US needs more than DAZN and Paramount Plus to be successful. As much as everyone is focused on streaming, the most successful and biggest sports are still at least partially reliant on traditional television.
Football,
yeah,
basketball.
So I'm not saying you can't be successful, but I think, you know, there's still a big, large audience that is available and accessible on on
Network
sort of
television.
non-streaming, on traditional TV, that I think, the sport would benefit from. Sport would benefit from more marketing promotion. I don't see anybody doing a ton of marketing on the events that are happening right now.
It seems like these networks and these companies don't want to spend money though on marketing, on shoulder programming, and then network television. If you want the big names, you got to pay them a lot of money. So how do you justify paying these guys money and giving
he
the fight
quiet
away
as
for
hell,
free? It's
bro.
almost like a catch-22 in boxing.
The only reason I'm expecting him to say something is because he was so vocal about Zuffa, and like he basically was trashing their signings, their deals, what they was paying people, their roster. Everything is that typical competition promoter talk, right? Oh, they not doing this right. They doing this wrong. They signed for this money. Who we gonna fight? But it's like, shit, now I know if anything going down the big deal wise, and it's the zone somewhere where that's right in your backyard, you would know what's going on. I would think that you wouldn't be completely out the loop if you could be guessing everybody else's deals, and that's supposed to be a competitor. If you know how much these guys getting paid, then you have to know what's going on with him, and never mind his money, but the amount of fights. I just want to hear some more insight on it. You know what I mean? I never seen a deal get talked about as much, but like with such minimal confirmation, with everybody else speaking on it, but the fighter and the guy that been putting out all the news. Strange.
I mean, I think a lot of people thought the Saudis, what they would do is, roll everybody up or create some umbrella where everybody had to work together.
Yeah.
Not sort of start from something with scratch, which maybe ultimately is a better business model. It's a slower business model.
Right.
And, it remains to be seen.
Did you hear about what Turkey said? Supposedly, he's going through some health issues, but he wants to, what would you call it, a summit?
Something like that.
He wants to create a summit and fix everything in boxing, bringing Dana and Oscar and Eddie and all this together. I'm not sure if you heard that, but
yeah, I did. So I've got a good idea of what Paramount Plus is paying, what their license fee is. It's not, top secret.
It's a lot of money.
It is, but it's going to take more than that to like service all of them. So, the reality, Paramount Plus, the irony there is probably spending a little bit more on Zuffa.
You talking about all these
than
dudes being
they
under
spent
the
on
same
Showtime
umbrella.
in
with
the
the
final
level
years.
of fighters that fights that you were creating.
Right.
That's crazy.
So, there's plenty of money there because they're certainly not paying like the kind of purses and the level of fighters that we were toward the end at Showtime.
Right.
But by the same token, like, is that enough? If you got everybody to work together, can you pay them out of that? Because look, let's back up. Like in 2017, you had, Showtime with $100 million budget. You had HBO with $100 million budget. You had ESPN that was active, doing stuff. You had, Fox in it as well. Fast forward, you have over 200 million missing with just HBO and Showtime leaving.
Right.
Like that's money that would be going to develop and market fighters.
Right. Wow.
So, okay, as much money is like, who is spending what where? And if it's like, if the plan is Zuffa's going to do all this, Paramount? No. Now, having said that, Zuffa has a lot of smart people over there. I'm sure they're not thinking, it's this amount of money on this network. They're going to expand and eventually, either expand their deal or go to multiple networks.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's still in the early stages. I think the biggest resistance or apprehension people had with Zuffa is how I think the ideal was presented as being its own entity that was going to take over boxing. But I told people I always thought that was just really ambitious talk for somebody that's trying to start something up. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't think it's not as easy to just take over boxing. You can't just snap your fingers and just because you have money, it just all falls into place that way. It just don't go like that. And I think that's what made people so kind of against Zuffa. But I think the reality is what Steven Espinoza is saying, man, in the long run, they're going to have to work with other people. They're not going to be able to sign all the fighters. It's never going to be like that. And again, you're not going to be able to pay everybody $60 million contracts, $15 million contracts, or $15 million per fight, whatever the case may be. That's just not sustainable. But at the end of the day, what's sustainable or would make it so that you would be relevant is being able to work with any and everybody. That should be the goal. Because if you just came into boxing to try to be your own entity, I mean, shit, boxing don't need that. Boxing need people that's willing to work with the other promoters, the promotional companies, the networks, all this shit. Boxing need to be boxing. If you box, you should be able to fight. If you're in the same weight class, you should be able to fight. If you healthy, no matter who you signed to or what side of the street, that's garbage. That shit should be a conversation of yesteryear. It shouldn't even come up no more. So everybody do need to be under the same umbrella. You get what I'm saying? I did hear that PBC joining under the, the zone umbrella. They had more of a budget to be able to make bigger fights. That's what I'm hearing from a good source. So I just want to see it materialize, because the better PBC does, the better boxing does overall. And I just want to get to a point where we can see fights without the excuses and getting them drawn out way too long before they give them to us.
So when it's being said that fighters are outpricing themselves, they're just looking for too much money, because when the zone came in, they paid a lot. Al Heyman paid a lot before with Showtime.
After this, we're going to cover one of the last top talking points where he was addressing Tank Davis's future.
Where did you stand during that time period where they're like, these fighters are asking for too much money? They're looking at what Floyd made and think that they're worth what Floyd made. Because even Floyd was saying some of these fighters want too much money and you're not fighting the big.
I don't think that's all the way true. I just think you got to add the fact that you got a guy like Jake Paul that cut the line in ways that you probably will never see again in boxing. And he's making money allegedly that, these fighters that have been doing it since they was babies and kids will never be able to have access to, because he came in with his own bag popularity and got things rolling the way he did. You know what I'm saying? So I think people see that and they want to maximize their dollar on every fight. And I think the days of selling fighters just legacy over the dollar, I think is over. I think back in the day, maybe boxing was better because people cared more about legacy than the money. I think money always was the driving factor, but I think you could sell the legacy thing to a fighter more so back in the day. I think now fighters is like, man, the hell with that, man. I want this money. You get me? And you can't blame them. I think it's like the conversation came up briefly. I think this past Saturday with Bud Crawford up there on the, doing the telecast. And one of the things he said was, he was asking, like, do you think fighters are more business oriented? And I think that's a good way to describe it. Like, people consider their money, they consider their health. It's a lot more shit to consider. It ain't no just, oh man, I'm ready to die in there. Nah, people like how much I'm getting paid. Like, that's how they think that's what's changed the most about boxing. The fact that it's so much money if you can make it to that top spot. And I think guys that, are in position, they're going to try to maximize the dollar every time.
Big fights.
Yeah. So on one level, as boxing fans, it feels gross to say that fighters are being overpaid.
They're risking their lives.
Yeah. So
right.
That, I think all of us, and we've all sort of had arguments in the bar, like so-and-so is getting too much money. Same time, sort of deep down, like I don't actually begrudge them getting that money.
Yes.
But at the same time, let's talk about the business of the sport. Yes, there were definitely fighters throughout my time at Showtime that what they thought they should get paid was out of line with the sort of impact that they made.
Yes.
Yeah.
Viewership, marketability, all of those things. Look at it. Like whether they quote unquote deserved it is a different thing, But as a network, it's sort of like my job is to satisfy the network. Did it bring X amount of value to the network so that we should pay that?
And if you have a conversation and go and show those numbers to a fighter, hey, this is why we can't pay you this much. This is what the business looks like.
Yeah.
I think most managers would be like, okay, this is what you get. I think most fights can be made eventually.
Well, yeah, and you look at, but sometimes we'd have in these these conversations, and you probably know who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to use names. So and so would come in and say, look, I'm a unified champion, in this weight class. Like this guy's also a unified champion. I'm an Olympian. They're Olympian. I should be getting the same thing that you are. Like it's not, it's not that simple. It's sort of like, okay, well, You want to look at social media reach, like social media engagement, viewership, like all these other things. So like you can use numbers to show whatever you want.
Right. It's like when we were arguing for WNBA, like we want the women to make more money, but where do you get the money from?
Right.
We really want them to get the money, but we need, you guys got to watch. You got to watch them if you want them to get paid more.
The difficulty here in the market is like we just said, there's a lot of money been taken out of the market.
Right.
There's a lot of money coming in from the Saudis in the market, but that is very specific. They have specific needs and desires. So you can only deal with, you can only play the cards out on the table. So what a fighter deserves today or should accept today is different than what it was 4 or 5 years ago, just by virtue of what opportunities are available. So like, I don't envy fighters at this point, because like without question, there are fewer opportunities today and less money in the market than there was 5 years ago.
And everything is more expensive with inflation. So Floyd Mayweather and Pacquiao, will that fight happen, in your opinion?
There's definitely interest in it. Like I'd say from the network, the financier side, I mean, it seems like Netflix has been pretty interested in it. By the same token,
we're gonna get to this last topic, man. And with this interview, and we're gonna keep it pushing. Hold on.
Supposedly it's happening. How does that fight play out? Supposedly it's happening.
Screenshot his responses and he sent them to me. I'm serious.
People screenshot my responses?
Yes. Don't worry about it.
Look,
Don't worry about it. I'm serious.
Hey,
though.
listen.
I'm serious.
All right,
I ain't gonna lie.
I don't care. I want to keep responding to somebody that offended me. That's it. All right? I do it a lot less when we first
That's
started
why I
with this
said
zone.
you would do this. So you're talking about Floyd.
No, but
I'm saying you would do that too.
No, not about money.
That's because you're not rich.
No, it doesn't matter at any level.
You don't know.
I don't
You
need to
don't
go.
know.
If somebody says I'm broke, I'm
responded
never
to
going to go.
smallest, stupidest thing, and now all of a sudden about money?
Boxing shit.
Oh, no.
About boxing thing. Read all my comments. It's only about somebody
They talk
talking
about
my
you. They talk
credibility.
about anything you respond.
No, that's a lie.
I only knew the guy almost all my life.
I don't care about comments, anything like that. All right, lastly, I want to get your opinion on Joshua Fury. Supposedly it's happening. How does that fight play out? And there were rumors that it's going to happen in America. I don't know. I seen Chris Mannix put out a post that that's disrespectful to all your British fans. But then now I'm hearing that it's going to happen in London. So who knows? But how does that fight play out?
It's a good question. The difficulty with Fury is as good as he's been on selected fights, he's always been inconsistent.
Yeah.
Like he can have a stinker every once in a while, and sometimes back to back. Like looks great. Like you're like, how does this guy move like this at 6'9"? And then the next one, you're like, this guy is done. Like
it was
what's
his
he doing?
fights with Wilder that actually changed people's perspective on him. You know, standing toe to toe with Wilder.
Yeah. Well, I say I'm making my prediction now. Joshua's gonna knock Fury out.
Well, how do you feel about seeing fights like this though? Like seeing let's say if on the undercard it was like Joshua and Wilder. You were obviously you wanted to put these fights together.
I still like I'll go to my grave thinking like that's one that should have happened
on Showtime.
Yeah. And at some point, like I would want it. I'm still curious. Like to me, and I realize I'm in the U.S., in the American market. To me, Wilder Joshua is more interesting than Fury Joshua. To me.
Yeah, I think I get that. I get that view for that fight, and I think that maybe we got Usyk fighting Wilder supposedly, right? Let's say I can't even say the word. Let's say for whatever reason, why can't I say the word?
I don't know.
Remarkably?
No.
It sounds like saying that, but not that.
Miraculously.
Miraculously, okay.
Miraculously.
Miraculously starts with an
Let's start.
Miraculously.
Hold on.
Put that in the comments for him to read.
We're gonna edit that. Let's start this over.
Miraculously.
Somehow.
Keep it in.
Miraculously. Wilder knocks Usyk out.
The comments are going to be on fire. And you better not respond to any one of them.
Keep them coming.
All that being said is Steven's fault. Remember that.
Engagement. If Wilder beats Usyk and Joshua knocks Fury out, maybe we'll still get a big Joshua Wilder fight.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say. I said undercard for some reason, but that's what I was trying to say. If those two guys were to meet up, even though it's years past their prime and when it should have happened, do you feel like, damn, man, that was my idea. Me and Al was sitting there talking like, damn.
Look, Wilder's, I'll always have a soft spot for Deontay. I've done 14 fights with him. I think, almost done more fights with him than anyone else. I think actually
they gonna tear him up.
The Charlos, I did 15 or 16
with
Jermell.
Wow.
Probably go to the comments now.
I didn't take as much heat for the Charlos as I did for Deontay. So, starting in 2012, 2013, people were saying, what are you doing? This guy can't fight. He's skinny. He's awkward. Why do you keep putting him on TV? And it's one of those where, like, because I believe, like, I see something. Was he fighting the toughest opponents? No, but he didn't really have an amateur career.
Right.
So it took a while, and he got to that point, winning the title against Tavern.
That was a good performance, by the way.
That was the one where everyone was like, maybe he can actually box. That's what people were saying.
He was fighting on the back foot,
jabbing the shit out of him.
Yes.
And, and then, like, one of the best, most memorable fights of my career was that the first Wilder Fury. Yeah. Which is like, you can't,
amazing fight.
Amazing atmosphere, amazing fight, like movie, like
LA. That was dope. I mean, hopefully, look, I would love to see, as much as I love Usyk and hell of a dude, Wilder, ending his career with a big win over Usyk, and then maybe fighting Joshua. That'd be great. That would be crazy.
I mean, and look, and all these guys, like, I'm proud of Boots and where he's gone. Like, I think the Charlos, still have some mileage, left. I'm curious to see what Jamal looks like, and I think Jamal deserves, some fights left. He's got one loss, like, at this point. And
wow.
I understand. Like, I see you roll your eyes.
No.
It was okay.
The Charles, no, I wouldn't do that. No.
He's it was not a great performance against Canelo. He'll be the first to tell you. But
that was
but he's still a talented fighter. A lot of talent out there. And hopefully, Tank was one of the biggest names, obviously, on Showtime. We talked about it last time you were here.
It's like that was the guy you guys held on to, even though you lost some guys during that time with Fox. But you guys maintained him.
Do you have a personal relationship with Tank at all?
Yeah.
Have you spoken to him recently?
Yeah, look, like, it sucks. I mean, the whole situation sucks. He's made some bad choices. I'm not going to, say that. It sucks for his side of it. It sucks for, being on the receiving end of what he's alleged to have done. But at the same time, like, I hope he finds peace. If he wants to continue to fight, phenomenal. If he's like, I've done enough, like, I want to move on, like he has said at times, like, my heart's not in it anymore, then let's find something that he's passionate about.
And for the sake of the fight fans, he's such a phenomenal fighter, an exciting fighter to watch. Hopefully he's not done and he can find that peace.
Yeah.
It's too exciting to just go when you still have a lot in you.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Who's to say how much he has in him?
All right, folks, that's our show. Steven Espinoza.
That was a good one, man. But yeah, I like what he said real briefly about Tank, man. If your heart's not in it, no more, then we'll find something that you're passionate about. Life after boxing, that's what it's about. People that you rocking with, your team really being there with you through thick and thin, whether you boxing or not boxing, or trying to, dip your toe into something else. You get what I'm saying? I've always said that about Tank. If your heart ain't in it, the way he fights, you need your heart to be in it. For boxing anyway, to keep winning, putting on the shows like he's known for putting on, your heart need to be in it. And if it's not, I ain't selfish to the point where I still want to see him fight or somebody get a cheap ass win because he ain't really locked in or serious. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the shit that bad. I want to see a fully focused Tank. That way, whoever he going against, we see the best possible outcome, whatever that is. But yeah, if he ain't, if his heart ain't in it, he could find peace doing something else, and they gonna support it. I rock with that. I support that train of thought. I like the fact that he said that. You know what I'm saying? Something else I wanted to build on for a bit, man. Sean Porter this topic came up a little bit. It came up on the ring. Tim Bradley had gave some thoughts on it. Sean Porter did the Porterway podcast, and this had came up. You know, this idea about a unification between Mason and Zepeda. And look, I for one, when you got a title, you got a title. You ready for what you ready for, right? So I would never say he ain't ready for another champion, but I'll be realistic to say I don't think that's the direction they looking to go. You know, I know it's the hot topic, it's the new thing. They like, man, you know, you just want to see Abdullah be great. You want to see how great he could be. And you like, man, him and Zepeda be a good. I get it. Yeah, it'd be good, but I did hear that they could, you know, still be having Joe Cordina in play for Mason. So if that's the case, I don't think that's the route they're going for unification next, right? He just had a hometown fight. I could see him getting another title defense before they go that route. But eventually, if they're in that same division, that's what's going to have to happen. Zepeda talking about being undisputed. And, you know, shit, Mason has talked about snatching up the belts. How long will he still be at 35 remains to be seen. But he's there now with a title. You know what I'm saying? He's there now with a title, and somebody's going to have to fight him. Y'all know his slogan, appetite for smoke. He always say that, and he really do got an appetite for smoke. Youngin like to fight.
A lot to get to and a little bit of time to get to
like
it.
to fight, and there ain't no mistaking it, man. But we're going to listen to a little bit of what Porter was talking about because he had Abdullah Mason on the show. So I want to see, you know, what they thoughts was.
So they know where to follow you at, Brandon.
Yeah, go follow me True School Sports on YouTube.
Boxing King,
put the mic a little bit closer.
Yeah, go follow me on True School Sports on YouTube. You know, thank you, Sean, for having me on.
Yeah.
And you know, we've been at it for a long time, like almost 11 years.
Yeah.
So, you know, good to be
here.
here.
Abdullah will stop Zepeda. I mean, look, could he possibly stop Zepeda? Absolutely. Could I just say that he's gonna do it? I don't know. I know he could do it. I know he got the skill, the athleticism, the power, all that stuff, the offensive bag to, you know, hurt this dude and get it done for sure. But I just can't give it to. I just can't throw it away. Like, I don't know. Could he knock him out? Absolutely. But that's an interesting fight for guys, man. And he's a young fighter. He's still growing, still learning. Zepeda, I think, could be an interesting but tricky fight for anybody. I really do. I think this dude, I think we learned something. You know, I ain't saying Lamont Rose is the best thing ever, but he's a damn good fighter. And the way he got beat by Williams Zepeda, I think, speaks volumes about what kind of challenge Williams Zepeda, you know, presents with that pressure, that volume. And now he seems to substitute some of that volume for efficiency and being purposeful, more intentful in the ring, more calculated. That makes him a bit more dangerous. So, look, I think Abdullah Mason, when the time comes, he gonna handle his handle. I think he's one of the best young talents out there. But I don't think this is a direction they looking to go. That's just me early because I think it's a bit early for that. That's just me personally. I think they want to get him some more wins before you go throw him in there with a guy that's throwing 800 to 1,000 or more punches a fight. He just threw 884 against Lamont. He threw like 982 and 74, whatever, 980 something, 970 something with Shakur. He ridiculous, man. Like, that's a lot to deal with when you a young guy. And defense ain't really something that's not a focal point of yours. Abdullah Mason, to me, is offensive minded. Can he be defensively responsible? Absolutely. But he gets hit because he likes to mix it up. He likes to fight. You see, we learned it in the Sam Noakes fight. You seen it in the Albert Bell fight. The same thing that made him successful, I think, put him in position to have issues. The same thing that, makes him successful, got him to win. You get me? He was able to keep up that pressure applied, and the body work slowed Bell down, and he closed the show late, you know? Yeah, it'd be a tough fight for anybody at 35, especially a young champion that's still being groomed, still learning. But make no mistake, Abdullah Mason got all the talent in the world to be able to beat these guys. And could he knock out Zepeda? Absolutely. Zepeda opens up. Abdullah Mason, he's a guy that know how to throw more than 1 or 2 punches. He like to throw combinations. He like to mix it up. He's very, he active. He get to it. You know what I'm saying? No fill out round Mason. He remind me of Boots in that regard. Like, Mason and Boots, they get in there and they want to beat your ass from the time the bell ring to the time you can't make it no more. Whichever one come first. You get what I'm saying? The final bell or you not being able to make it to the final bell. That's how they fight. They super athletic and they you know, they like to whoop ass. You know what I'm saying? They like to really get in there and mix it up. And I think, you know, Boots is even trickier than what a Mason is. I think Mason is still growing. Like Boots has shown you, when he don't want to get hit, you don't hit him like that. And I've seen it I've seen it time and time again. When you get me, it's the times where he being more offensive minded. Of course, he'll take some shots, but that come with the territory. You get what I'm saying? Like, he made a great point when he said how dudes be coming out there with shit all swollen, and that his face don't be looking all crazy like that after the fights. And that's true. So it's only so much you could be getting hit if you ain't coming up out of there with black eyes, busted lips, swollen jaws, and all types of shit. So we'll see, man. Mason got a lot to still learn. I think he's some fights away from a challenge like Williams Zepeda, but there's no doubt in my mind, with the right schooling and grooming, that he'll be prepped and in position to be able to go out here and take out a guy like this. It's going to have to be one of them if they're going to be campaigning at 35 with titles. You know what I mean? But you can't have two undisputed fighters, right? So now I think Abdullah Mason might have a good challenge. You know what I'm saying?
You don't even look.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
See, I started when I was 15. Brendan been a friend for a long time. He's chased me more than I've chased him, but he's wanting to come on the show for quite some time. I'm glad that you came in today. Honestly, I am.
I was gonna come watch. I wasn't even trying to.
Yeah, and obviously Ant didn't make it.
Yeah.
Keep it 100 with you. If Ant was here, you probably wouldn't be on. But the fact that Ant didn't come in today, I was like, you sitting there, and I was like, oh no, he's not getting up today. Let's finally get it in. And a great guest to get it in with, along with everything else that went on last night. I referred to you as a phenom today. This is the first time that I've ever referred to you as a phenom. Now, before I even go there, is it Abdullah or is it Abdallah?
It's Abdullah.
Abdullah,
yeah.
Okay. Bradley had us like we know what to say. Abdullah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That being said, has anyone else referred to you as a phenom in boxing?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I was thinking about you.
Huh? Yeah, bro, right here.
Oh, you did, but I mean early on. People are probably referring to you as a phenom again, like now after winning that belt. Obviously, you being the youngest champion in the world right now. Now people have started to kind of, for the sake of words, recognize the skill. I've been hearing about you for a long time, and people been saying, "Yo, you got to get him on the podcast. You got to get him on the podcast." And I'm glad we were able to make that happen today. So thanks for coming in real quick. Quick little stop before you go to the airport.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you this, but you got to put on the intelligent cap today, because we're gonna recap last night. I need your input, so I need you to be a fan more than a competitor. But at some point, you're gonna be the competitor that you are. Before we do that, real quick, you already know the membership is up, $9.99 a month. If you are a member, you're watching this right now because it's Sunday. If you're not a member, you're catching this late. You need to get on that. Click right there on the join, man. It's $9.99 a month, and again, when you sign up, you get a free shirt. So email us, give us your information, and we'll make sure you get a shirt. We got our merchandise, tpwpmerch.com. Go ahead and jump over there. Like I said before, we got some new fly gear coming up over there. Go ahead and check that out. I got an invitational coming up September 13th right here. The email is in the bottom. If you are a fan that's never boxed before, if you are interested and even seeing if you got what it takes, anything like that at all, if you know somebody that might want to get down, I'm doing virtual training sessions until the second week of September, and we're going to cut that off. But we want y'all to fly in. We want y'all to enjoy the amateur boxing event that we got going on right here at the HyperX Arena, again, September 13th. And then last but not least, I will be down in Marietta, Georgia, right outside of Atlanta, August 28th. August 27th. We're skipping the 28th. Oh, one more time. August 28th. We're skipping the 29th, and then we're going to finish on the 30th. So make sure y'all sign up for that.
Let me skip up. Sean doing too much.
24 Olympian, right? Or you were like right there on the cusp?
I was when was that? I was 2021. I had turned 17. No, I was 16 when I won a national. So that was a qualifier to get onto the team for the Olympics. But I knew at the time, like, yo, I'm 16, Olympics in another 3 years. Let's
You
make
want
it
to
happen.
wait?
Yeah. No, I want. I mean, because at the time, 3 years later, I'm coming up on becoming a world champion the next year.
That's true.
So everything that I done in the pros, I feel like was a much better trade off than
Did y'all ever like look at the possibility of fighting in the games, even though because they were allowing or still are allowing professionals to fight in the games? Did you ever think about that?
Not really.
Yeah,
not really.
Games that was never a goal of yours, huh?
Yeah, not really.
You can't push other goals. You know what I mean? I just like you nice. You probably would have been top tier, all that kind of stuff. Real quick, take us through Quentin Randall and Carell.
It was like the normal Quentin Randall type of fight. Quinn's long and awkward and.
Nah, I want to hear the Zepeda talk.
Fight like I was like I got that. I beat him.
No, I definitely feel like he surprised Roach, meaning like he was Roach wasn't expecting the counters to attempt to kind of like walk through some of the counter shots. But I feel like Roach he was holding his hands a little bit. He'd shoot one and probably get a little complacent, and then I feel like by the third, fourth round, Zepeda realized that he wasn't going to shoot more than that one counter. Yeah, he just started picking it up and picking it up. Yeah, and Roach didn't really adjust to that. Later on in the fight, so
wasn't he?
Zepeda just stepped on it for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, Brendan.
I was really impressed with William Zepeda.
Gotta be.
He's obviously a Mexican volume front foot dominant pressure fighter. But it was more so like the way he would lead the exchanges, like the feints, the stutter steps, when he would exit, when he would close the gap. I think that kept Lamont Roach at bay. He couldn't really figure out when to sit down on his shots. And for about, I would say 8 or 9 rounds, Lamont just could not get into a rhythm. And then when the few shots he would land,
he was on Lamont.
Zepeda took them well. And obviously, if it becomes a fight where it's about volume and output, Lamont's not winning that battle with William Zepeda. So probably to me, and I was telling Sean this last night, it's one of the more impressive performances at the championship level this year.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, a lot of what Brendan said. But Lamont couldn't jab against the southpaws. Zepeda had his jab working. He really made the most of his reach and his distance and his advantages in those areas. And I think Lamont said as much after the fight. He expected to get a lot of what Shakur got. Just bury your head in my chest, and then my counterpunching opportunities, they'll be there all night. But that step back, it messed.
But that's not exactly how Shakur and Zepeda fight went, with his head in Shakur's chest the entire time. That wasn't that. And I'm telling you, that fight just showed me that Shakur really on something different. You know what I mean? He really is. Shout out to my dog COE, man. Appreciate the love. Shakur and Bud has made me hella bread. He said it's up, man. Talk to him, man. They don't be wanting to bet us, man. We can't never find the people that be wanting to bet against Shakur. They'll talk and argue against them, but when it's time to put some money up, what my guy Jordan be saying, people start cutting. They got to cut the grass, you know what I'm saying? Water the lawn and shit, you get me? Now they got to take the dog for a walk, feed the fish. Now they going on grocery store runs. Every time it's time to bet, they disappear.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
I think it's a little bit too soon for that type of challenge. Roland, I think it's a little bit too soon. So he said going out of town and shit right now. They taking trips, know what I'm saying? Now they going out to dinner. Now they being responsible adults and shit. Who you got? Ryan versus Shakur. Ryan a wild card. He said he got the same vision as Shakur. Ryan also said he was gonna knock Rolly out, Carbon. Nobody that got outboxed by Rolly the way they did is beating Shakur, in my opinion. Is he a wild card? Yes. If Ryan catch you with one of them left hooks, it could be trouble. But I think ultimately his IQ, and he don't have enough tools for Shakur. I think he'll over rely on his athleticism and his left hook. I think Shakur be well prepared for that. I think he'll do his homework. He'll know what he wants to do, and he'll take it away from him. And real quick, before we get back into this, if you don't believe me, listen to this clip. It's funny because I'm playing Sean Porter, but listen to what Sean Porter had to say about when he got a chance to watch Shakur work. Listen to this shit. It don't get no realer than this. That's why I rock with Porter. I put this in my video earlier.
And I'm telling you, I watched Shakur. First time I ever watched him spar. I went to the gym and I told him I was gonna come up and watch him spar. First time seeing him work. And I get it. It's just sparring. I get it.
Yeah.
He got in the ring with a mover that likes to use speed. I'm not joking with y'all. For some reason, the kid stops moving and stopped using his speed. I'm like, damn, like he just turned off everything that kid does. Like, damn. The next guy that gets in the ring with him is this come forward, this what's the kid he's fighting?
Like pressure punch or
Yeah, Zepeda. This is Zepeda kind of guy. I'm like, okay, let's see how he handles this guy. You know, I saw he stops that guy from doing everything that he does. And it happened in like less than a minute. My point is, and we've seen this from Floyd Mayweather, some fighters have the ability to just simply stop you from doing what you do. And I'm not saying that Shakur is Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
But we've seen it before in Floyd. He has a lot of similarities to Floyd. He looked up to Floyd and the list goes on. I saw that in the gym. So I'm a firm believer that he's going to be able to do that to Zepeda. Just completely turn off what Zepeda does. Zepeda's job to not allow him to do that. Easier said than done. I think one thing about Zepeda that you can't say about the guys that I saw Floyd fight later on in his career, Zepeda's young. Zepeda's hungry. And the guys that I saw Floyd fight, when he turned those guys off, Miguel, some of those guys, Shane caught him with a punch and then just completely turned it off. Andre Berto, some of those guys, even, the great Manny Pacquiao, those guys were a little bit older, a little bit longer in the tooth than Zepeda. So I think it's going to be a great fight. I expect Shakur to turn it all off and show his greatness.
It's crazy how right he was with that. He turned most of that shit off. Zepeda was able to kind of keep that volume up, but it just wasn't nowhere near with the efficiency that he's used to. And see, it's funny. It's funny, Damon. That's how you can tell when you a boxing fan and when you a boxer fan. You hear the guy, a guy that's probably gonna be a damn Hall of Famer, never ducked smoke, fought everybody, right? And Sean Porter, he's telling you he's physically watched him do this stuff, and like you find a way to pull something negative. Is his saddle comfortable enough? Like why? Because he telling the truth. He telling you from an honest point of view what he's seen him do to people in the gym. And my guy behind the hands TV done called me on multiple occasions and done told me the same shit Sean Porter is saying right there. You think, well, imagine me saying that to him because he told me he just watched some shit, watched him do something that he didn't expect him to do, and it impressed him. So he went and told me about it. It's like, I don't know, man. You just got to get credit where it's due. And that's why I played that clip, because Sean Porter was able to do that. But we're going to listen to a little bit more of this, and I'm going to play the Bradley clip. That's like 10 minutes. He was talking about Keyshawn. We're going to close out, y'all. Everybody hit that like button.
With him, and sometimes he'd make him fall short, especially with the hook. And then in the 6th round, he lands 2 big left hooks, and Zepeda's like, all right, let me get your head out of your chest and get back to establishing my distance. Better feet, better angles. He has good hand speed if you let him tee off and run the numbers on you. He picks up a head of steam. So there was a lot of smart people picking Zepeda in this fight, but I don't think by that margin that won by. So it was really impressive. And I did come to the show with an agenda today, and I was talking about it with Brendan.
Okay.
I want to see Abdullah Mason and William Zepeda.
Do you?
I do, because here's the thing. It's a test for everybody involved. It's a tremendous test for this young champion right here. And I think Abdullah and his brothers and his father, they think of him, and I see him as a potential throwback. And back in the day, Sugar Ray Leonard, 23 years old, he fought Wilfred Benitez, and Wilfred Benitez was 21 fighting him, and Thomas Hearns, 21, 22 fighting Pepino Cuevas, and that you don't get that very often.
It's not unheard of. We just haven't seen it.
It's not. I'll give Devin credit fighting Lomachenko at 23, right? But that's rare in today's game, and it's a real step up fight. It's not this unification where the young star has all these advantages. It's a real risk at this age for him. And Abdullah, he's poised to grow into his man strength and in his frame at welterweight.
Right.
He's a lightweight like Oscar and Haney were lightweights. Yeah, they're lightweights because they're in their early 20s, getting down to this weight, but they're really going to grow into their frame.
Does Zepeda show IQ against Lamont Roach
At a higher weight.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a risk for him at this
You
stage.
think
For
nobody
Zepeda,
can
it's a
score
risk.
at IQ?
Abdullah's
They
a
just
bigger
don't have a
puncher.
better
He's an
IQ than
electric
him.
talent. Well, usually when you're about 30 years old, you want to fight other guys that have the more established experience and resume. But I'm looking at DAZN, and they keep selling to us, this is the home of boxing. Now we have all the promoters under one umbrella. Well, the way this would normally go is that Top Rank will get Abdullah a title defense or two, and then he's going to move up, and that's that. Golden Boy will get Zepeda a title defense or two. Maybe they'll think of matching him in-house with Kid Austin. But what would be more likely is one of them moves up and they don't even do that.
Right.
So TNT, DAZN, Golden Boy, Top Rank, Zepeda, Abdullah, it's a test for everybody. You know, it's a risky fight for both fighters. It's a risky fight for both companies. But if this is what boxing needs, this is what DAZN, whoever's writing the checks, needs to say, this is what we want. And TNT has to say, you know that kid that headlined for us on our first show? And then you know the Mexican champ that headlined for us on the second. We like both. We like that. We want to see that together on the same night. So
He came here with an agenda. Did you go to the fight with an agenda of watching that fight to possibly challenge the winner?
Yeah, definitely. Not really call out anybody. But right now in my division, for those two fights, and those are two titles in my division that were being contended for. So I'm going to definitely. I went to watch the fights and see what's possible on the table for my next fight coming up. So I don't know who it is going to be right now, but I'm definitely open to stepping in the ring with anybody who fought last night.
I'm gonna go real quick on William Zepeda, and then it's gonna be all you from here out. But I just wanted to say really quickly what we saw last night from William Zepeda. What we didn't expect was to see an amount of intelligence from the kid, and it wasn't just in the ring. Fight night intelligence. It was the intelligence of knowing that they needed to take some time away from training, from fighting, which was a phenomenal plan for the team. And then as they started to game plan for Lamont Roach, after having the experience of Shakur Stevenson, a lot of fighters don't do this. A lot of camps don't do this. We got to come back better. We got to come back different. I thought they live and they die on the sword of being a volume puncher, not setting up certain punches, not creating angles to offset the offense of the other fighter and create more offense for yourself. And there was so much intelligence going on in the ring last night that I found. Obviously, I was very impressed. I was very impressed by that. And I said, you know what? Not only does this kid have an engine now, and it goes to show you, like a fight with you and William Zepeda, you both should grow after that fight because you're still relatively young. You still got more things to learn, more things to grow into as boxers. But William Zepeda learned from a fight that he had with Shakur Stevenson. You hate to get a loss, but a lot of times in a loss, that's why they say that is for learn. And that's just what I said. A loss forces you to stop and look at what's wrong. In a win, you do a lot wrong in a win, and you keep it moving because you got the win. And so it's like, you know, in a loss, you can't ignore what you've done wrong. I heard you say it time and time again ahead of you before your last fight. I just got to listen to the corner. I'm like, it's become the company line. Like, we're just saying, I got to listen to the corner, but you actually meant from the previous fight, you didn't follow the instructions of the corner to the T, and now you've grown. You know, moving forward, I have to listen to my corner now, and kind of take us through that as well, like what it means to you to know that I can be out there on my own doing what I feel I need to do. And a lot of people say that this is one-on-one. They don't understand that how important the team is. We had that question last week about how important a coach is. So kind of take us through that, you know?
Yeah. One thing I can say about that is coming up through the pros, anytime that I got like a eye-catching stoppage or, a knockout or anything like that. It came from the training previous to the fight, and during the fight, it'll show up by them, by the corner, all right, do it like this. It remind me of something we did in the training. Boom, boom, listen to the corner. It's over with. So it's definitely important to apply everything in a ring the way it's supposed to be applied. Of course, you got a way you apply it, and it works sometimes. And sometimes the corner works better because they have their eyes out there. So you definitely got to implement what they tell you and use your own expertise in there and just, make it work.
So real quick, we're gonna see a better version than we saw from William Zepeda in his last fight. We're gonna see even better version of him in his next fight. Reason being, again, you go back to the drawing board, you right some wrongs. Once you get in the ring on fight night and you actually implement it, like you were just saying, what happens is psychologically you kind of learn that you can do it. You learn that it works, and then it's like a seed. That's
You
like
trust yourself more.
It's like a seed, and now you watered that seed on fight night, and now it's grown, and like now that's where you are now. And then the next fight you water it some more. You know what I mean? So that's how it's supposed to work. Go ahead, Brendan.
And look, that's as much as I wanted to listen to when they was having a Zepeda conversation. I thought it was interesting because I knew it was gonna come up. And look, they saying it. The fact that people got to keep bringing up Sugar Ray Leonard's and other world, like all due respect to anybody in boxing currently, there's not a bunch of Sugar Ray Leonard's in boxing right now. You know what I'm saying? And guys is not getting moved or moving like Sugar Ray Leonard. They not the talent, didn't have the pedigree of that guy. Like, it was different, man. Everybody can't be that, and everybody is not that. So I get it, but like Sean is saying, man, they're gonna mold him, probably get him a couple of title defenses. He just had one against Albert Bell. You probably get another one. I'm hearing Joe Cordina might be in play. Then, even then, you might not be in the unification, right? But after at least a fight or so, I could see it. But somebody that still got some holes defensively, I think it wouldn't be a good, smart style matchup to put him in there with a guy that's throwing punches relentlessly, throwing 800 to 1,000 and more punches a fight. That'd be like, I think that'd be kind of irresponsible, right? He need more rounds. He need more work. You got to stop thinking that these guys is anything like a Sugar Ray Leonard. Nah, Rose ain't stopping no damn Mason. Hell nah. Is that Keyshawn? Nah, I don't see that. I don't see it. You know what I mean, he give him a good fight though. Sugar Ray Haney. Bro said Sugar Ray Haney. That's diabolical, fam. He said just the hateful Shakur is diabolical. He's going to have to KO every fighter he fights now in order to get the respect. I'm telling you, Blue is crazy. Roach could win, but that's a risky fight, man. After seeing the way he liked to fight too much, and that's right up Mason alley. And I don't know if he got a better or Mason be getting to it. It'd be an interesting fight for sure, man. But I don't know. These more experienced guys would be a little tricky, but I think he can hold his own. But as a Zepeda, I think that's a bit much for right now. I think he need more rounds, a bit more experience, and he'll be all right. He'll be all right. All right, last video of the live, man. I appreciate everybody rocking out. We still got 60 people on both sides. Hit that like button, y'all, and we're going to keep rocking. All right, this last video I'm going to play. Making a welterweight thumbnail and Paro not on it is hilarious. Man. Yeah, hell yeah. Moses Atama and Philippe Harkovich. Hell yeah. That's a hell of a fight to watch. Hell of a fight to watch. Let me take this off, though. Shout out to Mason, man. Appetite for smoke. I can't wait to see him continue his career. He's fun to watch. And he got his upside is crazy. He got a lot. He look like he got a promising future as long as he continue to improve. Like sky the limit. Sky's the limit for him. But we gonna revisit just the last video I'm gonna play, man. Tim Bradley. Hold on. Is this no, my bad. This ain't Tim Bradley. Hold on, I'm gonna say this for another day. We do that. We're gonna revisit that tomorrow. I gotta get the Tim Bradley joint up. He went in on Keyshawn. But yeah, Moses Atama, I think he gonna put it on Philippe Harkovich. What's wrong with King Paro? Shit, man. You know he a newly crowned 47-pound champion. You know he fresh to the division. You know, King Paro. Man, he called him King Paro. That's funny. Oh, this it? Is this it? I think this is it. But that's gonna be most of the time in the goods, man. He gonna beat a lot of ass with all he need is the opportunity. He gonna beat a lot of ass when it's all said and done, for real, for real.
Devin Haney.
Connor living good, huh? Yeah.
To be less likely to happen now. Keyshawn Davis was offered $3 million to fight Haney. He rejected the offer, so the fight went to purse bid, with Top Rank winning the bid in the $8 million range. The way the purse bid rules work, 75% goes to the so-called champion, 25% to the challenger. So 25% of 8 and change is 2 and a little change for Keyshawn Davis, which is obviously way under the 3 he had already rejected, and it seems like he is now walking away. Can you shed more light on this?
Yes, thank you, Max. He was over $3 million.
You know why I know Shakur is the best boxer in boxing? Because they compare everybody to him. Notice this Jay Prince. Abdullah Mason went and signed to Jay Prince, Carbon. You less likely to see that fight because of that reason alone. The fact that you only compare Shakur to him, or Shakur got to get him now. Shakur ain't got to get him now. Shakur be able to beat him now and later. I'm telling you, generational talent, fam. Not just a freak of an athlete, generational talent. That shit different. The nuances, you heard what Sean Porter just said, how he turned people's shit off, pressure guys, you punch, you got offense, turn that shit off. Look what he just did to Williams Zepeda, throwing damn near 1,000 punches at him. You think he won't beat Mason because of Mason do what? Because he punch hard? Guarantee I put my money on it. He'll take that young boy to school. You see who was in the locker room and who he was getting the game from. You see who he was getting the game from in the locker room, right? You know who he was getting the game from. Huh? What they call him? Shaq. What they call him? Who he's getting the game from, man. You know who he's getting the game from. Do I still got that in here? I thought I did. Shout out to Abdullah Mason, man. What's the name was giving him his belt too, Loma. It was cool to see that. It was cool to see Lomachenko giving him his belt. But let's get to this, man.
That's how you found out about that from me, I'm sure. And then
okay, wait, hold on, everybody. I want to be very clear.
Ain't beat no Shakur
Mike
Stevenson.
Coppinger put us up on this. He broke this story. Yes.
No, but
we have a whole Cop on the Beat segment coming later.
Yeah,
a whole segment glorifying your reporting.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
okay.
you.
Yes.
Look, this is the thing that really gets on me with the Keyshawn.
Loma look like he in shape. He do.
$5 million net to him after management fees to fight Devin Haney. So he gets offered $3 million, what I think is a very good offer. He says no. Let's go to purse bid. Then the purse bid, like you said, $2.1 million. He's like, I'm not going to take that. I think he still could have got the $3 million, but he wanted $5 million, and I don't know what you want to call it, Tim, whether you say he's pricing himself out, whether you think he says he thinks he's worth that much, and maybe he is. I don't know, but to me, this fight is not going to happen now from everything I'm hearing. And Devin Haney, he's going to have to move down the rankings. Next in the rankings is Brian Norman. Nobody wants to see that rematch after the way Haney beat him. So Haney's looking for other options, and Keyshawn Davis is not looking too good right now on social media.
Quack, quack, quack.
Yo. Hey, Jordan got one of the funniest sense of humors, fam, because he really a fool. He said, "Mad, are you mad enough to get on the panel and yell?" And my bad. Let me say this to the people. We still got over 50 people here. My bad if it comes off like I be like, hey, don't ever think I'm mad. I get annoyed with ignorance. That annoys me, but I be passionate, bro. I really get passionate about building the sport up, not pushing out slander, false narratives, and misinformation. You know what I'm saying? But man, that's funny. Get over here and just be screaming and hollering, bro. I'd be pissed off sometimes. They'd piss you off. A Haney hoe will piss you off, man. I'm telling you, George Stupid, he said, "Mad, are you?"
Straight up duck.
Had enough
This
to
is
get
the
on the
biggest,
panel.
probably one of the biggest ducks in boxing.
Like these other ones we doing.
Seriously. Now, the lead up. Think about everything that Keyshawn Davis did, bro. You know what I mean? All the Friday skits and all of that. Where Debo at? Where Debo at? Right? Everybody's paying attention to this guy. He's like, oh, this guy really is about that smoke. Really? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we going to see. Yo, do you think that Haney's going to take the fight? You remember he had the little confrontation with Bill?
Yeah.
You know, afterwards, like, hey, Bill, you said that you was going to honor it, right?
So Shakur, I want him first. Let me get him first.
Yeah, let me get him first or whatever. Then It even go even further than that, right? Then they move him in position. He's at a 140 pounder.
Right, yep.
They move him up to 147. I mean, and the list goes on, bro. And he wanted this fight, right? So according to him, he wanted this fight. But those type of actions right there, man, that tells me right there.
Let me play devil's advocate.
He never wanted this damn fight, bro.
I want to play
all.
devil's advocate,
Go
Tim.
ahead, go
And
ahead.
you tell me. I do recognize that if you're pricing yourself like that to fight him, but not other people, built into that price seems to be the recognition that that's a big risk to fight this guy. Okay, so I agree with that. But let me play devil's advocate. Is it possible someone is advising Keyshawn and saying something like, look at what Devin Haney's options are right now if he doesn't fight you? You have leverage here. No one's going to want to see the Norman rematch. He totally dominated him. And what's the alternative?
I mean, you look at guys like Liam Paro, I think, Jack Catterall.
Therefore, Keyshawn might be being advised he wants $5 million net. That's just a negotiating position. They're already at 3. We might be able to get to 4 or something like that.
Crap.
What about?
Let me say this though. Sorry, Shady interrupts.
I'm just saying that's devil's advocate. Like it's possible that he overplayed his hand in the negotiation, right?
He never made more than $1 million. That's his career high purse. You got to make money in boxing.
If you want, hold on, real quick. I just want to get this straight because I didn't do boxing.
He's gone.
But I know numbers. I know money. A lot of it. Okay. So you telling me? And the thing is, some guys maybe let me take this money now because this might be my last fight. This is Keyshawn Davis. Where Keyshawn could probably win this fight because he is that good.
I
so if I
agree.
go on there, if I'm getting my career back at $3 million, and a guy that could beat Devin Haney, why wouldn't I take that fight?
Gather around, children. Uncle Max,
Keyshawn's a dog,
Uncle Max
bro.
wants
Like
to tell
that.
you a story. Gather around, children. Uncle Max is going to tell you a story. Back in
There
the
ain't
late
nobody
90s,
uncle
early
neither.
2000s, there was a guy
Hold on,
named...
hold on. We object to the notion that you anybody's uncle, Max. You ain't cool enough to be nobody uncle just yet, man, because I be wanting to steal on you sometimes, man. Nah, you definitely not unk of the community. Nah, matter of fact, Bradley should steal on you for saying that. Shady Stiller. Talking about somebody uncle. You ain't nobody uncle, Max. We seen that rap
Vernon
video.
Forrest.
You ain't
Well,
no uncle of mine, folks.
Real good fighter. And guys like me on TV were campaigning for him to get a title shot.
And hold on. Hey, man, us older gentlemen, and yes, I say us, myself included. You know what I'm saying? We got to stop running around here repeating. We got to stay away from these young boys. Right? Y'all, we got 50-year-olds and 40-plus-year-olds. Y'all running around here talking about gang this and gang that. Like, bro, what gang? If you in a gang this, you need your ass beat. Gang, bro. Dudes be 50 as hell. We talking about gang? I'll be like, bro, how old are you? I wish I would be running around here talking about gang. Gang. Like, bro, y'all been watching AB and Dean too much. Y'all gotta chill, fam. Let Shady do a Tim experience. You stupid. You heard me. Still him, Shady. Still him. Still him. Gang. Y'all be like, gang? What gang? Bro, I get offended when people say certain stuff to me. And, yo, I got called Unk for the first couple of times. Yo, I got called an Unk. They be calling me Unk now. I'll take that. I ain't no YN. I'll be an Unk before I ever call myself a YN. I'll be an Unk. Got some gray in my beard. I'm definitely an Unk.
Right? He wasn't getting a title shot because he was a lot. And eventually, Shane Mosley was going to fight him. Shane Mosley had beaten Oscar De La Hoya. He was on top of the world. He's going to fight Vernon. And they made Vernon an offer. Vernon never made more than maybe a couple $100,000 in a fight, right? Same thing. Never made, right? Never made all this money. And they offered him $1 million for a title shot. And Vernon was already in his late 20s, early 30s. And he's getting a shot, the guy no one would fight, at the top. And when he turned it down,
you got to do it.
I and others got on TV and said,
right.
Come on, Vernon. You're getting your shot, $1 million, blah, blah. And you know what Vernon told me? I forgot if it was on TV or just personally. He was like, Max, I'm quite sure the first offer they make you for TV, you don't take that. And I was thinking, that's a sophisticated take. Do you know it turns out who was advising Vernon Forrest at the time?
Al Heyman.
Al Heyman. And do you think he got paid $1 million for that fight with Mosley or more than $1 million for that fight with Mosley? He got paid more than $1 million for that fight with Mosley and then beat him, right? The point is, the way it appears at first is Keyshawn has never made this much money. He should take the money. He's ducking Devin. Possible. I'm not discounting that as a possibility. Yeah. I think we also...
Nah, yeah, that pause shit get on my nerves. I ain't gonna lie. It was only funny when, like, I guess Mace and Cam was doing it. It was funny. Matter of fact, what's up with they show? I ain't seen nothing from them in a while. Anybody seen a new Mace and Cam? It is what it is episode. What's up with them? Am I missing some stuff?
So have to include as a
Gotta go back
possibility
in,
the
man.
fact that they might be analyzing the situation, thinking Key's got more leverage than people realize here. We can do better than 3.
Okay.
And maybe they're wrong. I don't know.
And actually,
Nah,
makes some
real
fair
talk.
points. But here's the thing, right? Boxing is about
Real
cycles,
talk,
right? You fight
dude.
2, maybe 3 times a year, right, Tim? So if Keyshawn does not fight Devin next, that money is gone. You don't recoup that money. If you fight him next year for more money, you still lost out on the payday here, and that cycle of money.
And you may be making the correct point, but that still doesn't disqualify the idea that what was happening was they overplayed their hand in the negotiation.
So a guy, right, and Keyshawn Davis, okay, he's looking like he's gonna be the next real big thing.
Yes, he is.
Okay, he goes in his home, puts on this crazy performance against Limos.
Limos, yeah.
Right, knocks him out. Wow, upside is crazy. All right, comes back there, De Los Santos didn't make the weight. Got in the fight in the back.
Ugly.
I mean, completely tarnished. Right, up and down in his career. Then he comes back. He fights a rematch with. You know who I'm talking about, the rematch he fought against. What's the guy name? Albright, which was like a dog.
Albright's a good fighter.
But at the same time, nobody really showed up like the first time. No one cared, right? So, like...
Then he fights my man that stops him. Jermaine, is it Jermaine?
Jermaine Ortiz, right? Yeah, Jermaine Ortiz, and that was a hell of a fight. That was a hell of a... And he stops him, right? So he's getting...
He doesn't look like he's ducking smoke.
Hold on. It's been like this.
Okay.
It's been like this.
Yes.
It hasn't been, a steady climb for him.
Right.
Like this right here, and not taking this fight and not taking this deal, when he wanted this particular fight, man, I think it's detrimental for his career, bro. It's even worse now because who is he gonna fight next? Everybody's gonna be wondering, like, okay, if you're not gonna fight him, you know what I mean?
This is
Who
my
gonna
thing
fight next?
with this boxing thing is like, I'm starting to see and learn, right? Because I learn every day. Is you need that fight to put you over the hump. So I look at the Terrence Crawford been a GOAT. But the world didn't see it, and the money didn't make sense because he didn't fight that guy. He beats Errol Spence, then he beats Canelo. Now we know who he is. We know who he is, but the world knows who he is. If Keyshawn Davis goes in there and beats Devin Haney for the $3 million, the money that Turkey's gonna want to pay him is gonna be crazy.
However, if he beats him for $4 million, he's the same thing, and he made an extra $1 million.
What is that?
Who cares?
What's $1 million when we talking about real money?
The money matters.
Listen, he didn't play in the NFL for 10 years.
Look at shady rich ass sitting up there talking about what's $1 million. And Corey, man, I guess nothing to you, baller, shady McCoy. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody had a successful, all-pro NFL career. You get what I'm saying? Everybody ain't play running back for the Philadelphia Eagles. Shady. Talking about what's $1 million. Boy, I'll pull up inside the ring and I'll snuff the whole panel for $1 million. Bradley included. Bradley, I'll do him first because he could fight. Boom. Then I'll steal on Max and Mike Coppinger getting a 2-piece. You know what I'm saying? Mike Coppinger getting a 2-piece. I get the Mike Coppinger getting a 2-piece. I'll steal the whole panel up there for $1 million, bro. Everybody getting punched in their face. They had to roll me out for $1 million. Everybody getting stolen.
I'm saying is, he has potential.
What's $1 million to most people?
No. But boxers like him, he has the type of talent and the personality. He can make crazy money.
Yeah.
The same person.
You gotta take a little bit less to make more.
And Shakur Stevens is his
On the
main
narrow path, everybody.
He sees how Shakur's always been the best out of all them guys, right? But he's seen it last 2-3 years.
12 rounds, what? I don't need 12 rounds. Just give me a man. I'm punching all them in their face. I don't care. They're gonna have to jump me.
Shakur's now like the world's best. Let me find that same path to be the same thing.
Because he thinks that he's at Shakur's status, but he's really not. Shakur's a 4-division world champion.
But I'm saying, talent.
He ain't done nothing in the sport.
Tim, you're making a lot of good
class
points.
Too early.
I'm not arguing them. No.
Too early.
You, however, I remember
Top Rank wouldn't do that.
negotiation breaking
And
down
they both
between
with Jay.
Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao for a grandpa fight they were supposed to have earlier this year.
Okay.
And your point was,
What I say?
now the reason everyone's willing to pay top dollar for that is Floyd's going to risk his O.
Everybody smashed that like button to the channel. We wrapping up last couple minutes.
When he was asked, is it an exhibition or a pro fight? Trying to protect his O, he goes, no, it's an exhibition.
We're having fun.
Everyone was like, time out. No, that's not what you signed. And he was like, well, then I'm not fighting. And Shady McCoy came out on this show and said he's
I believe
negotiating
Marcus,
for some
they
more
be
money.
tripping. They don't know.
This is what I told
Why?
you.
So sometimes someone can negotiate for more money, but other times it's a duck. Why isn't it a duck for Floyd?
Yeah,
Max
everything
does
in my
this all the
weight
time. He
class.
manipulates
Facts.
the world out there.
Uncle, not grandpa, but uncle.
I seen it great. I seen it great. But what I'm, this is what I'm saying, Tim. So what I said with the Pacquiao and Floyd, I said, listen, bro, y'all both need money. And none of y'all gonna make the type of money that y'all want. If you fight him or fight him, you gotta fight each other. That's what I was saying. I said, Floyd Mayweather is such a...
And look, this is toward the end. I get the gist of what they were saying. Basically, in a nutshell, they feel like he should have took the money, the upside from getting the opportunity and the potential of winning a Devin Haney fight. You know, sky's the limit. And I understand it. But I also understand that they might have something else planned for him. I seen somewhere, we're going to speak on that. We're going to chop it up a little bit about that tomorrow because they was talking about how, you know, Keyshawn unfollowed Jay Prince and, you know, it was some type of turmoil. But Jay made it clear that him and Keyshawn, everything is good with Keyshawn. Everything's still the same and they still rocking. As I told y'all, they wanted to be turmoil. They want to be able to put out some negative, false stories about and false narratives about Jay Prince and his dealings with Keyshawn and Shakur because they hateful people. But the fact is, I think they might have something bigger planned for him. It just they might have to play the long game. Right, what was right in front of him was the best opportunity I think Keyshawn could have got. So, you know, short term, it's definitely a blown opportunity, a missed opportunity, but a learning lesson, a situation you definitely could learn from. So we'll see what Keyshawn is able to learn from this moving forward. And we just going to keep building up boxing. Shout out to everybody in the building. Look, if you in here, make sure you double tap the screen. If you vertical, hit the like button. If you're horizontal, hype the live, share the live. We just spent over 5 hours giving boxing is just due on this good Thursday. And we're going to be back to close the week out how we always do. Shout out to everybody that hit that super chat, everybody that sent the gift, hit the cash app. We appreciate y'all. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the support, man. Enjoy the rest of this good Thursday, y'all. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Peace to the fan.
Representing Brick City,
Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass.
And Shakur meeting him with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.